Wonderful to have you all here. Welcome to OP Jindal Global University. My name is Megha Gupta, and we're happy to receive all of you here for JGU's first biannual CSR Conclave on SDGs. In today's panel discussion, we'll discuss policies and procedures and share knowledge and insights on sustainability, climate change, health sciences, and create a tangible societal impact by way of technological innovations and solutions. We're so glad to have over 12 socially conscious corporates join us for the first conclave. It is a glorious opportunity for the organizations, researchers, faculty, and students to mix and mingle. To kickstart this lovely day here together, I would like to invite Professor Padmanabha Ramanujam to commence the CSR Conclave with a welcome address. Requesting you, Professor.
Good morning. It is indeed a very important day for us. Yes, we have done many activities on campus, but activity exclusively focused on CSR has always been a need, I would say. When we look at the space that we are in, right, I think it is very important to understand to the students, and I think the student community, you ought to understand that it is very important in your life also to give back, right? Keeping that in mind, but also various other factors in mind, many of our students also seek, eventually a job responsibility in NGOs, but they don't understand what it takes, to be part of these organizations or think tanks which work on CSR. So we thought that today, we could give our students an opportunity to understand from our speakers, our panelists, our distinguished speakers who are on the stage, so that you will get a perspective, as to why this subject is of so great importance today. First of all, on behalf of Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. C. Rajkumar, and Professor of Eminence and Advisor to Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Sahani, I want to welcome all the speakers, Mr. Amit, Kirti, Mr. Subrajati Bhowmik, and all the distinguished panel speakers for today's event. And I really don't want to spend 2 minutes talking on CSR because I'm sure there are many people who would be reflecting on this subject. But I thought I would want to emphasize on 2 innovations that this institution is trying to pursue, and with the support of all the panelists and also the distinguished speakers, I want to see how we can take it forward. We know that we always reach out to organizations for internships and placements, but that's mundane, that every organization and every institution does. At OP Jindal Global University, we are innovating. We are innovating, we are creatively thinking, we want to create new space, and we also want to create new challenge for our students. I was grateful that during my working at Jindal, I've had an opportunity, thanks to Vice Chancellor and Advisor, to visit some really wonderful institutions abroad and also understand how these institutions pursue their career interest. One such institution was Wharton. And I was so impressed and I was so, I would say, inspired that when I see students actually incubating new ideas through incubation centers at the university. So I also saw that it is a very nuanced idea for business school students to reach out to organizations with requests for problems. But when we look at other schools, be it School of Journalism or School of International Affairs or School of Public Policy or indeed even new schools like Schools of Psychology, we have a lot of public problems that students can solve. So during this presentation, I would indeed appeal, and I would want to spend 2 minutes with all the panelists during the break, making a pitch on what RFPs could potentially mean for students. These are new ideas where we as student community, we as institution can actually reach out to organization and want to solve some of the problems that your institution is being confronted by the business world, and these problems actually could be solved by huge resources of students which are available at Jindal in abundance. They're also having access to some of the greatest faculty members who are teaching here. So I thought instead of just coming to organizations and institutions for internship and placement, I really want to write to you on a new idea, a creative platform, asking you to share some of the problems that you are wanting to solve, and our student community with great mentors like Professor Sahani and others, we could make an attempt to solve these problems. So the first innovative that we want to do is reach out to organizations for RFPs, requests for problems. The second one I really wish, I also wanted to talk over the break, but wanted to emphasize is we have great mentorship when it comes to faculty, but when it comes to industry mentorship or people who are at the organization to help students or mentor students, there has been a vacuum. I understand that people who are working at the industry have very less time, but I would want to appeal, we have put up a beautiful 26 pages document where we can propose innovative industry mentorship program where we can actually make students understand what they are learning in the school and how it is relevant for them when they go out and want to apply their knowledge. So with these two innovative ideas, I thought my objective is to come and talk about creativity. There are expert speakers who will be speaking on the panel discussion today, but I will take some time during the break to push these two ideas, and it is not at a very fragile level. We have written a concept note, we are ready with the presentation, and indeed we want all of you to hear us because I think this will be a win-win for both organization, institutions, think tanks, and students. With these words, thank you so much, and I again welcome you to our first CSR Conclave. Thank you.
Thank you for the address, Professor. A huge round of applause for him. Professor Padmanabha Ramanujam is the Dean of Office of Academic Governance at OP Jindal Global University and a Professor of Law at Jindal Global Law School. He holds a master's degree in law from the National Law School of India, University, Bangalore, and a second master's from the University of East Anglia, UK. He has also served as a chief mentor and dean at United World School of Law and the School of Liberal Arts and Mass Communication at Karnataka University. He was the founding faculty member at OP Jindal Global University, where he served as an associate professor and associate dean, director for the admissions and outreach department, and joint registrar of institution building at Jindal Global Law School. Now, I would like to invite the Professor of Eminence, Dr. Sanjeev P. Sahani. Dr. Sanjeev P. Sahani is a Professor of Eminence, founder and Principal Director of the Jindal Institute of Behavioral Sciences. He's also serving as a Director of Center for Leadership and Change, Center for Victimology and Psychological Studies, Center for Community Mental Health, and Center for Criminology and Forensic Studies. At the university level, he's a member of the governing body and the advisor to the Vice Chancellor. He holds a PhD degree in organization behavior. He not only possesses an extensive and rich experience of 40+ years in academia and industry, but his vision for educational sector is reflected in his work. Please welcome Dr. Sahani.
Very good morning to all of you. When she said 40 years of experience, I was really thinking, am I that old? This morning when I was reminded that there is a CSR Conclave, I was wondering if any student will come of Jindal, because I know that, number of programs which we conduct, academic or other fashion related, the halls are full. But I'm really happy to see all of you over here, that the students, early morning for you at 9:30, you are here. So thank you very much. I would really, I'm happy to see all of you for this conclave. JGU, we established in 2009. We have 12 schools. So those who have visited first time, when we started opening schools, one school in each year, one of the main purpose or focus was that how we can train our students on corporate social responsibility or in social responsibility. I don't know why C has taken a prominent name in a social responsibility, because I personally feel I've come from a school where I was taught right from the beginning about community development. I was taught how to help people. My parents or my society also helped me in that. Now, my background is I worked with the government of India as a bureaucrat for first 13 years and did not like working with the government typically, and then moved on to the corporations, big corporations. I worked with the 4th largest industrial house in India as well. So there I learned that 2% of the profit has to go into the corporate social responsibility. But I'm extremely unhappy, I want to tell you, that most of, I'm not going to take names of the firms, most of these people have outsourced it. There's a one big PSU who spends like 750 crores of rupees every year on corporate social responsibility, but they don't know how to do it. They spend a lot of time to hire consultant to do all these kind of things. Now these consultants, whatever they think the best, they are providing, but at least something is happening. This is a research-oriented university. We really push our faculty members to do a lot of research. But when they do research, not that they get incentives, but they get a reputation internationally because they're being cited again and again. But I personally think that every research which we conduct as a faculty should reach to masses. Otherwise, it does not have any utility. I'm doing research, I'm publishing, fine. But am I doing some community development? You all are fully aware that there is, when we set KRAs, key result areas in our university, there is a 10% component, we call it a KARA, key academic result area. And we have put, and we encourage every professor that 10% some community development work, you need to do it. And I must tell you, this university, they're doing so much work in community development while involving students. And students are highly enthusiastic to travel with the faculty and visiting villages and helping people over there. Lot many studies we have in this university. Now, as a student of psychology, I'm more concerned about SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals number 3, which relates to health and well-being. And let me tell you, most of the other SDGs are also dependent on SDG 3, which is my field. Now, I just want to give you few of the statistics. In India, the major problem what we are facing is, 30 years back in 91, 92, when we did a lot of surveys, we found more than 50% of children under the age of 4, more than 50% are either stunted, wasted. Now, there are 3 types. One is a normal, one is stunted, that means highly underweight. One is wasted, is a highly underweight, and one is that they are malnourished and there is a cognitive impairment in them. More than 50. The situation has not changed in the last 30, 40 years. Still we are at 43%. Can we take a pledge today that we need to help at least one person with that? Similarly, when we talk about well-being, we talk about mental health. Especially after the COVID, I'm fully aware that suddenly what the National Institute of Mental Health and Neurosciences, Bangalore, gave us the figures that roughly 17 to 20% people are suffering with mental health issues in India. And this is more or less same numbers with all over the world. But now, what the researchers are coming after the COVID, this says anywhere from 43% to 60% people are suffering from mental health issues. Are we capable enough as a country to provide a mental health support? The answer is absolutely no. We have only 4,000 qualified mental health experts to cater to 1.4 billion population. Now, these 4,000, I don't want to talk about their potentiality and capability, but it's not that you just do a master's in psychology and you have become a mental health expert. No. There are specific trainings for this. And, you know, the developed countries, you cannot practice unless you have a license. Unfortunately, most of these 4,000 people may not have a license and they have open shops. Second, the diagnostic measures. Now, the classic example which I give it to you is of a learning disability. Are you aware, students, that 17% of the children in this world are suffering from learning disability? There was one movie in India a long time back, Tare Zameen Par, and then parents started realizing, oh, I hope our children is not suffering from learning disability. But there is a stigma attached with this word. If any teacher or any friend would say that, you know, your son or a daughter requires a counseling, there is a stigma. People think that our children are not mad. We need to remove these kind of things. We need to spread awareness. And the worst is the psychiatric beds. In fact, I always encourage people not to go to a psychiatrist. Once you go and they know only about medication, then you hook onto those kind of things forever. But the psychiatric bed, out of 10,000 beds we have, only 0.8 beds are available for psychiatric patients. So in legal criminal justice system also talks about that insanity, which is ridiculous. I don't know why we have not transformed from this word talking insanity. That does not exist for me at all. But people are exploiting these kind of things. Number of things which in SDG 3 they talked about. Mortality rate. India has done very well. If you see after the independence or the last 70 years of history, we have done very well. Neonatal problems. But we could not tackle tobacco problem, which is easy to handle. Still, 1.5 million people die every day because of tobacco use. What are we doing for that? Now, it's not easy to visit remote areas. It is not easy to visit villages, especially for Jindal students, but I would suggest the maximum satisfaction you will get when you go and extend a helping hand. Don't give them a sympathy. They don't want that. But extend a helping hand. And when we talk about the social responsibility on the education side, I want to tell you, still in India, we have a 43% of schools which is manned by one teacher. It is our duty. I'm glad there is one NGO which, you know, take the excellent students, bright students, and the students go and teach without taking even a money from them. Why shouldn't we all today take a pledge that we will help at least one individual in our life so that everybody should be on a mainstream? Last, I'm really grateful to Dean Padmanabha that these type of conclaves we should organize quite frequently, because we need to educate students other than their routine education what we are providing. And I'm very grateful that you have envisaged, and today we have over 150 people in this hall, so thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your address, Dr. Sahani. Now I would like to invite Mr. Amit Kirti to deliver the special address. Mr. Amit Kirti is the Executive Director of Digital Data and Analytics team at EY. He focuses on building digital analytics and artificial intelligence capabilities for GDS Strategy and Transactions Department. He works closely with clients across sectors, helping them solve complex business problems, leveraging state-of-art technologies such as AI, machine learning, cloud, and others. Mr. Amit has been instrumental in developing multiple strategic solutions for key accounts delivering tangible profit and loss impacts. Requesting you to come to the dais.
So firstly, I think we are very fortunate to be here, especially on this topic, which is so pertinent for our country and for our community. So thank you for having us here, is the first thing I would like to start with. And it's great to be, among this high energy student population, and especially for this topic, which is very, very pertinent, for all of you and including us. As we shape the future of this country, right? That most of you will pick up different responsibility, different roles across organizations, across sectors. I think one common theme which can bind us all together, irrespective of the sectors, irrespective of the domains, irrespective of the capabilities that we are going to develop over a period of time, is really the conscious effort of ours towards giving back to the society. And on that, I would like to thank Professor Ramanujam for setting this up and laying down the context, and Professor Dr. Sahani, who laid down the right narrative, right, and kind of highlighted what is the quantum of impact and quantum of need that we have in this country and in our society, right? So nothing more is needed if we all, like he said, right, sir, I would borrow those words from you, if we all can take pledge and really start thinking about how do we bring a difference in at least one person's life, right? May it be education empowerment, may it be getting somebody to, be self-dependent, may it be getting somebody out of a difficult situation, but how can we bring, impact on individual lives, individual communities, right? And I think if all of us take that pledge and start working on that together, I'm sure we can bring a lot of difference. And seeing such a good participation from this young generation, it brings a lot of hope, a lot of confidence and conviction to all of us, I'm sure, that, we are looking at the right future, right? So with that, I'll come to this topic, which is about CSR. And sir, if I may say, you talked about the corporate, the C word, right? The corporate versus the community. I think you are bang on, right? A corporate doesn't operate in isolation, right? Well, let's look back for a moment what CSR means. A corporate operates in a society, right? It is drawing revenue, capabilities, different kind of impressions, reactions, emotions from a community, right? So they are binded together very, very strongly, and I think CSR in its true sense means how a corporate, starts to think about giving back to the society as a responsible organization, as a responsible group of management and citizens and employee, how they start thinking about the community back, that where they are operating, how are they bringing the right impact on the community. So I quite agree with you that, that C has to work very, very closely, both the corporates and community. And in the current context of thing, including the SDG goals, I think corporates have started to understand that priority more so in the recent past, wherein they started looking at how do they bring the right impact on sustainability, on environment, on equality, diversity, inclusion, all of this. And these are various practices. There is no one method which kind of fits in all the corporate. There are different approaches that corporates have taken. And I'm very happy to say today I represent the organization whose larger purpose is to build a better working world, right? It's not about only profit. It's about, EY's vision is to build a better working world by contributing at each level towards the community, right? And we are very happy to share that this topic kind of resonates very well with both the organization that we represent as well as individually. I've been very close to some of the efforts right from the beginning of my career on the social side of it. So really thankful that I've got this opportunity to share my thoughts with all of you. And I think when I look at CSR in the current context, there are immense opportunities across the society. Today corporates, as you get into the jobs, you will find Today, corporates are trying to see how they can be more carbon neutrals, right? How can they configure and they relook at their supply chain to encourage vendors who are driving the right behaviors, for example, driving the right equity, following the right regulation, driving environmental sustainability and sensitivity. And all of that can happen if the organizations are operating ethically. And that is what all the organizations today are being encouraged by both the policymakers as well as the organization management. And in that, I see great opportunities for all of you to build your future. When you join your respective organization, I think the sensitivity towards the SDG goals is very high. And all the organizations are relooking, how do they use sustainability and community services to not only create a good brand in the mind of the consumers, but also associate more with the employees' personal ambitions, right? Today, as employees, we want to be associated with the organizations who are socially responsible, environmentally sensitive, and all this happens when organization encourage these behaviors, make or take steps to kind of ensure that their actions are represented in their daily operations by choosing the right decision, choosing the right partners, whether it is their suppliers, whether it is their employers, whether it is their customers, and creating an environment of mutually respectable situations, right? And encouraging these behaviors. Many of the large corporates today are starting to publish their environment data, that how effective they are on controlling their carbon footprint. Many of them have laid down policies for their suppliers, for their vendors, so that those vendors are not encouraging any kind of misuse of regulations or environment. For example, child labor, almost all the global MNCs have taken out in their supplier policy that they are not going to deploy any supplier who's found involving child labor, right? And this is just one example. There are multiple such policies which are getting rolled out, executed, implemented in corporates today, which are encouraging this behavior towards CSR. So while we will get into the detailed sessions in the panel discussion, I would suffice to say that, I see great opportunities for all of you as you step into your jobs, into your professional careers, to make the right impact on this world by creating a community which is more responsible, by joining organizations which are more responsible ethically and as well as environmentally. So looking forward to our discussion, and thank you once again to all of you.
Thank you, Mr. Amit, Kirti. We're super excited to have you here. The inaugural address will be delivered by Mr. Subrajati Bhowmik. Mr. Subrajati Bhowmik is the Partnership Officer, Public and Private Engagements at the UNICEF. He is an expert in business responsibility and has been pursuing CSR in different roles over the last 17 years. He has worked with associations, companies having involuntary displacement, consulting firms, and the UN system in various capacities. He is an advocate for business for results within the UNICEF India ecosystem. He's also working with government think tanks to promote child rights in the formal reporting structures and mandates of the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Requesting you to come to the dais.
Thank you. First of all, let me say it's a pleasure to be here. I love to be among students. It gives me great pleasure to see the sense of purpose which the new generation has. Yeah. So good morning and a warm greetings to everybody. Dr. Sahani, Professor Ramanujam, Mr. Kirti, academics, and my dear friends. So corporate social responsibility, the topic of today, it's been around in this terminology for the last 7 decades globally. But if we reflect back and see, in India, it's been there for more than 100 years. We have seen large corporate houses in India build infrastructure assets for community. We have seen schools, colleges, hospitals, temples, community halls, which have been built by corporates way before CSR became a common term. In practice, in modern India, we can say it's been more than around 15, 20 years when it's become more common with, with the economy of the country opening up post-liberalization, liberalization, and a lot of MNCs coming in. It's been a common, I mean, I've been a part of this system for more than 17 years now. But if you look at it, how the formal structure has actually evolved, it's been a gradual process, but it's been a very firm, definitive process in India. It started in 2011 with the National Voluntary Guidelines on Social, Environmental, and Economic Responsibility. They were called the NVGs. They were voluntary. There was no compulsion on anyone to adopt it. It evolved into the business responsibility reporting, which was mandated for the top 100 companies in 2012 by the SEBI, Security and Exchanges Board of India. In 2013, the New Companies Act came into place, where we had the 2% law, or CSR, when it was formally introduced. Being the first country in the world to do so, it was totally something which was unheard of, and it was path-breaking in the sense that there was no other country which had actually formulated any policy around CSR spending. In 2015, the SEBI, the Business Responsibility Reporting, actually expanded to around 500 companies. So the scope of businesses being socially responsible was increased. That was in addition to CSR. Then in 2019, the National Guidelines for Responsible Business Conduct were introduced, which were again voluntary in nature, but then we saw that how the ambit and scope had just gone from beyond social to be more encompassing, more linked to global SDGs, not only SDGs, but also the UN Global Compact and many other frameworks as such. 2020, it was taken, there was a new reporting format which the BRR evolved into, which was called the Business Reporting and Sustainability Reporting, Business Responsibility Sustainability Reporting, the BRSR framework, which is now been mandated for the top 1,000 companies. So it's been a very evolutionary process of CSR in India. The challenge which has been that, even with CSR being in law for more than 7-8 years now, there's been a lack of an integrated framework of measurement to see, where are we going, what are we doing, what has been the impact. If you ask anybody, and we have so many people over here from different walks of life, nobody can tell you what 8 years of CSR spending has achieved. The average spending has been above 15,000 crores on CSR per year, but the achievements cannot be measured against many frameworks. COVID-19 was a game changer. It showed, how corporates could be socially responsible in more ways than one. CSR was, CSR companies actually went out of their way to support people during these pandemic times and difficult times for the country. So if you see that, corporations since 2014 and even before that have invested in socially responsible plans and ethical business plans for a lot of years. But many of these plans were not systemically designed. They have been generally, okay, we see a problem in our local area, let's address that. If we see a problem, which we feel that the local administration believes in, let's change that. It's never been systemic, it's never been to achieve a goal. What has been missing is a framework where they can work together, a framework which, can help them to see the end point of what they want to achieve. And I believe that framework is provided by the SDGs. SDGs are very ambitious set of 17 goals which were set up in 2015, which would be achieved by 2030. We are halfway there in time. We are not halfway there in results. We have a long way to go. And that's why it makes me more happy to see the new generation of people. I mean, all of you are going to be managers tomorrow, going and doing things. So you have an ample opportunity to go out and contribute, to achieving of these SDGs. See, just by reducing poverty, hunger, discrimination, etc., it's good for businesses. How? Because people who are at the suffering end of the spectrum today are tomorrow's customers, tomorrow's workforce. A company can only, an organization survives in the ecosystem which it breeds and which includes its customers, future customers, etc. So if we do not have or do not have an able customer at the end, 20 years down the line or 10 years down the line, whom will the company serve? Together, CSR and SDGs can provide a powerful model for sustainable growth and measurable growth, which is very important. If you see the Schedule 7 of the Companies Act, I mean, I don't know how many of you are law students over here, but there is a Section 135 within the Companies Act and a schedule which outlines what you can or you cannot do under CSR. But a lot of those themes do align with the SDGs at large. India is a signatory to the 2030 agenda. It's a very, very ambitious target India has taken up. There are 169 targets under those 17 SDGs, but it's not possible that the government alone can achieve it. It's taken huge steps. It's taken huge steps. There has been a lot of effort by a lot of stakeholders, but it's not something which can be achieved alone, considering the scale and size of our country. Businesses have a strong role to play in this. If they can together come and look at SDGs as a way to target the problems which they want to address, they can actually come and contribute to the development and of the achievement of the SDGs. When the future of the world is at stake, with our planet facing considerable economic, social, and environmental challenges, companies cannot visualize the future without trying to protect the ecosystem in which they survive and thrive. Implementing SDGs as a part of their CSR and corporate strategy can not only contribute to their business goals, but also will help companies achieve the holy grail of triple Ps: people, planet, and profits. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for the wonderful insights, Mr. Subrajati. Requesting Professor Sahani to felicitate the guests. Thank you so much for the wonderful session. Now we'll begin the first panel discussion. Requesting all the panelists to be please seated on the stage.
Six.
Yes.
6 or 7?
7 actually.
7 chairs, no?
7.
You got to pull 2 chairs, 3 chairs from that. Deepa. Guys, please settle down. We're going to start the next panel discussion. Please settle down. सुनो आप आ जाओ इस साइड पुश कर दो इधर ही रख के पुश कर दो
Requesting all the panelists to be please seated. On the dais. On the stage. Please take your seats as per the nameplates.
Quickly introduce who are the panelists, no?
Yes.
And who's going to welcome them? Students.
Yes.
Where are the
They'll give
students?
this happening. So.
Don't do anything without checking whether you have lined up the students or not. Maybe. Where? They can't be sitting there. We should make them stand here. Guys, please settle down. Students on the left-hand side, please settle down. We're going to start the panel discussion ASAP. Vaishali, I don't want any students to keep moving. Once the panel starts, I don't want students to keep moving, please. Um, I don't want anybody to keep moving. Please settle down. Mohan, can you please ask all the students to settle down? Soumya, can you bring all the guests in the front row, please? Students on the stairs on the right-hand side, please settle down. Students who are on the stairs, Deepa, please settle down. We have to start. Thank you.
The topic for the first panel discussion is Gender Inclusion and CSR. We have Dr. Stephen P. Marks moderating this session. Dr. Stephen Marks is the Dean of Jindal School of Public Health and Human Development at JGU and FXB Professor of Health and Human Rights Emeritus, Harvard University. With degrees in Law and International Relations from Stanford and several universities in France, as well as the Syrian Arab Republic, he has worked for the United States Senate, the International Institute of Human Rights, UNESCO, the Ford Foundation, and the UN peacekeeping operations. He has taught at several universities, including Columbia and Princeton University, before serving as a tenured professor at Harvard from 1999 to 2022. Please welcome Dr. Stephen P. Marks. It is an honor to have Ms. Anuja Karyan as a panelist. Ms. Anuja Karyan is the Head of Government and Industry Affairs Leader for the Asia Pacific Department at Corteva Agri-Sciences. She has more than 17 years of experience in non-marketing strategy to structure and capitalize on growth opportunities, sustainability, market access, and governance across highly regulated sectors such as telecom, digital, and internet. As Government and Industry Affairs Leader at Corteva Agri-Sciences, Ms. Anuja spearheads the planning and execution of strategic programs and initiatives across Asia Pacific through product and policy advocacy. During her professional journey, she has worked with organizations like Rolls-Royce, AstraZeneca, and consulted several Fortune 500 companies. Please welcome Ms. Anuja Karyan. We have Ms. Roma Balwani, who is the CEO at the Indian Deaf Cricket Association. She is the former president of brand and communication at the Vedanta Group. In her previous role as president, she has overseen key portfolios of sustainability and CSR and champions best practices for sustainable measures on health, safety and environment to sustain the social license to operate. She has also worked with the Community Development Initiative focusing on education, women empowerment and health. In over 30 years of experience, she has won several awards, such as the AdGully's Lifetime Achievement Award 2021, Exchange for Media and PRCI Lifetime Achievement Award 2020 and 2018. Please welcome Ms. Roma Balwani. As the next panelist, we have Mr. Ranjeev Sharma, who is the Head of Compliance CSR at the Marks & Spencer's India Private Limited, handling the Indian and Sri Lankan regions. He is an ESG professional specializing in supplier value chain sustainability, program creation and implementation, and environmental sustainability with more than 17 years of experience at Walmart, Gap, and Mothercare. Please welcome Mr. Ranjeev Sharma. As the next panelist, we have Ms. Shama Dher. She is a partner at GDS Strategy and Transactions Team EY. She leads a team of 3,200 plus professionals in India, Poland, Spain, Philippines, and China. She has rich experience in business transformation, global operations, and developing new and customer-centric solutions. Her keen interest is to develop new markets and next-generation leadership. She has also 25 plus years of experience with organizations like Deloitte, GE, Fidelity, and Bank of America. Please welcome Ms. Shama Dher. As the next panelist, we have Ms. Neha Simlai. She is the founding director of Social and Political Research Foundation. She currently leads strategic engagements with government and market stakeholders for IDH. The Sustainability Trade Initiative, Ms. Neha specializes in sustainable value chains and food systems, palm oil, fisheries, coffee, timber, pulp, and paper, and has over 15 years of experience over South and Southeast Asia, and has also worked closely with teams in the UK, Netherlands, Vietnam, and Indonesia. She's also drafted the framework for India Sustainability Palm Oil Coalition and is the founding member for Food and Land Use India Action Coalition for Responsible Sourcing and Trade of Commodities. Please welcome Ms. Neha Simlai. And we also have Mr. Subrajati Bhowmik in the panel. We all know he is the Partnership Officer, Private and Public Engagements at the UNICEF. Please welcome, sir. Now, I would like to hand it over to Professor Stephen Marks to moderate the first panel. I just saw you join, ma'am, so sorry. So we also have Professor Dr. Upasana Mahanta. She is a professor at Jindal Global Law School and the Dean of Admissions and Outreach. Prior to joining Jindal Global University, she was working as an assistant professor in Center for Women's Studies, Tata Institute of Social Sciences, Mumbai. Dr. Mahanta has completed her PhD from Center for Canadian, US, and Latin American Studies, School of International Studies, JNU. She was also a Shastri Doctoral Fellow in the Center for Women and Gender Studies at the University of British Columbia. Dr. Mahanta's research interests include role of women in emergent political institutions, gender understanding of conflict, women organizing and resisting in insecure contexts, and examining development through a gendered lens. Please welcome Dr. Upasana Mahanta.
Good morning, everybody. How are you doing? You are out there in order to learn something that we hope and I expect will make a difference in the way you approach your careers. And what I'd like to say by way of preliminary remarks before I turn over to the panel to reflect on the issues. Two things. One is we are dealing with a panel today that is on gender inclusion. And 2 points that I want to make before I ask the panel to address various dimensions of gender inclusion in the context of corporate social responsibility. The first thing is, if you were paying attention to those introductions, there's a phenomenal collection of people up here with absolutely extraordinary experience and responsibilities in the corporate sector and in the non-for-profit sector that focus on the critical issues addressing the functioning of corporations in society and their understanding of corporate social responsibility. The second preliminary observation I'd like to make is that you heard from a previous speaker in the general introductions a reference being made to Sustainable Development Goal number 3, the one on health. And as the incoming dean of the new School of Public Health and Human Development, that is, of course, the SDG that we focus on. However, in this panel, we will be focusing on SDG 5, which is called Achieve Gender Equality and Empower Women and Girls. And before I focus on 4 different sub-issues reflecting on the question of gender inclusion in the context of SDG 5, let me recall some of the component elements of it. It has to do not only with more representation of women in jobs, but a lot more. It has to do with eliminating discrimination, yes, but also ending violence and exploitation of women and girls, eliminating harmful traditional practices, such as early forced marriage and female genital mutilation, increasing the value of unpaid care and promoting shared domestic responsibilities, ensuring full participation of women in leadership and decision-making, and ensuring access to universal reproductive rights and health. There are other targets in the Sustainable Development Goal number 5 that relate to equal rights and economic resources, property ownership, financial services for women, promoting empowerment of women through technology, and adopting, strengthening policies and enforcing legislation on gender equality. So you can see that this SDG 5 is a very rich one that kind of forms the background for our discussion of gender inclusion in corporate social responsibility. Now, I'm standing up here because the microphone is not near me, but we're going to be settling down there as a panel to discuss a range of issues from the perspective of the extraordinary experience of the panelists. And I'd like to start, and what I'm going to do, if the panelists will agree with me on this, what I'd like to do is to invite one panelist to start us off on several questions that I'm going to propose to them. And then the other panelists will follow in whatever order they feel like, whatever spontaneously they want to say on that particular theme. And we plan to finish this by 12:45 so that we can turn it over to you for your questions. So start thinking now on what are the questions that you would like to address to this extraordinary panel. Let me start out with this question. We do understand that India's approach to gender inclusion is different from, may be different from, the practices to gender inclusion from the corporate sector in other parts of the world. So how different is India's approach to gender inclusion from the practices of the corporate sector in other parts of the world, and what are the main reasons why India's ranking in the World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap for 2020 is worse than in 2012 because it ranks now 135th out of 146 countries. It's in the bottom 8% of the world on gender inclusion. Why is this? Is India doing something different than other parts of the world? Why are 92% of the world achieving better results on this question of gender inclusion? So if the panelists will agree, I'd like to suggest that Shama Deer from Ernst & Young start us off, because she has so much experience all over the world that she has a better sense than probably anybody in this room of the diversity experience in different countries. Why is it so different in the rest of the world than in India? Would you like to start us off on that? And then I'll stay here and pass the floor. You don't need to be up there because
I think that would be much more easy.
so take it over with Mike.
Thank you, Professor Marks. Good morning, everyone. I hope all of you are up and awake on this important topic. First of all, while we're talking of gender inclusion, it's good to see so many females in the room, and likely so on the panels. So I do wish when these set of females would graduate, they come and join the workforce and add on to the economic development of this particular country. But you make a very important point, Professor Marks, is why is India very different? And when we compare it across the globe, I think there are a couple of factors related to it, and it's quite an interesting study of how Indian women population is contributing less and less each 5 years to the economic or the GDP of the country. I think first and foremost is the social fabric of where we are. You know, there is a good chunk, and some of those numbers are above 55% of our population is still in an unorganized sector. Now, you know, there are areas around disguised employment which is still not counted in our GDP. So that's one of the important factors which is there. But then I'll come back to the factor that this conclave is all about CSR, so I'll continue with the C of the CSR here. I think even in corporate, where what we see is, and I'm talking of Fortune 500 companies because that's where I'll belong and that's where most of the clients that we work with belong. It's easy to hire women at entry level. any of the organization, you'll see women at about 50-55% of the headcount at an entry level. Now, I'm not talking of hardcore engineering companies. I'm not talking of product manufacturing, steel manufacturing. That's a different segment. We'll come to that. But let's say the other segments where it's less engineering, it's less manual labor. But what we see is typically as we go to the mid-level management and the senior level management, that's where we start seeing the gender drain happening. And the major reason to that is how our social fabric is. Are women given that kind of a support in the society is a larger question than necessarily what corporates can do. Corporates can bring in policies. They can say we would want to encourage women. We have got good maternity policies. We've got good support, even paternity policies, which helps the other way around. But I think it's equally important for society at large to start thinking. Another important factor which is very critical is we don't have good childcare facilities in India. That's where you start seeing women moving out of workforce from the age of 28 to 35. Now let's keep that age bracket in place and say that's the place where men typically would accelerate in their mid-career. So by the time women are leaving workforce for that 7-8 years, and if they want to come back to workforce after that 8 years, men who are their colleagues at that point of time have already accelerated or super accelerated. But there is also an evidence of research, I think it was done by Wharton or any other, maybe it was Wharton or Brown University, which said women who have sustained their working time till the age of 40, then they are unstoppable. But that's the kind of run we need as a society to give it back to them. I think India has got another big issue is we are going through almost the third decade post-liberalization. So we are still figuring out what increased per capita income would mean for us. Till the time we understand and we appreciate some of those elements, I think we'll go through this churn for another 2 to 3 decades till, by when we would say it's an equal participation of women in the workforce as well as in the economic development. Now that's what I'll say for the Fortune 500 companies. The agricultural society, the agricultural part of our economy is a different ballgame. Though researchers might say otherwise, but the practical reality is there's a lot of contribution that women do in that segment of our economy, which can't be proven by data, but from a corporate standpoint, there are a lot of policies. Even as EY, we do a lot of policies wherein we encourage women to come back. We have good women workforce in technology. I think gig working would encourage more women to come back to workforce. But it's equally incumbent upon society at large and government policies to encourage that. As much as we would have a CSR fund now allocated to our in our P&Ls and profit and balance sheets, it's equally important we would have a gender diversity ratio equally coming in our financial statements and the public policies as we go forward. So that would be my initial submission, Professor Mark, but happy for other panelists.
So let's hear from all of the panelists on this topic, because it is so important. This difference between India and the rest of the world is extraordinary. You highlighted some of the critical issues of how women's entry and exit into careers differs in India. Who would like to jump in now?
I can do that. Only because I'm the most nervous, I think. So I want to get my points out quickly. But thank you. Like Shama said, thank you to the women who've come here today and also the men. Because I think in that lies the basis of all equality that we talk about, especially, I mean, more broadly speaking from the gender binary space. As we think about this and as we think about the social fabric that has sort of supported CSR and gender and a discussion and a deliberation of that, I think it's quite important also for us to recognize that as a country, in the last year, only 0.43% of our CSR spending actually went on women's empowerment. And it's even lower for gender inclusion. So when we speak of gender, we speak of women and men. but there are other gender identities that one kind of ignores. But having said that, and the other point that Shama mentioned was on, different sectors, which is absolutely fascinating to me. And I was, we've done some work at SPRF, which is my organization, where we looked at wages for housework. And there's a study which estimates that about 10 to 39% of GDP in India comes from unpaid wages for housework, which for me is just, it's mind-blowing that, the things that we take for granted, the things that we do as, things that we just do, could actually be counted as things that are part of the workforce. I think in that, there is also space to recognize what the government is doing. We are a country of 1.4 billion people. It's very difficult to tackle and cater to the sensibilities of 1.4 billion people and those 1.4 billion realities or more. So in that, I think the government does, from time to time, take concrete action. I think the implementation and execution definitely can be improved. But also there is a space for each of us to play a stronger role in how we think about gender in the normative spaces that we occupy, in the household spaces that we occupy, in the occupational spaces that we host. Each of you have a space in your lives as students, as professors, as deans, as camera people, and all of us as well, that where we can empower each other, where we can also work towards empowerment of others, and also not talk down. I think so far when we think about CSR, we always think of it from this aspect of righteousness, which for me is a bit problematic, personally, because the good to have is not the need to have. And the need to have is what we need to address from time to time more strategically. But I will stop there.
Very good. Yes. Yes. I think that.
Morning, everybody. And I think today being here with a lot of women, as everybody said, I feel very grateful to be in this audience of many women. And I won't discount the men as well. I was having a very interesting chat with the student who came with me, and he was curious to know, first, why was I a CEO of a deaf cricket organization? And as a woman CEO, I'll take cricket as an analogy and probably say a few words on that, because that also helps me communicate with you all that a kind of diversity with women is not only restricted to the mindset that you can't do other things. So when I was given this opportunity to look at deaf cricket and spearhead that, I guess there are not many women who do that. But this is just a message for you all that everything that you can do is no different from any man can do. So that's the first part of it. The second part of it that I'd like to share with you all is that today we have graduated. We have graduated from a VUCA world to what I'm told, and I was educated by a friend of mine, to a Bani world. And what does Bani world mean after post-pandemic is brittle, anxious, non-linear, and completely incomprehensible. So we are actually in that state of mind. And after the SDG 5 that I was hearing, we have seen in the corporate sector a sea change, that we move from there to what we call as the social performance metrics. And that is where many organizations have graduated. All of you all know this new terminology of ESG, which is environment, social, and governance. Governance plays a key role, and every organization has now recognized that. And again, I'll go to this young student who was with me, and he comes from the law. I think that's what you study, right? You study law. And the legal fraternity, the financial fraternity doesn't want to recognize how CSR gets aligned for both the legal and the governance factor for the financial instruments that every organization leverages. And I think you mentioned that also in your speech, that it is very important to see how you can align social performance for CSR. And for that, I must admit that we are not really clear, or we don't have clarity how to create those processes. And today, globally, these processes have been defined. Yes, the gender diversity plays a very important role, but I think at some point we have to recognize that the SDG has moved, and we have to see how we are going to really progress to ESG. I'll expand on that later, but I'll give the other panelists an opportunity.
Thank you. I'll try and be brief. But I would like to address, Professor Marks, your question of why are we lagging so much behind? You quoted the report and our poor ranking. Just very briefly, and just a few initial reflections, is perhaps because gender emerged, particularly in the context of India, as a critical political category much later. Because if you look at our history of independence, and because we were under the colonial rule, so at one point the focus was, of course, to win the independence. And in the process of winning independence, there was also an effort to assert our uniqueness as opposed to the racial supremacy theory of the British and others, right? So there was a very conscious attempt, and this is more for the students, to assert us as one, men and women. And for example, Sarojini Naidu very famously in one of the speeches said, "I am not a feminist. I will whisper to you that I am not a feminist." But that was not the idea of feminism. Was considered to be a very, very colonial idea. And was also considered that British women, because 1920s, when we were at the peak of our independence, was also the time when there was the peak of the suffrage movement. In England, women got the right to vote in 1920. So the whole idea was there to create a very strong separation. If you look at the social reform movement in India, a big part of it was also reform, so widow remarriage, child marriage, abolition, sati abolition, but a big part of it was also revivalism. Invoking Sita and Savitri and talking about the idea of Indian womanhood. So there was a deep notion of, that men and women in India are equal and have always been equal. In fact, in the Constituent Assembly debates, when the idea of reservation for women was brought in, all the women members were opposed to the idea of reservation. And they said that, in India, we do not need special treatment. In fact, they spoke about that women fought together with men to get independence, and we do not require now special treatment. So Constituent Assembly debates, the idea of reservation was completely, declined by women. And once we got independence, an idea of the common enemy till then was the British. And we got independence, and now it is our own Indian state, and an Indian state will take care of all its citizens, men and women both. So there was no common enemy to fight against, and you see that there is a complete dissipation of the women's movement in India, actually, in the 50s and until the early 60s, because they, men and women did not see a common enemy. So the idea of gender as a critical political category emerged in the context of India much later. So the radical left movements, women started participating, late 60s, the anti-price rise movements. In fact, again, of course, 75 to 77, we had the emergency, so the early movements also suffered as a result of that. It's even in the 70s, when women started talking about, for example, wife beating, it was attributed to alcohol abuse. So domestic violence as a concept also was not attributed as a problem, because it was considered wife beating. So It is only in the 80s and early 80s and late 80s that you started getting autonomous Dalit women's movements emerging in India. So autonomous Dalit organizations came in, Dalit women's movement, Dalit women saying that, you know, the Indian women's movement is Savarna, that means it is blind to caste-based realities, and India's Dalit movement is masculine, that it is blind to gender-based realities. So from that, so I'm sorry, I'll take 30 more seconds. In the 1970s, we have the setting up of the Committee for the Status of Women in India, CSWI. CSWI gave its report in 1974, the Toward Equality Report. It was in the Toward Equality Report that for the first time we recognized that women are becoming a minority in India, not in terms of numbers, but in terms of their political presence, but in terms of their economic presence, but in terms of their social status. So the conversation in terms of women as a critical political category was only emerging at that time, and even the Toward Equality Report and CSWI rejected the idea of reservation then. To 1996, when the 73rd and 74th Constitutional Amendments Act gave 33% reservation to women in Panchayati Raj institutions and municipal governance, which happened for completely different reasons, which will take a lot more time. I will not talk about it. So the emergence of women as a critical political category took time. So we are, and then of course, you know, questions of caste and class and religion and region and other intersections with gender. So the conversations emerged in such a way that are dealing with it with gender as a critical political category. Therefore, I mean, we still don't have the 33% reservation bill is still pending in the parliament and the debate. So I think that is something that we have to be take cognizance of when we talk about gender in the Indian context. I'll stop there and trying to talk about the difference, but I'll come back later for more. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much. Frankly, I had no idea we would get an answer to the question, why is India different with respect to the gender gap? And we've had these presentations, but there must be other panelists who also want to address this question of the differences between India and the rest of the world with respect to trying to close that gender gap. Are there any other observations on this point? Yes.
Yeah, I have a little observation. I guess, you know, I'm going to just speak because I'm sure the government of India must be doing a lot of work, and the insight given by Upasana and of course our fellow panelists, it's very, very good. And, you know, what we have done, obviously, like, you know, as a multinational, and we are a British multinational, and we have actually looked at from a different perspective. You see, I mean, what we can do is, we have a two-pronged approach. One is, of course, like, you know, okay, what we can do within our area of influence as a international company in India with 92 stores, and of course a big supply base, not only in India, in Bangladesh and Sri Lanka. So essentially we see there's a lot of similarity what we see in India. That's one. The second is obviously, like, you know, the whole gamut of issues which we have seen when we have started the interventions from our perspective, and also trying to, like, you know, rally similar like-minded corporates together so that we can make a difference. So I'm going to be talking more about what we have done, but I do represent an industry which has 60% of women in the supply chain, and as a company, of course, we are I think pro-gender equality or equity for that matter. So we are 70% women in our organization. So I think we have women leaders, although if you look at maybe the news, we have the first women co-CEO in the last 134 years of our history. So that's the other thing. But I think, you know, during our, if you look at our ranks, like, you know, we do have a lot of women, you know, leading. But my area of work actually looks at how do we secure the supply chain from a risk perspective, and how do we take that proactive approach, so where we actually, like, you know, engage with both men and women. That is what we found. Like, you know, I think we can talk about things, but if you look at the practicality of it, the issues are real. And when we go to a garment factory where we have women workers working, and the circumstances and then the market forces that actually work, which actually creates the problems, it is phenomenal. The idea is how do we address it in a way which is beneficial. And as a company, we say, we believe in diversity and inclusion, but we have actually flipped it. We say inclusion in diversity. First we include, and then we look at the diversity. Because this is more complex as we can actually see. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And yes, please. You need this mic.
Thank you. Few observations. So I look across, manage close to 23 countries across Asia Pacific, and then also a number of developed countries in the world that I work with. Few observations have been that the induction of women in Indian workforce, or rather the entire South Asian or the Indian subcontinent, had been pretty late. So are we looking at the right numbers? Number one. The number two is the narrative building around it. And when I talk about the narrative building, I think it's around the way the champions are created. For the most of the rest of the world, that process started happening quite some time back, and they are much ahead of us in terms of the time frame. So if I look at any of my organizations that I've worked with, each site will have identified one or at least one or two female leaders. And they will become the spokesperson for women inclusivity and the workplace equality and those kind of things. We still don't have that much in India yet to the level that it should be. Now the question is why? Are we like a little bit late in that journey? And my feeling is, the reason also is that inherent fabric and the thread of inclusivity that we follow in India. We are very inclusive people, and you realize that when you go to the various other parts of the world and you start observing that. So, no one wants to take that podium and be the single person to talk about that stuff. So if I am there and there are 5 more senior women leaders in my company, I'll share the mic with all of them. I will not be the self-designated spokesperson for the women right in the company. And that is the difference, and that is a huge difference. Because if you don't have the identified champions at one level, the progress that is happening consistently, but at the other level, you don't have those champions who can take the mic and speak about it. So perhaps it's the narration building difference around it. From a corporate perspective, I think it is happening right now, but I think we need to use a lot of gender-neutral languages. And just not the gender-neutral, but the non-binary gender-neutral languages. And why that is important is because the image it projects, the feeling of empowerment that it creates is immensely important. So if I take a day off and being a mother for my child care, it is expected. But if my male colleague do it, everyone comes and talk about it. Nothing wrong in that, it should be promoted, but you cannot differentiate that because it gives the impression, if I am doing it, it is my emotional burden, but if my male colleague is doing it, it is something to be celebrated. Truly, is it? I don't think so. And these are those very, very small changes that we have to push, and we have to push consistently. We have to consistently fight over it. And just to build on to that point that Shama raised around the 40-year kind of milestone, I think as women, a lot of time we think in a non-binary logic, and we are very, very understanding of the fact, but there comes a point when your kids are like 8 to 10 years of the age, and if beyond that level of being the people pleaser, and that is where the unstoppability happens, if that is a word. So I will hand.
Okay, now we're going to, this was supposed to be, the first point was supposed to be a downer, because India's behind the rest of the world on this, way at the bottom, and we've got some brilliant responses to that. I'm going to move on to a second question that gives an opportunity for a more positive perspective. But I don't want to deny anybody the right to talk about this negative part. Why is India so far behind? We've had some brilliant presentations. Do anybody want to add anything on that before I move on? Maybe I'll move on to a positive side and so my second question for the panelists is that, and we should perhaps start with people from the corporate sector here, what are the major successes you have achieved in implementing your policy of gender inclusion as a component of CSR? Does this success apply both to your philanthropic CSR efforts and to internal corporate management? For example, are you satisfied with the current proportion of women in senior management and on the board of your corporation? Now, we've just heard one of the answers to the previous question that is addressing that directly, but let's hear other success stories. And if I may, I'd like to perhaps start with Roma Balwani to start us off on addressing what inclusion means not only for women, but also for persons with disability and other disadvantaged groups. Would you be willing to get us started on that and talk about, and then each one can talk about some of the things that you can brag about if you want to, but it's a lesson that can be learned. What does it look like when you do it right? What are best practices? Let's hear from some of these best practices, but let's make sure that the understanding of inclusion is broad enough, and I'd like to ask Roma to get us started on that if you would.
So I've been fortunate that I worked for two organizations, Mahindra Group and the Vedanta Group. And at Mahindra's, what I saw, for the first time I saw there was a diversity council, and that really meant that we had people from the age of 35 to the senior management, women, but we also included men in that council. And I think that was the starting point for the group. And this also led from a cultural mindset. And that also means you walk the talk, the leaders walk the talk. And I must admit and confess over here that we did see Anand Mahindra, the chairman of the group, who once said that he had a customer complaint. And the customer complaint was from a lady who wanted to buy one of the SUVs that we produce. That SUV is a Scorpio, and today we've got the latest generation Scorpio on television. And, but this was way back. I'm talking about something like 2009 or 10. And she sent a mail, and that mail was actually, it made me see red when I read that mail, because it was marked to me as well. It was marked to him and it was marked to me. And she said that I went into your outlet with my husband and I wanted to buy a Scorpio. And the lady who was attending, it was a lady who was attending, kept addressing, sir, this is the features of the Scorpio and blah, blah. And the poor gentleman, he kept saying, I'm not buying the SUV. My wife is buying the SUV. Please address all your answers to her. She has many queries. That didn't work. So they walked away from that outlet, and there was a call. And I think that riled her more. There was a call from that particular dealership, and the lady again called and said, can I speak to Mr. So-and-so? And she said, what do you want from him? So he says, he wanted to buy an SUV. So she said, let me correct you. He didn't want to buy the SUV. I wanted to buy the SUV. He doesn't like SUVs. I like driving SUVs. So she made her point quite clear. But I'd still like to talk to Mr. So-and-so because I'd like to explain that. It didn't work. She said, sorry, Mr. So-and-so is not at home, and she put the phone down. And I think that's when she picked up her laptop and sent that mail. And you won't believe, she was so upset. She says, do you want me to buy your vehicle or you don't want me to buy it? And I would like to drive it, and I'm a fan of your SUV. Why are you losing out on such good customers that you have? And I must say that Anand's response at that time, and which was a learning for everybody, because you walk the talk, you actually say that. It so happens that he's from a family where his mother was a professor, his sister is a director in the company, his wife is a known editor, his two daughters are doing very well, so that's what he wrote actually. He said in that mail, I hang my head down in shame if any of my colleagues have said this to you, and this will be rectified. And I apologize, and I would like to make sure that you buy the SUV. And you know, these are instances, they're small little narratives which make all the difference, but then you walk the talk. And from that council onwards, when we were told this, and this lady came back and she became a loyal customer, and I happened to meet her somewhere, and she said, both of you all made I called her. I said, look, I drive the SUV myself, and I'm sorry about this. So we don't mind being treated as equals, but at the same time, that's that mindset that we have to change. We have to change that narrative. And groups like Mahindra's, Tata's, all of them see this as gender neutral. They don't see this as you have to look at diversity in that context. So I think that makes the difference for us. I was just telling her that the 25-35 age group, they do have a genuine problem. They do have their home to look after. They do have many constraints. But companies today with their HR policies are giving them a lot of flexibility. And I think that helps. There are many places where we never started work from home, but companies like Mahindra's, Vedanta, they did allow that in special cases. Please understand that if we are sitting on this chair and talking to you, we've gone through the same. I mean, we've had our children, we had to look after, we had to manage. We still manage that, but I think it has to become more universal. If it becomes more universal, this will be much easier. Okay, it's good that you have, well, my stint in Norway, I was there, and like she said, that you speak amongst the women. You don't want to be the champion. When I met the Norwegian women over a cup of coffee, and they had, come to meet me because I was Indian, and that was very exotic for them, they mentioned to me, oh, you must be so busy cooking. So I said, I mean, where's this coming from? He says, see, our husbands, they grab their coffee, they go to work, they possibly grab a bite of a sandwich there, or they have their lunch in the office. I'm sure you must have got up in the morning, created a proper Indian lunch box and things like that. And I looked at her and I said, we are no different. I mean, we do it's also the cultural context and how you're perceived, and communicating that effectively is very important, because you may be an Indian, you may be coming into an international atmosphere. You've got to educate. You've got to make sure that you're proud of being an Indian woman, but at the same time, you also adapt. And you adapt, you're flexible. So these were instances that in a corporate life that you face, and in every such organization, forward-looking organization, I can tell you, we are gender neutral. We have really progressed. India has progressed. But yes, there is an issue when there is this whole family to look after, 25 to 35 years of age. How do you manage that? That still remains a challenge. Rural India looks at it differently. Urban India looks at it differently. But I think we have to see where we can shorten that gap, and that's what I think will help. But for me, I've been fortunate that organizations, and it's an Indian organization, it's not a global organization like what the gentleman mentioned, but they are taking rapid strides. One last small little example I'll give you all is the Nanhi Kali campaign, which actually started by educating the girl child. And we started that because Anand felt that if I don't do that to start with, where are we heading? If you educate a daughter, a girl child, you don't only educate the family, you educate society, you educate everybody. And I think these are the motivational CSR efforts that every organization takes, and it also creates that real narrative. So create that real narrative when you go into any organization. Be there to champion that and create that real narrative. Communication will help you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Roma. I noticed that quite a few people have just come in. So let me tell you in a in a quick word, we're addressing the question of gender inclusion, and all the panelists addressed the first question relating to why is India so far behind the rest of the world on closing the gender gap? What is CSR doing about that? We had some very interesting responses to understanding why India is falling behind, has been behind, and is continuing to be behind. But the second question that we've just started examining has to do with what are some best practices? And we've just heard an extraordinary example about how gender neutrality as a corporate policy has made a difference in a company. And as this is an example that can be emulated by other corporations. So that was our first response to the question, what is your experience? What is your best practices? What can you share with us of your success stories on gender inclusion? Who would like to go next?
Maybe
Please.
I can pick up. So thank you, Roma, for those wonderful examples. Maybe I'll start with a personal example first. I'm not an Apple user, unlike maybe many of the audiences here. I'm a die-hard Android Samsung user. So there was a new version of Samsung phone Note 20 was coming in. And I called up my usual dealer and I asked, has the new version come in? And he said, yes, it has, and it is exorbitantly priced. Maybe what you can do, and he knows our entire family, he said, maybe you can, I know your husband would be wanting to buy it, so you can buy his phone, you can take his phone and he can buy a new version. And this was the Samsung dealer that and ours is a Samsung family, and this was a Samsung dealer. We would have bought almost 8 to 10 equipments in last 5 years. That was the last time I think I bought, or we as a family bought anything from that dealer, because he effectively just cannot assume that. He cannot assume that a woman who is calling you would always take a second-hand phone from her husband and not go in for the, for the upgraded version which is out in the market. So to me, some of those instances are very relevant in the market. Having said that, I went to an automotive dealer, and the moment that guy knew that I was wanting to buy that, he stopped talking to my husband. All the follow-on calls were to me, and I'm sure that industry is changing as well. So I'm sure there are many such examples, but that's where the society will need to start changing quite regularly. All of us sitting on this dais would have phones coming in. Hello, sir, would you need a new loan coming up? So I think at some point of time we need to be forgiving, because that's generations and generations of mindset which is coming in. Now, to go back to your original question of what corporates are doing, very similar to Mahindra or Vedanta, I think Ernst & Young is an organization which believes in building a better working world. That's that's our tagline and our vision that we work on. But in addition to bringing gender neutrality, having maternity breaks, extended maternity breaks, we do have paternity breaks, which I think go hand in hand with taking care of women in that age. But I think what is very critical is, and I'm sure as many of you here and many of us on the dais would agree, women are not good in negotiation, right? So gender disparity, gender pay disparity is a huge challenge across the globe. And this is not just in India, but across the globe. And as in Ernst & Young in India, we went through a process for 5 years. It took us 5 years to come to a gender pay parity status, wherein we are now neutral in terms of our payment, in terms of our salary, whether it's a male colleague or a female colleague or other genders that we are talking of. But all those things come in over a period of time. I think one, as an organization, we need to build a long-term vision. As corporates, we need to build a long-term vision. I know many Fortune 500 companies have taken a vision till 25 or 2030 that they want to be 50-50 across all the levels. So it's a matter of decades that we all need to work towards. And equally, inclusion in terms of getting women from tier 2 or tier 3 cities is equally important, because for consulting organization like ours, work-life balance, or what we call as extended work timings, is a reality. As much as we would want to move away from it, it just doesn't go away, because our supply chain is only human capital. There's no other supply chain that we work on, right? So for us, it's very important that we go to universities in tier 2, tier 3 cities, educate women to come on workforce, have flexible work arrangements, work from home, but some of those elements have to be part of our culture every day. It has to be ingrained not just as a corporate policy, but as a work policy for us. And that's something I know consulting industry across the globe has been working. Technology comes in pretty handy. I think the kind of tools that we have now, it makes it easier. But I'll just close with one small example and maybe hand it over to other panelists. About 5 years back, we sent a lot of our colleagues out of India to go on secondments to other countries. And there was a gentleman who was waiting at the reception as soon as I entered the office at 9 o'clock in the morning. And he said, you know what, my daughter is going to UK and I'm very worried what will happen to her. She has never traveled out of Delhi on her own. I would want you to sanction an amount so that her mother can travel with her. Right? And this, we are talking of a big four, which is supposed to be one of the safest organizations. We are talking of countries which are safe to go, women-friendly countries. And I think it's all got to do with what our mindset is, right? We need to unlearn many things before we say we are equal in our mindset. And if I may put up a very controversial comment here, I think as Indians, we are very impressionable. We are impressionable to what what my neighbor is doing, but equally impressionable to what Bollywood, Tollywood as an industry does to us. And I'm sorry to pick that point, but I think that's very logical because we paint women as larger than life human beings. They are not larger than life human beings, and that's where unfortunately I've seen many of the women colleagues in our industry suffering with that guilt of, I need to be a good worker, I need to be a good mother, I need to be a good daughter. And poor girl, that lady, she couldn't go on her secondment because her father just didn't allow her to go. So there are instances of impressions that we create, because if my daughter goes out of India, she's going to go in an open economy, what would the world say? This is what I saw, this is what is happening. So we'll have to unlearn many things and also be becoming more confident of ourselves and less impressionable. I don't think corporates can do a lot there. It's for each one of us in our individual ways that we should be doing. But I'll just stop here and maybe hand it over to...
Okay. I mean, no, but you go ahead. I think this part of the panel is speaking quite a bit. So Ranjeev first.
Thank you. As a corporate, I'll just respond, I think. All right, so I'll just bring a little different dimension here. As I said earlier, as a company, I don't know, all of you wear clothes here, right? And those of you who have traveled abroad must have gone to our stores, eaten food, M&S food. Okay. Most of you, I'm just assuming that you are here, you wear a clothes. Have you ever thought, who makes those clothes? Have you ever thought from a cotton, how it ends up in your wardrobe? So this is what I'm talking about, from a perspective of supply chain, and also what are the risks as a multinational, and how do we actually address that, risk, and also what can we actually do about it as a company within our own dimension. So that is the approach we take. And then, I think we approach this subject through two dimensions. One is, of course, being an Indian company listed in India, so that, of course, we are under that 2% CSR law. The other is, of course, being a responsible corporate citizen, what can we do to capacity build our supply chain? So that is where the business money comes in. So there is something called Plan A. Again, I'm expecting you do not know about it, because we call it Plan A because there is no Plan B. So there's a document which we have come in. You can Google search it. So there we have made around 100 commitments, right from environment to equality to community to, net zero. So as a company, we are talking about being net zero in 2040. And climate change, when we look at climate change, we have both gender as well as, carbon footprint, for example, to look at. So the scope 3 comes from the supply chain. So what we did about it, so obviously I'll just narrow down to what we are doing on the gender equality front. So we did a risk analysis. We actually consulted an international consultancy firm just like EY, but they are not here. So they did a country-wise risk mapping. And in India, we found 3 big risks. The first was related to gender inequality. Second was modern day slavery. And the third was, again, focused on environment, health and safety. So when we looked at gender equality, so we did a little mapping. And what we found was, we approached the problem from 3 perspectives. The first was looking at the lack of awareness. So there is a lot of normalized behavior, in our society. That's what she was mentioning about, right? Assuming that, what should be the role of a woman. So obviously, so that's why we attacked it. So we said, okay, fine. So we said, okay, why don't we also start engaging with men? Because the problem is, in our enthusiasm to address this issue, we end up maybe putting all the rights and responsibilities on women, so that the whole responsibility comes on them to assert their rights. The idea is also to maybe talk to men also, educate them. So that is the approach we took. When we talk to them, suddenly a lot of these men, they didn't actually realize that what they were doing, it was just a normalized behavior. Because as a child, they grew up understanding that, right? So that was one. Second was accountability. Now the question is, we stay in a gender unequal society, right? But we go to institutions. We are part of educational institutions. We are part of corporates. So when we go there, it is the institution's responsibility to uphold those rights. So accountability. So we looked at policies and procedures of all the suppliers within our company. So that was the second step. And the third is the responsiveness. If you look at, I think most businesses from an India perspective, they are owner-driven businesses, right? What happens is, I have always seen it, that it's always that, okay, fine, you talk about equality, you talk about rights, you talk about issues, it's for others. As an owner, of course, I am above it. So am I responsive to it? As an owner, am I responsive to it? So this was a 3-pronged approach. And then last but not the least, once we actually embarked upon it, the other thing we also thought was, and the whole thought process behind the Panchayati Raj, which you talked about, I think the core element of that was that, have enough women. I think it's women who will understand women, right? So have enough women out there who would then actually really fight for the rights. That's where the affirmative action, not actually from the political meaning of it, because I think it has got different dimensions from caste and creed and others, but affirmative action from a perspective of gender equality was embarked upon. So as a company, what we did was that 25% of our supply chain would have 25% of women in managerial roles. So that is something which we are actually working on it. It's one of the commitments of Plan A 2025, which we are slowly working on it. But as we say, we cannot change the world alone. So we are actually now approaching it with some another dimension in which we are also talking to non-sectoral partners. So there are enough corporates out there, they have plethora of CSR funds. How do we come together and join forces? So as a company, actually we are talking about targeting maybe 1 million women in a couple of years, where we are actually looking at a plethora of things. Just by saying that, okay, we want to achieve gender equality, we have to also look at, the different areas where we can actually empower a lady, for example. Financial inclusion, that is one of the biggest thing, which actually is not there at this moment. So we are looking at that aspect. Maybe we can also look at maybe connecting the individual women to the government schemes. That is maybe, the lack of awareness there. The other part is health. How many people talk about women's health? I think it has got into a very different dimension at all. And then, of course, teaching them leadership skills. The hesitation. Because at times when we also when we were looking at the people, a lot of these women, they did not want to take up managerial roles, because they thought, again, from a managerial, I think the normalized behavior perspective, that okay, if I become a supervisor in a garment factory, I have to shout. So the idea is that, how do we actually dehumanize the people, that's very, very important. So that is the other approach we took. And, parallelly, what we also did was we aligned our CSR projects. We have done a lot of work. I can actually go on and on, but what I'll do is I'm just mentioning the basics and the approach. So what we did was we used our CSR project to actually align to our international goals. So that is what we did, and that's why in the CSR project, we actually looked at community health. So maybe when the next questions come in, I can talk more about it.
Thank you very, very much. That was extremely rich on what you've done to try to address all of those issues of the mindset and your plan A and your goal of 25% women in management and all of that. It's an extraordinarily rich array of efforts on the part of the company that is addressing a complex issue of social values and changing in behavioral patterns. What other cases, examples would the panel like to share with us? Please.
I can maybe segue because Ranjeev started with a very interesting question about Marks and Spencer and the supply chain, and for most of us we've had tea today. Some of us have. I know Lisa, who came to pick me up in the morning, didn't get her cup of tea because she started at 5 a.m. But yeah, tea is primarily first picked by women. And when you think of the Indian farmer, you think of a man. You think of the hardship of the man toiling in bright sunshine on a land that has been watered and fed by his ancestors, and that's what you think. But that's also the reality of many Indian women. Not in rooms like this, not in air-conditioned environments, not necessarily being able to afford that Scorpio, maybe not even having access to a cell phone. I used to visit my grandmother in Muradabad, and we used to have someone who was called Billu ki Ma, who used to work for her, and she'd also helped with my dad growing up, and I realized that for 3 generations of my family, we did not know this woman's name. We had addressed her and assigned an identity to her that was associated with her child, son, perhaps her husband, perhaps a brother or a father. That is the reality of the country we currently stay in. Now those people, it is not just women like us who need access to finance, access to health, access to resources, right? It is also women like that who need a bank account. How are you going to tell a woman who knows of herself as Billu ki Ma to open a bank account? She's going to defer to her husband, brother, son, or somebody to fill out that form for her. The other challenge is the intersectionality piece, and I think Upasana sort of referenced it in what she was saying. I think it's critical to understand that gender is not one pillar in itself only. Gender intersects with multiple themes. It underlines access. It underlines health. It underlines things like gender-based violence. It underlines safety. And all of those things then become critical in how we tie up the earlier question of environmental, social, and governance risks, both as a country as well as companies and corporates, right? Do we prevent gender-based violence at the workplace? How are we addressing that? How do we look at diversity and inclusion from beyond the lip service and the tokenism to actually building out diversity and inclusion pieces where women leaders like Roma, like Shama are recognized, but also women who don't come from the privilege that we do. I say this with great humility. I'm extremely privileged to be sitting here, to be able to speak in a language that is not fundamentally my own. I think all those are privileges that I'm acutely aware of because, well, I've had access. And for most women in India, that may or may not be a reality. So I think the role of corporates, and I say this, in fact, and again, Ranjeev was asking this question just before I handed him the mic, and he said, are you a corporate? And no, I'm not a corporate, but I lead an NGO that works with policy think tanks. So we work with the Niti Aayog. My NGO is called SPRF. And I work with a Dutch headquartered Stichting, which is a consortium of government funding. So it's funded by the Dutch, the Swedish, and the Swiss governments. And I see that difference in the way that we talk, the language we speak. Shama mentioned the gender neutral and gender inclusive language. And at some point, it has to move from intentionality to transformation. I think that is something that we're all working towards in our own ways, and I'm sure Subrajati will be championing this also at UNICEF. But I do recognize that there is that need to make those switches, and it starts right here. It starts at college. It starts when you start treating everyone as an equal, where you don't necessarily, you have a no-nonsense attitude. So kudos to you guys as well. But here's also looking at you guys, because you have the responsibility of taking some of this forward. I can sit back and teach now. But it's on you guys, really.
Thank you very, very much. I'm going to give you the floor right away. I just can't resist saying, though, that we've heard the purpose of this question was to look at what are the success stories in gender inclusion in the context of CSR and of SDG 5. And we've been hearing from the corporate sector, but we're right into the think tanks and non-governmental sector and so on, and that therefore it is probably very useful, and you just incited us to do so. What would be the stories, the approach, and the successes of an institution like UNICEF, and Upasana, if you can, after UNICEF, to maybe say something about what a university does to put its action where its mouth is with regard to gender inclusion. But let's first start with UNICEF.
Thank you. I think very, very strong points made by all Roma, Shama, Sanjeev, and Neha. I just want to add something in which UNICEF has realized, and it's been at the forefront. So any programs which UNICEF does has a gender lens to it, and it's primary that we have women and girls first when we do our programming for any of the programs, be it protection, be it education, be it inclusion, be it on health. But I also want to get a very nice example of how CSR or how company practices can actually influence. So one of the things which we realized over the last few years is that advertising has great influence, especially in children. And if we see, many of these gender stereotypes are actually reinforced by advertisements. So we will always, when we look at a rice ad, we'll see a woman cooking, or if it's a car ad, we'll see a man driving. So we recently worked with the Advertising Standards Council of India to actually, they have around 150 members who are the people making the advertisement. So we said that we need to change the story, we need to change the script. We reached out to them, they came out with a set of guidelines for gender sensitivity. Because, as somebody has just mentioned, we are so influenced by Bollywood, influenced by what we see, audiovisual media, advertising, and all these media can go a large way in actually tackling gender stereotypes and reinforcing that. If you would have seen around, I think last year or 2 years back, suddenly there was an ad which came from Cadbury, which actually reversed the role of the woman playing cricketer and her boyfriend or male friend being very happy about it, and which was the opposite of the ad which they had done 20 or 30 years back in the 90s. So that actually shows that and it was appreciated and loved by many people. So that shows that it takes a very conscious effort on corporates, not only in their CSR but also in their internal policies and practices to promote that.
Okay, thank you very, very much. And I can't resist, since we're hearing from a UN agency, that of course UN Women, and across the spectrum of UN agencies, there's been enormous leadership on implementing such things as the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, but many other activities. And so the final sector we'll look at before we move on from what are the efforts to achieve gender inclusion will be the university sector. What can we learn from the experience of JGU?
Well, I'll try and answer that, but before that I just wanted to say two things to respond to the... one is, I think all of these terms, equality, empowerment, they're very treacherously simple terms. I mean, really, one would assume that what is there not to understand? We all want to be equal, but equal to whom? Right? And I don't think, and that perhaps comes in your idea of intersectionality, that idea of equality is not as simple as it sounds. And I agree with you when you talk about advertisement and consciousness, but I think most of the people who are making these ads, even when they want to be conscious, are also rooted in the realities of the world that they live in. So therefore, for instance, a few years back, an ad came out to celebrate womanhood and to talk about empowerment. So it was, I forget the brand, it was an ad for a dishwashing soap. And, the lady is washing soap, dishes the whole day, the entire family is dirtying the dishes, it's going on, and she's smiling and washing and smiling and washing, but there's a limit to how much you can smile and wash, and then finally the husband is saying, let's go out for ice cream, and she can't go because, there are more dishes to wash, and then somebody says, who, dirties all these dishes, and they're like, oh, we do. And the tagline of the advertisement is, and I'll say it in Hindi and then in English, ek bartan kam ganda kare, dirty one dish less. Now, it is highly problematic because it's not questioning the sexual division of labor. It's not saying that it is not the woman's job to be doing the dishes from morning to evening. It's saying that to empower the woman is that dirty one dish less. Sometimes I really think that the road to hell is paved with good intentions, and I think it is much more dangerous to put across sublime messages which are rooted in sexual division of labor in the name of empowerment. And that is, I can deal with on-the-face misogyny and sexism when it is normalized and it's packaged to me as empowerment. I think that is much more problematic. And I think all of us, and particularly the branding corporate world, will have to become much more conscious. And I think, therefore, the connected comment is that we have to, I am at least, and I think we need to all collectively become wary of neutrality. Gender neutrality is well and good in a world which is gender equal in all its sense. Neutrality can often become blindness. In the context of, even if you look at policies, whether it is even a government policy, often terms like people and community are used. These are supposed to be gender neutral terms. We've engaged with the community. Now, who is the community? Who in the community did you engage with? So I think to become conscious of the fact, and I'm borrowing from Naila Kabir because I really find this very, very powerful. She calls it linguistic disguise for conceptual inadequacies. And I think we have to be very, very conscious of linguistic disguise for conceptual inadequacies. Often terms like neutral become a way of packaging blindness, and we have to be very, very conscious of that. And that is true. I forgot what the question that was asked to me. Yes, universities, a lot is being done, but a lot needs to be done. I don't want you to misquote me, but so you can look it up. I looked it up a while back, but I believe out of the 54 or so central universities that we have, less than 7 have female vice chancellors. The number of women in teaching positions is much higher than the number of women in positions of leadership in universities. At Jindal Global University, we are trying to change that by bringing in more women into positions of leadership, by bringing in women both in administrative leaderships and academic leaderships, but I do believe there is still a long way to go. For that, I think, the point that is dangerous, and it's something that we need to pay heed to, is the fact that the number of women in higher education is increasing in India. including the STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, but number of women in paid employment has been steadily declining. So that tells you something about the fact that educated women are not seeking paid employment. I'm not even going to the unpaid care work and other issues that has already been addressed. So I think that is something that needs to be looked at, and many other points about providing structural support mechanisms. And I think often gender inclusivity becomes a way of adding women and stirring. Like just add woman and stir, and that become gender inclusive. So you would have panel where there are 5 men and there's 1 woman, which is not the case, luckily, in this one. But adding women and stirring kind of approach and very top-down approaches of gender inclusivity, I think, is highly problematic. There has to be structural support mechanisms that needs to be created at multiple levels. And the final thing that I want to say is that we've all highlighted how complex the problem of gender inequality is, combined with intersectionality and others. So, of course, to expect only corporates or only one aspect of the way things are to address it would be like asking to treat cancer with Band-Aid. I don't think that is desirable or possible. It has to be a multi-pronged approach. We can't, it's like a chicken and egg. You can't wait for the societal mindset to change so that your policies work. And your many policies will not work because the society is so deeply and intrinsically patriarchal and hierarchical. It has to be multi-pronged. And we have to just keep doing it, and at some point hope that things will change. I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you so much. There's so much to think about there, and I want to remind the audience that we will at 12:15 be opening this up for your questions, so be thinking about them there, that including such things as that concept of gender neutrality can become blindness. What does that really mean? How do you apply that? What are the experiences we can learn? How do you implement these policies of gender inclusion that are not just artificial, superficial efforts to achieve change, but are more profound? And I'd like to move on now, if I may, to a question that probably our friends from the corporate sector are in the better position to answer, which is that we have the privilege of having on this podium people from a variety of sectors, of industrial sectors, from the agricultural sector, from the garment sector, from the financial advice sector, and so on. The question I'd like to put to you now is whether or not the gender inclusion approach, and we've also just heard from the perspective of universities and so on, is there a difference in how you approach gender inclusion from different sectors? And we've already heard elements of this already, and I do want to start with you on this from the agricultural sector. What are the principal differences in approach to gender inclusion from the perspective of these widely different sectors of the economy, whether it's agriculture, as I said, or the garment industry, and so on? And if we can start with Anuja Kadyan to get us started on this reflection. This will be one of the briefer questions, I think. Maybe I'm wrong, and we'll find out that there really is a lot to learn from this. And then we'll move on to a final question before we open it up to your questions. Please go ahead.
Thanks. So I think from an agricultural sector perspective, there is this image of an Indian farmer who is predominantly male, who is, plowing or, harvesting or something like that. Or, if you want to give it an image of more prosperity, he'll be using the farm equipments and all. But if we look at the data, majority of the farms in India are the small holding farmers. The challenge there is, that and no one talks about it, is that it's the female who actually work there, and these are the female farmers. They do all the work, they take all the decisions, but they don't have a direct interface in the decision making. So what that means is that it will be the male in the family who will decide that what seeds to use, when to do the crop protection and what kind of at what time you should harvest and take to the market. And they will delegate it to the females in the family or the landless laborers and those kind of thing to do it. So, that creates a lack of equilibrium in the power. So what we have been doing is, we have been working at Corteva with 12,000 female farmers in Bihar and Chhattisgarh, where it's all about education and training, where we are reaching out to them directly and training them, giving them the latest material, making sure that they understand not only the hows, but the whys of the stuff. And this is one angle to it. The other thing is, when I was at Rolls-Royce, and which is like extremely niche aerospace and defense firm, very high technology area, aerospace engineering continues to be one of the most niche and the sought after engineering branches. There, the challenge was slightly different, and the challenge was around the leaky pipeline that happens from the enrollment at the high school level to the research and development, to actually going into the workforce and getting a paid job against it. Intervention there has to be done at a very different level. It's not about education and training. These are the people who are already coming from a quasi or full-fledged privileged background, but they are still not sure of themselves to take up those high-paying jobs. And aerospace and defense is actually a very high-paying area, because the gross domestic economic value addition for the sector is 2.5 times, which is highest. The next one is a semiconductor, which is 2.25. And this is the kind of numbers we are talking of. There, the intervention we were doing was more around the mentoring and the allyship. So we launched a scholarship program for the undergrad female students who take up some 5 or 6 different engineering branches, and it was not just the monetary help, but it was also around showing them that what good looks like. Because it is very important to know that when you are not being treated fairly, and how do we do that? Only when we know what good looks like. And to my surprise, and I never expected it, for my employee engagement piece of it, we launched the mentorship program. And the maximum feedback, the positive feedback we received were from my male employees. And the reason for that was, all of the colleagues turned around and said that, I have seen my sister or my niece or someone else, a female family member, who is very good at this, but she's just not sure of it, because she turns around and say, everyone goes for a smoke break, for example. I don't want to smoke, and I just get left behind in that conversation. So why should I be part of an industry where I'm not treated equally, because there's a tacit balance around it? So we started mentoring around 500 women in the similar areas, which was more around the mentoring pieces and those kind of things. So, and when I look back in my journey as a professional, I came from a very similar thought process, where I thought that women empowerment can only happen if there is a financial independence, if there's information, if there is education around it. But that was more like the blue collar versus white collar kind of thing. And when I came to the A&D industry, I started realizing it was happening at even a larger level. The question to self was, is it like truly an imbalance, or it is a simply power play at a psychological level, where even a very, very strong and capable female engineering manager is not given a project just because of no valid reason? And how to take that fight and that discussion to a very, very different level. How to build that consensus and allyship that something like this is not acceptable. And this is a daily struggle for a lot of females in tech sector, where it happens routinely. So what to do around it? But again, coming back to Stephen's question, I think these interventions will happen at very different levels, because the value chain implications are very different. It could be at the top of the pyramid, it could be at the bottom of the pyramid, it could be a requirement of information dissemination and empowerment, financial inclusion, or it could just be a matter of mentoring and giving that allyship over there, where people know that you are not the only one. There are more like you, and you can go and talk to them. You will not be marginalized because of that. So perhaps it's also a matter of taking that fear out of the brain and also be ready to hear a no. Just go out and ask. So I had my 3 mentors, mentees that I worked with, and my only recommendation to them all the time was just go out and ask that question. The maximum that will happen is your manager will say no. So whether it's a raise, whether it's a new project, whether it's just going on a holiday and making sure that you don't have to look at your emails, simple asks. No one thinks about it, but someone to just give that extra nudge and say, just go do it, don't worry about it. The maximum worst that will happen is someone will say no, and it will be the status quo. It's not going to go down from there. So.
Okay, thank you very much. So there's some insights from the experience in agriculture and in aerospace and so on. And let's see if we can hear from financial consulting and garment industry. Are there any specific dimensions that reflect your field? Garment industry, what's going on?
Well, I mean, garment has an element of agriculture too, because garments are made from cotton, and then we have this whole thing about man-made polyester, viscose, the sustainable way of buying stuff, yeah, so on and so forth. But yeah, I mean, I think, what was the biggest challenge I saw in the garment industry is, again, and it's what I've seen is region specific. So if I talk about, let's say, north of India, the biggest issue I find is they have very few women workers. And if I go to south of India, you have more women workers, but then all male supervisors. Again, because, so how do we actually, how did we approach this issue? Again, using, our approach on that accountability and then awareness and responsiveness. But the other dimension also was the whole issue of migrant workers. So there has been a lot of migration that's happening from East India to actually South India, for example. So their whole issue of labor availability. So for example, garments were first made in Manchester, isn't it? Now I think they are made here, and then of course it's in Bangladesh, in Sri Lanka. So I mean, this is a labor intensive industry. So the issues are very different, and then they are complicated issues, and there are a lot of dimensions. So gender just becomes cross-cutting, that's the word, right? So that's why we also had a plethora of other approaches to look at it. So that's why we thought, okay, maybe we could look at in manufacturing sites intervention. That was again capacity building of our supply base, training them, interacting with them, but also looking at the community approach. So we did a little experiment, which is called, there's a place called Muhammadpur. Have you heard about this? Which is an urban village outside of Gurgaon. And Gurgaon is a millennial city, and then when you reach that village, the first time we went there was 2016, and when we went there, we saw women there, and they were all in Ghungat. And it was strange because, there were unwritten rules. So if an elder is standing, the women are not supposed to stand, and if the elder is sitting, the women were supposed to stand. They were not sitting on the chair. So that was the challenge. We did a need assessment. What we did was, the intervention was never, of course, a rights-based approach. It cannot be, because we'll be thrown out right away. Being an international company, obviously it becomes political. But what we did was, the intervention was health. So we started getting into, the health dimension. And I think within 1 year, we set up a wellness center there. We set up a psychologist there. And suddenly we found plethora of issues. At the same time, we started engaging with the men. Engaging with both the genders is so important, because what happens is, if you disconnect one gender from the other, the other becomes an impediment. So we were little inclusive in that approach, wherein we started with connecting them with government schemes, helping them with the pension funds. But when we were actually discussing with the psychologists, and the psychologists started interacting with the people, we found horror stories of rape, child sexual abuse, harassment. So how did we approach that? Obviously, it was through counseling. We started giving them counseling. We also set up a livelihood program. So what has happened is 6 years from now, I'm so proud to say that, you know, the women, they have started donning aprons. See, there are small little wins. And what our approach has always been that, you know, we invest in a impactful pilot, which can be then scaled up and taken up by other industry partners. And also maybe, like, you know, now we are discussing with the government. Now this has gone to, in fact, like, you know, 5 countries, including Africa. So this is where we are at this moment, and looking forward. In fact, the livelihood plugin, which we call it, we looked at from a, you know, environment also. So what we did was we actually embarked upon our largest hanger recycling program. So where what happens is all the hangers which you do not take as customers from our stores, earlier they were actually hauled all the way to Daman. Look at the carbon footprint it will have, right? I mean, and those hangers were repurposed and again sent it back. So what we did was we said, okay, fine, let us, so the CSR project became a hub of our hanger repurposing unit. So we recruited women from the community and they were empowered, they sorted, and then in fact, I think we have generated wages worth of around 78 lakhs till now, saved around 5,820 pounds of carbon till now. So which is again a continuous process in the making. And looking at the success, we are also setting up a big hanger warehouse, which will be run by that particular NGO. So this is, you know, I think the story I wanted to share with you. And then the health benefits have been fantastic. We have a 300% of ROI, speaking corporate language, but yeah, I mean, that actually, like, you know, made a big difference to the women. And there are innumerable amount of individual success stories, which I can, like, you know, keep on and on and on. But I thought, like, you know, at a 30,000 feet height, this is what we did in India. So that, thank you.
I thought that was extremely what about the financial sector? Is there any insights from that about how you address gender inclusion?
Sure, couple of things. I think I take a good example that Ranjeev shared on the mental health. So one of the things, at least I think about 1.5 decades back, that we realized in this industry, especially consulting industry is, or financial services is, it's easy to get women at the entry level. But the reason they don't move to mid-level is, one is what we discussed earlier, the age bracket. Another one, which is very critical, is their confidence to take decisions, right? Because the more you move towards mid-management, the more you move towards senior management, their confidence to take decisions was very difficult. So there are specific programs, and I know not only in Ernst & Young, but other financial services, banking, insurance industry, wherein we groom women, especially high potential, high performance women, to take up larger leadership roles. But also that's a specific intervention for a period of 12 months, 24 months, where they're given specific trainings, there are mentors that would you know, take them through that journey. I mean, I personally, because I've been part of this industry now for 25 years, I've had multiple mentors, and mentors which are not just women, but also men. Because it's equally important to understand the viewpoint of where that difference lies. And at times it's just our way of our own biases that I am being judged upon because I'm a woman. More often than not, that's not the case, right? So I think those kind of mentorship programs are critical. There are mental health helplines which are available in the corporate sector, especially in the financial services, because these are like high pressure jobs where clients would expect everything as of yesterday. You're talking of big transformations and big ROIs on all the transformation projects that we require. So those interventions are critical, alongside a huge emphasis on making sure we have women's circles across geographies, not just within the same jurisdiction or India, but across multiple regions or multiple nations is what we work on. I think we can go, the list goes on, but you know, I'm conscious of time and maybe other panelists here from other sectors.
Thank you very much indeed, in that there really is a difference in the way different sectors address questions of inclusion. And you mentioned conscious of time. I made a mistake earlier. I said we were timing this to end the panel presentations at 12:15 so you could ask questions. Actually, the program has us going a bit longer than that, so we do have more time for the panelists. If there's anybody else who wants to discuss the question of how approaching gender inclusion differs from one sector to another, if not, I'll go on to the next question. Yes, you want to add something on that? Please go ahead.
I just wanted to add the way UNICEF looks at gender inclusion at the workplace, because we don't work too much at the workplace, we have a limited approach towards it. But we look at a set of 4 policies which we call the family-friendly policies. And this is not only for gender inclusion, but also for enabling the mothers over there. So we say that organizations should have fair wages, not only fair wages, but fair and equal wages for parents. There should be child care at the workplace. I think that's a norm by the Indian government also, that any organization with X number of employees needs to have child care at the workplace. There has to be maternity and paternity leave. Paternity leave is not mandated by law in India, but maternity leave is. And unfortunately, I think Ranji was there when we were discussing it around a few months back, when it's seen that there's a lot of drop-off which happens from the workforce, even as Shama mentioned, during those periods. So, kind of that is a positive policy. And of course, the 4th is breastfeeding breaks at the workplace. See, one of the most biggest insecurities that young mothers have is who or how will their children be fed if they are working on the shop floor or in the office. And even the government mandates that for every 2 hours of work, a woman gets 15 minutes of break to feed her child who is at the workplace. So, and the 4th is of course child benefits, to positively promote, that mothers and fathers to work. If there are some sort of child benefits which are given by an organization, monetary benefits, it encourages, mothers to keep working as, in that 25 to 35 year period which was mentioned by others. Yeah.
Okay, splendid, splendid. We're now going to move on to a question that I'd like to invite the audience to take a breath first of all and begin to think, okay, it's time to think large question issue. We've been hearing some fascinating stories about what different institutions, organizations, corporations have done to take gender inclusion seriously and so on. The question I'd like to ask now, and I'd like the audience to reflect on this as well, is what is the deeper motivation behind this? Are these efforts in response to legislation that requires it, in response to corporate image to try to generate a public relations campaign that will attract more customers? Is this primarily devoted to the bottom line? After all, why do companies exist? They exist to generate profits. Why do they engage in activities such as gender inclusion or corporate social responsibility? Is that to improve their image, or is it something deeper? Let me put it this way. Do CSR policies in India relating to gender inclusion reflect an awareness of the nature of patriarchy and inequalities between men and women as power relations, as a sociological and historical understanding of these power relations? Or are they based on a more general interest in increasing shareholder value and in complying with legislation? In other words, is gender inclusion a matter mainly of public relations, or does an awareness of power relations and social injustice motivate corporate leaders to promote gender inclusion? And from what you've heard earlier, it's obvious that I'm going to turn to Upasana to address this, because this is directly along the lines of what she was alluding to earlier of addressing these power relations. And then I would, if you agree, ask Upasana to share her thoughts on this issue, followed perhaps by Neha Simlai, because she can discuss perhaps the concept of the triple bottom line, which I found fascinating. But Upasana, do you want to get us started on this?
Sure. I wouldn't like to assume that it would be merely for, I mean, of course, there is the aspect of profit, and we have all our corporate colleagues, not corporate colleagues, but colleagues from the corporate world sitting here. My first instinct wouldn't be to assume that it would only be for a profit or an image. Of course, a profit or an image, or to be able to build public relations, is something that helps a corporate. But I'm sure that many of these corporates would be able to make the kind of profit that they want to make, even without having to do what they are striving to do. So I wouldn't assume the worst in human behavior, and I would assume that there is perhaps a desire to contribute and give back to society. I will start from that. Second is there an awareness of in these policies and of how deeply patriarchal the society is? I'm sure there is, but I think there's a greater need to be aware of how deeply patriarchal we all are. I think that we are not somehow above the societal realities. We are somehow not above the stereotypes or the deeply entrenched beliefs about gender norms and others that exist in society. So I think, I would urge two things. One is to be constantly be able to be self-reflective and understand how our own policies and programs and thought processes may be rooted in deeply intrinsic patriarchal belief systems. Men, women, and all genders alike. It's not like men are patriarchal and women are not. That we are all equally complicit in expounding certain set of belief systems which are, so deeply rooted in desirable and non-desirable gendered behavior. So that is one. Two, I think I really appreciated Ranjeev's point of that men have to be ally in this process. It cannot be. It is not a project that can be successful without working with men. I want to give you an example. When the Grameen Bank experiment was done in the context of Bangladesh, microcredit to women becoming economically more powerful and empowered, if not powerful is not the word. In around 2000s, there are a few studies that came out that showed that women, while we're becoming more and more economically empowered, the cases of domestic violence were rising. Now, one way of looking at it is, oh, look at these horrible, terrible men doing domestic violence of women. But the other, and I think more nuanced way of looking at it is that men are equally victims of patriarchy as women and other genders are. So if there are existing stereotypes and norms about women being the caregivers, or women being the second sex, there are also existing norms about men being the breadwinners, that it is the man who wears the pants in the house, and vis-a-vis also the public space. So it becomes increasingly difficult for also men to not play the role of the breadwinner in the family. It is also very, churiya pehna hai kya kind of a situation that one encounters. So therefore you cannot not work equally with men and understand how, one has to work with that in order to be able to seek long-term solutions and not sort of stopgap measures in terms of gender empowerment. I wanted to say one more thing which I cannot, yes. The third thing is that, when we say gender is intersectional and that women lead intersectional lives in terms of caste, class, religion, region, etc., so are men. Right? So are not all men are empowered in the same way. There are also, hierarchies and hegemonic masculinities that operate both within the private and public spheres. So one has to be conscious of all of that. And I think one of that social responsibility, whether it comes from corporates or otherwise, to be conscious, to be reflective, and to not think oneself as over and beyond the existing social norms and realities. Yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you very, very much. Neha, would you like to
Yeah, sure.
reflect a bit on some of these themes? And then we'd like everybody else, all the other panelists, to join in.
Also, yeah, and thank you, Upasana, because I think that is quite an interesting segue, because I was also, I honestly want to believe that no corporate is disinterested in a just and sustainable or regenerative future. I honestly don't think any of us would want to sort of ride on just a PR campaign, or I want to believe that diversity and inclusion is not just lip service. So that's out of the way. I think just a point of reflection actually on what Subrajati had said early in the morning, or earlier in the morning. When we started working, and I was at the Federation of Indian Chambers of Commerce and Industry, when we started working on revisions to the Companies Act and the CSR rules, and a lot of work actually went into distinguishing social responsibility from philanthropy and charity. And it again speaks to that whole point of the triple bottom line that we sort of started referencing and alluding to in all our conversations earlier. You do need to put into perspective profit as a corporate, but link it with people and the planet. So when I said just and sustainable or regenerative future, you are thinking about justice in the context of not just your own employee base, but also your customer base. And then you're looking at regenerative or sustainable in the context of your supply chains, but also where you are adding value as a corporate entity. It could be in financial services, but also in the garment sector, but also in agriculture, and across the board really. So and I come back to that Bangladesh Grameen Bank example. I'm one of the only Indian women to have surveyed the entire coast of Bangladesh. I was on a boat for 45 days, and it was a very life of pi sort of situation. And it was a boat with 17 men. And each of those men are today friends, and completely different, social backgrounds, some with completely different linguistic backgrounds. There was someone from Chittagong, and I could barely understand his Bangla, but all allies, each serving in their own way to empower me with no matter, and empowerment doesn't come only from education. It would be remiss for me not to say this. It doesn't only come from awareness. It comes from just recognition of who you are and situating yourself in a certain situation. So on that fishing boat, and why I brought up that example, I can't steer a boat. I wouldn't know how to swim in the open sea. But these are people from the fishing community. These are men who have worked on fishing boats for over 20 years. So when I look to them for allyship also. I look to them for support, and I look to them to empower me to become a better person just on that boat, to ensure that growth is a collective activity for that boat, or progress, or research. I think the last point that I want to maybe reflect upon is also that a lot of policies and measures that we're now undertaking to study need more evidence. They need more data points. A lot of what the work that we're doing, fortunately or unfortunately, remains in the anecdotal space. simply because of what Upasana mentioned earlier, that the identity of gender is only coming into discussion and deliberation now, more strongly. So there is still need to build on data points, on evidence-based research that can inform policy in order to enable it to deliver better. So I'll stop there, maybe.
Thank you very much. Let's hear from other panelists on this challenging question. Are you doing this for the bottom line, to comply with legislation? Is there a deep sense of justice, a deeper sense of societal power relations? What's really going on here?
Being a communicator myself, I can say that while you have to see them and not see them in silos, you have to see, yes, there is a shareholder value, yes, there is a profit quotient to it, yes, there is a PR value to it. Please don't discount all of it, because it builds a responsible brand. So if you're going into that part of your career, you will need to recognize that. You will need to say, how do you balance it? But it has to be credible communication of the actual work that has been done. If you're going to just go and do lip service, or you're going to do these kind of advertising that really are not reflecting the actual culture or the work ethics of that organization, there are people outside who know what is going on. So don't take the audience, that they will not recognize what you do and what you say. So I think that kind of credibility that you build in your communication, in your PR campaign, in your brand building is equally vital. And gender diversity is a topic which always enhances an organization's value, and we can't discount that. It does help. I'll just go to that one bit that you talked about, that when we're talking about gender diversity, we also have to look at them with the lens of disability, and you did say that, talk about that. I must say that that has been something that has been neglected. It is part of the 2% that you can support disability, and that is really not recognized. And mind you, it's also part of our Indian Constitution, that you can help people with disability, but it needs people to rally. It needs people to bring that out. So I think I'm trying to do that in a small way, and looking at the deaf and dumb and how they are looking at, go to the schools. They don't even have any way a sign language that they can really be educated. So I think it's an uphill task for me, but if I can change one child, which I am doing, I think all of us should take that pledge and try. But the larger question that you said, that is it stakeholder, is it PR, it is all of it. Let's be real, it is all of it.
Thank you, Roma, and I would fully agree, it's all of it. I fundamentally believe I have been running a couple of schools for kids from fringe communities. There is a need to give back to society, but equally as corporates and all of us represent organizations in different shapes and forms, it's equally important to run corporates for profits. That's how economies are run. That's how countries are made. So let's not shy away from the fact that profit making is part of what we do, right? Having said that, there are two fundamentals to it. One, we operate in a society. None of the corporates would operate in isolation, be it universities, be it NGOs, be it corporates. We all operate in a society. So we give and take back from the society. So that's the first part of it. The second part of it is when we're talking of inclusions, and inclusions of any kind, gender is just one kind of it. Disability is another kind, and there are multiple areas of it. The regional disparities, I think that's a big topic to address, especially for a vast country like India. I think it's also about increasing the workforce that we are bringing in. That's equally important, because today, women represent 50% of what the society is. I mean, give and take that percentage, 2% here or 2% there. If we don't naturally get them out to the workforce, we are missing a major chunk of who could be our future leaders, who could be our future workers. Having said that, I would not believe any organization, and I can talk of mine or the number of organizations that I have worked, or any one of us, none of the organization would just do it for the lip service or the PR part of it. That's only a small component of it. And at the end of it, shareholders would buy our shares, or people would give it projects because we are ethically good. It is fundamental to ethos to what we represent, is how I would put. So it's all about working, operating in that network as corporates or as individuals. That's besides the point.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, please.
Yeah, sure. So when I look at CSR, or the term I actually use is community investment, I look at it from a non-market strategy perspective, because businesses always will need the social and political licenses to operate apart from the regulatory licenses. You need to create those safety nets, and how to do it. One of the ways will also be to engage more with the local communities. That will help you in a couple of ways. One is going to be your future workforce. So a lot of focus on STEM or quality education, SDG 4. There's going to be a lot of focus on the reduced GHGs, etc., because that is the next wave of innovation. So you will have companies that will talk more about it, push for it from the procurement perspectives, all the while talking about the communities, right? Then there is the third angle around it, which is more to do with the consumer. So if your consumer is not aware of what you offer, how will they use your product? How will they buy it? It may not be immediately, it may be 10 years, 5 years down the line. The next is going to be around the issue of how to make sure that the right questions are asked. And that is another important criteria of the non-market strategy. If, let's say, I am a mining company that has a reconnaissance technology that is less intrusive and less and comparatively lesser of the impact of environment, how do I make sure that I am in the business? One of the ways, and the easiest way, is the L1, T1, when the tenders come out and the RFPs come out. The other way would be to educate the local communities and show them the benefit. You can do it either working directly with the civil societies or also as a part of your CSR strategies. So, various different ways, but the non-market strategy, this is a very, very important constituent, because you change the goalpost through it. You make your access to markets much more easier through it, and that's why a lot of companies do it. Another point on why are we doing it or how are we doing it? So I was chatting with one of the chief sustainability officers some time back, a very prominent firm operating in India for many years, a success story of what Indian corporate or business houses should look like, kind of thing, on the latest technology area. She said that ideally, why will I spend my money on something that doesn't give me any kind of return on investment, or rather return on effort? The Section 135 of the Indian Companies Act has mandated it for me to do it. So I am forced to do it, and if I am doing it, why not do it in the right manner? So, going above and beyond that step and being accountable for that is something that will always come from within. It will always be aligned with the value of the corporate and of the leadership values, and how do you show those shadows around it, and it will depend from that. There will always be people who will take the easy way out. You donate to a trust or, one of those funds, etc., do a PR opportunity and just be done with it. It's the easiest way out, but then they are just putting that tick in that checkbox kind of thing. There will always be people who will think that, no, if I'm doing something, it has to, better make some use of it, let it be something good. And that is your internal value system. How you cultivate it, your corporate values and the mission statements will always play a key role over there, but that leadership definition and the vision will always be a very big component of guiding what to do and how to do it.
All right, this has been quite a challenge to undertake that. Would anybody else like to add any final observations on this question before I move to the final question, before we open it up to the audience? All right. Final question I'd like to ask the panelists to address has to do with interactions with agencies that are trying to push this agenda. So what is the impact of the efforts by government agencies such as the Ministry of Rural Development or the Ministry of Women and Child Development to reduce the gender gap through its policies of economic and political participation, education and health and nutrition, and how are they reflected in your company's CSR policies? And I'd like to extend that a little bit, if you'll allow me. Yes, they're the Indian government agencies, because we are talking about Indian companies, Indian entities, and how they are responsive to the requirements of the various government agencies. But I'd also like to add to this the area that I work in a little more, which is the impact of government agents, intergovernmental agencies. After all, India is a part of the United Nations. India is a party to the International Covenant on the the International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women. There are policies and practices of these agencies that either provide aid and projects to move in the right direction, or have monitoring policies and practices that seek to draw the attention of the government to its shortcomings. So what has been the impact of both Indian governmental ministries that have responsibilities in this area and intergovernmental agencies that also have responsibilities toward influencing the policies and practices of both the Indian government and of the corporate sector in India? I can't resist asking Mr. Bhowmik to start us off on this, since he has a very broad perspective on the functioning of the Indian bureaucracies and of international institutions. Would you like to get us started on this final question?
Yeah, thank you, Professor. I think the government of India has been looking at affirmative action and gender inclusion in a large way. And one of the largest programs in India is the National Rural Livelihood Mission, which has, I think, more than 300,000 SDGs, which they are working with an average size of 15 to 20. That's almost 6 crore or 60 million women who are with that. I think, if we look at, the steps the government has taken, so I think they believe that economic empowerment through the National Rural Livelihood Missions, through the Manrega programs, etc., is one of the first steps which are there if you look at gender inclusion and in the workforce. And I think secondly, there are various gender-based schemes which have been launched over the past few years, Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao. We have seen improvement in the gender ratios which we have in India. I mean, we were very abysmal quite a few years back. We're still not at par, but we're getting there almost. And I think the government has taken various steps of inclusion, and they're looking at health and nutrition. They're looking at through the Poshan Abhiyan. They're looking at economic empowerment. They're looking at midday meals schemes as an incentive for more girl child to come to school. So there have been various efforts which the government is making. How the multilateral and bilateral agencies are supporting it is in many ways. We are partners to a large-scale program, and for most, like for example, education. One of the things which we found out, I'll just share an example here, is during COVID when education went online, there was a decrease in female participation in primary education also, because if there was one device in the house, it went to the male child. And these are various levels of deprivations which we have been trying to address along with our partners and sponsors. How do we ensure equity in that? How do we ensure availability of public resources in the last mile, so that in such extravagant circumstances there can be access to technology. So I think that's a question which bothers all of us, that how, and because we never, who would ever think that when it comes to education and everything was normal, children going to school, and when it became online, the girls would be the first ones to go off the radar. We saw an increase in child marriage during the pandemic because suddenly people were not sure about tomorrow. There was a fear of death. There was an increase in female dropout ratio, I mean, large percentage in many parts of India which happened. So, I think what we need to program for is these extravagant or these, outlier events which happen in our lives. Because if we talk about gender inclusion at the workplace, if we talk about gender inclusion in policy, that's one part of it. But if we do not plan for such circumstances, we'll be losing more girls and more women to early marriage, out of the education system, and eventually out of the formal workforce.
Right.
Let's hear from others on your interactions with agencies, both national and international.
Sure, I was actually going to use your acronym BAMI to say so. No, but I think women-centric activities and policies that aim for economic development largely will remain incomplete or less effective without the creation of an ecosystem that supports this development. And I know that the Government of India and I know that Subrajati sort of referenced a few of the key schemes, but also there is the Rajiv Gandhi National Creche scheme for children of working mothers, which looks at income categories of less than 12,000 rupees for the family, and does support that. Again, I don't know how effective it is, but those schemes do exist. And then there's also the Rashtriya Mahila Kosh, which does support efforts that women entrepreneurs are looking to take. At SPRF, we did last year a gender responsiveness tracker that gauged the level of gender mainstreaming with current development policies of the Government of India. And we looked at WHO's GAT tool, which is the gender assessment tool, and also we looked at a gender assessment scale. So for some of you who might be interested in this theme and looking across the realm, the policy realm, there is the SPRF, gender responsiveness tracker, which might be, I know it's a not so subtle plug, but do look at it. It tracks exactly how each of these schemes fares on, gender responsiveness. But again, I will stop there. I don't know, Roma wanted to pick up.
Yeah, I just wanted to add, because yes, these government schemes are very important. At Vedanta, what we realized was that the Anganwadis, the 24 lakh, many of us know that there were so many Anganwadis. And the government came to us and said that all of you all corporates should look at least adopting a few and creating these role model Anganwadis. And I must say Vedanta Group went forward. They were the first corporate that took on the responsibility that in 3 years they would look at 4,000 Anganwadis. And these Balwadis or Anganwadis as you call them, they were in a pathetic condition. I have been to the Anganwadis myself. I've seen them in Barmer, I've seen them in Odisha. They are supposed to be supported by the government, but sometimes what happens, the state government machinery doesn't really act. The central government may have the right approach to it, but the implementation gets compromised. I think that's where the corporates come in. And when we were talking to the Ministry of Women and Child Welfare, we saw that they had an interest to work with us, collaborate with us. But we said when we went to the other governmental agencies to really implement, it was very difficult because time lag and to be, doing something which has an impact and it has to show impact, I think the implementation is where they lack, and that's where the corporates can come in. So we said, hey, wait, let's not, how much does one Anganwadi transformation cost? So they said that we spend something like 10 to 12 lakhs if we have to, and that also is supported by the state government. So we said, no, that 10 to 12 lakh model, you tell us. We will start doing that, and we do not want to take any money from the government. We will handle that ourselves. And I must say, government was very appreciative, and that's the Nandghar program that we started as a small 50 Anganwadis in Gujarat when our Prime Minister was the Chief Minister at that point in time, and he said, just show me some kind of change that you can bring over there. And I can tell you the back-end work which went on it, to see malnutrition there, to see anemia in the women there, and to recreate a new model of Anganwadis, that today the Tata Trust has approached Vedanta that they would also like to do a similar kind of an activity where they can emulate the model. So we perfected that model of how you can give the right kind of food for the children which they are cooked over there, or bring in the mobile vans for the women to get basic health care. Basic health care, there was a lot of mortality over there, and how do you bring that sense of the men who just sit there and they allow, there's a lot of child deaths which happen because of the women having an anemia. So all those things were considered, and I think we perfected a model over a period of time, and today 3,300 Nandghars were really actively refurbished, and they are working very well. In fact, you all can go on the site or Google Nandghar and you will see how well we put in solar panels, we put in where there was no water, so we had to bring in some kind of water solution. We brought in television for the children from 0 to 6 years. All these things really added value, that it became like a community hall. When the community hall never existed, they started using this very good-looking Anganwadi, where not only the children and the mother, it actually became a community initiative. I think these are things in small measures, if you take, and then you get the other corporates to rally around it and do it, because the initial work, which is very difficult to do, to understand all the things that we need to put in order, was already done. So there is these templates, which I must say the government supported with giving us the blessings, that these are the Anganwadis, you get access to it. Our ASHA workers have to be trained. They will do what you tell them, so we provided them all the good steel utensils, everything that was required. And some of these are very, very good government initiatives. The implementation partners sometimes lack that, vision, how should they do it? Or they need almost a consultant. We brought in a consultant. We brought in somebody who can tell us. And when we got that whole assessment done, we were able to deliver. And I think we are now progressing very well. But there are many such initiatives that the government wants the corporates to help them. There is that little problem where the implementation needs to be refined. I think corporates can help over there, and Vedanta's Nandghar program has really proved it. And the minister today, the union minister, Mrs. Rani, is very, very thankful to that, because now she can take that to other places. Now Varanasi has got that, and Mr. Modi himself, our Prime Minister, was very impressed when he went and visited and saw what was happening in the Anganwadis, because they were languishing. But we still have 24 lakh Anganwadis who need to get attention, and it's a huge, activity that corporate India can take on.
Thank you very, very much. That was an extraordinary example. I had no idea that this gap is being filled with a corporate intervention with the blessings of the government, but making small steps where enormous strides are needed. And who else would like to share some thoughts on interactions with governments? Any other thoughts on this? We happen to be right on schedule. The timing is perfect. And I would like now to thank, of course, the panel for these extraordinary responses. I've learned an enormous amount, and I would like now to turn it over to the audience to allow you to make any comments or pose any questions that you have to the panelists. Please start with you. Go right ahead. Oh, do we have people to bring microphones to the... Yeah, there's the mic for there. Because I have the impression you're going to say something significant, and we want everybody to hear.
So first of all, I would like to thank the university, Professor Marks, Professor Padmanabha, and the OCS team for bringing us such an amazing people who are telling us so much informative things that we didn't know earlier. But like my area of research is in education policy, and I'm much interested in knowing more about gender inclusion. And right now I'm writing a research paper which is more focused about how women entrepreneurs are adding value to sustainability, innovation, in adding towards the sustainable global world, how we can add up from starting a very single action in the corporate, in individual level, and how it goes to the world, how the world sees us. So I would like to mention about women, and starting from the women population, the culture, the fight for independence. As I got to know from the panelists that after independence, most of the countries were fighting towards being a better economy, working for the nation. However, India was more focusing on how to be stable, how to get a stable economy, how to compete with other by overcoming with the colonial time. So the reason for women having not upper edge in the society, or maybe the equal edge, I feel that is overcoming the colonialism, and we should take one step ahead of education. Likewise, we have so much educated panelists here and the professors. There should be one step ahead of education where we talk about the employment of women and how to continue that. So as we said, after age of 28 to 35, there is a decrease in women employment. So the reason for that, I believe, is the very first step in the motherhood, which is the breastfeeding or feeding a child, where the idea of feeding a child or feeding a family is get associated with the women, that she will feed the family, the cooking is on her side. So I believe that the emotional or the sensitive part of raising a family is associated with women, which actually impacts and led women to take a step back of employment and then coming back in the workforce with lesser confidence. And this work gap, it takes courage for women to actually restart their career, because they see their male colleagues have taken a road towards a better person, a better employee in the society. So marriage has created this impact in women that she has to be the ideal Indian woman towards contributing the society, and the concept of having a male family head adds up to that. So first sex and second sex, these all are the factors that are contributing to women being on not being on the equal edge to the society. So I feel that there should be something that can overcome these challenges, but I don't know how we should start. Should we focus on the culture? Should we focus on the environment? Should we focus within the family or the corporate? So if organizations are talking about doing CSR for women especially, it creates an aura for all the employees to have courage to actually fight for everything within. So
thank you.
I would
I
would just like all the
So the question, I think the question also reflects some of the comments that Upasana you made earlier, because you did relate it to the history and the emergence of social patterns and patriarchy in the country, and so where do we go from here? Do you want to get us started, Upasana?
Yeah, do we want to take a couple of questions, or
Should we take some more? All right. Oh yes, we've got quite a few. Okay, those who have the mics, please pass them around.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Aditi and I'm a student of International Affairs. My question is specifically to the female panelists over here. The panel just discussed about normalization of behavior and unlearning these factors. So as a woman, I've noticed that being a part of society myself, there are some behavioral personal traits that I have learned unknowingly that might hamper my opportunities, that I might project on my female colleagues. And I think that it's a priority for me to identify them and unlearn them. So I would like to ask, being women in management positions, have you ever faced such similar experiences, and if so, how have you resolved or solved them? Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Abhilasha. I'm a student of economics. And firstly, so my question is to Ms. Shamadir. So firstly, I'd like to commend Ernst & Young for achieving gender pay parity. And secondly, my question. So, ma'am, you said that women are bad at negotiating. And while this is true, I believe the root cause of this problem is the lack of transparency of wages. So, employees are discouraged by corporates to discuss their salaries. And so, in such circumstances, when women are unaware of the gender pay gap, how are we supposed to fight it? How are we supposed to negotiate our pay? And how has Ernst & Young tried to overcome these challenges? Thank you.
There's a gentleman in the back too. There's some over here, but don't overlook the fellow in the back there because he had his hand up early.
Is it okay if I ask my question
Please
first?
go ahead, yeah, then he'll be next. Go ahead.
Yeah, so I just first wanted to thank everyone for a really beautiful panel discussion. I think, and this particular topic is very close to home for me because my father's the CFO and the CSR champion for his company. So this is a constant conversation that happens at home. And his auditing company is KPMG. And whenever he talks about, sorry ma'am, so whenever he talks about CSR as well as the initiatives that the company takes, he often brings in the roles of auditors and financial services companies within that particular conversation. So my question is, with large corporates such as Godrej, Reliance, Vedanta, all having significant CSR budget allocations and spendings in one of the largest in India, what is the role that financial services houses have towards empowering a lot of large corporates towards spending more on CSR and taking CSR initiatives?
Okay, now we have a problem. We're going to certainly take your question because you were asking from the beginning, but it's going to be difficult because we'll only have 6 minutes for everybody to reply to all of these questions. Quite a challenge. Go ahead. Keep it brief if you can.
Yes. This is a two-part question. The first is, I understand that we need to acknowledge men in the corporate sectors for being incorporating, but when do we stop praising men for doing the bare minimum? Because treating people with respect and dignity is not a gender issue, it's a basic human rights issue. So men should not be put up on a pedestal for doing that at all. And don't you think that would hamper the quality of the women's rights movement as a whole? And the second part is towards the corporates in the panel. Will India ever see a proper corporate diversity movement like the USA saw with the DEI movement of diversity, equity and inclusion? And if that is going to happen, where is it going to start?
Thank you very much. Let's go right to the panelists. Is it? Yes. Is there one more? All right. Briefly if you can.
Yeah, thank you very much. The question is, often we speak about impact of all the work done by CSR, and often when you search, you see a lot of pseudo evaluations done praising the great work done. Question is, who does the evaluation in your corporate firms? Who does it, and is there any particular methodology applied? So that's my question.
Good question too. Would you please forgive us if we cut it off because we're supposed to end at 1 and we have so far 6, 7 questions to answer. Please, let's start with the panelists then. Who would like to go first?
All right. I will answer the more questions generally addressed. I'll be very quick because there are specific questions that has been asked regarding the corporate practices. One, both of you, I think I'm going to just sort of try and tie it up, to talk about stereotypes that one faces. See, I want to echo the sentiments of my colleague here and say that the fact that we are sitting here also says that there are certain kind of privileges that we enjoy. And first of all, to acknowledge that privilege. And to be able to call out misogyny, sexism, or stereotypes in very many ways that it exists itself is a privilege. And that needs to be acknowledged first. Two, things that you need to be conscious of. I think first thing that the privileges that we have. Second thing that solidarity is not a lip service. To be conscious of that, that extending solidarity is not saying that, oh, I'm from, all for gender empowerment and then saying, oh, look what she's wearing to work today. So to be very, very conscious of, what solidarity means in its true sense. Three, ban the word working women from all kinds of linguistic understandings. I really don't understand what it means as opposed to non-working women. I mean, really, who are the working men? So I think just really to be more conscious of how we are looking at certain kinds of terms. And I really don't want you to get into the space where we are often told that, oh, your partner is helping you and how nice it is. And one gentleman there talked about not wanting to put men in a pedestal for doing the bare minimum. I think put them, put them whatever pedestal that you need to put them if it gets the damn job done. I really feel, let's not be so jealous about putting people in pedestals. If that gets the job done, let it. I think we do not have enough role models. So put them up there. Show possibilities where, it is desirable even to be that. Often we do that because it is desirable, right? It's glorified. And so much a certain aspect of womanhood has been glorified that you aspire to be that ever-sacrificing, multitasking woman because that's supposed to be desirable. Let the men also desire to be that. I don't see any harm. So let's, I think, do that. With that, I will stop. There's such specific questions about the corporate world.
Couple of questions on audit as well as how do we look at salaries if we are not allowed to talk about salaries now. We were talking of some of the practical aspects of world. World operates for profit, right? I'll be a little direct here. If you say women can't talk about salaries because it's not advertised or you're not allowed to talk, let's play neutral, right? How do men know about salaries, right? The fact is, and all of us sitting here, and I hope some of you have had experience of internships or will go and start working. Let's not live in a paradise where we don't want to believe that we don't know each other's salary. You have social media inputs like Glassdoors and others where you know each other's salary. All what I'm trying to say here is, as women, and I've myself passed through this journey, all of us sitting here, we don't try to ask what if 5 times. The moment you start asking those questions, you're already on the negotiation table, right? Because we are in, limited numbers of having role models across, we feel, I have more often than not, the mentees that I'd had, more often than not, they'll say, if my boss thinks I'm doing good, he or she would recognize me. Believe me, there are people who are more opportunistic than you. The world out there is more competitive. We can live in a paradise where we don't want to believe it, but that's not the case, right? I'm purely talking from a very commercial standpoint, but that's a very practical and a very pragmatic way to look at it, right? These arguments are good right now, but when you go out in the big bad world of earning money, that's not how it operates, right? To your point of how can auditors help? There are few things which are now coming up in IFRS and IASBs, etc., which we are talking as ESG audits. To your point earlier, Roma, all this will ultimately, merge with what ESG looks like. I come from a mergers and acquisition space wherein, as part of financial due diligence, we have started adding ESG due diligence. So private equity houses, when they invest in companies, they look at what their ESG benchmarks are. And that's a big one. Now, somebody asked about the startup structure. Startups or the venture capitalists or the angel investors, when they go out and invest, we do look at what is the ESG benchmark of this particular company vis-a-vis others. So all that is live in action. Now, the penetration might be little less, but I'm hoping coming decades should make the difference. So just trying to answer a few more.
Very helpful. Wow, that was extremely practical. I hope you're all taking notes. Who else would like to respond to this set of questions?
I want to respond to the IR person's question. I work on a value chain which is quite chaotic. It's palm oil, and India is the largest importer of palm oil. Palm oil is primarily used for edible cooking oils. Now, when you think of the edible cooking oil space, typically the homemaker is the decision maker on which edible oils to use at home, right? Whether it is olive oil or whether it is mustard grain or whatever. And the bulk of India's palm oil goes into edible oils. But who do you see at the commodity trade floor? You see a man. And that's what I'm changing, one woman at a time. So that's my only example right now. And I do see that over the last 10 years of me engaging with this value chain in particular, I've seen now on the commodity trade floor for palm oil, there were initially a group of 10 people from Adani Wilmar, Ruchi Soya, Patanjali, Godrej. You now see a lot of women on that table. You see out of that group of 10 now, 3 are women, but that's in 10 years. So we have a long way to cover, but we're getting there.
Okay, who else would like to address these questions? My goodness, I've never seen such discipline. This is extraordinary. We have had a panel discussion that started on time, that finished the panels on time, and finished the Q&A on time. And with this rather fascinating set of questions, it is amazing that you were able to condense your answers into the period. So it is now 1 o'clock, and I will not venture to make any concluding observations because clearly we do not have enough time for it. I want to express my sincerest and genuine thanks to every panelist for these extraordinary presentations. Let's join me in thanking. And I want to thank you all for these wonderful questions that you asked and your attentiveness at the session, and turn it back over to you for the conclusion.
Thank you all the panelists for your wonderful inputs on CSR and gender diversity, disability inclusion, increasing the workforce, bridging regional disparity and the role of government institutions in reducing gender gap. It was a very informative session. A huge round of applause for all of them. Now, I would request Professor Stephen Marks and Professor Upasana Mahanta to felicitate all the guests.
Let's try to make this, perhaps we could all move up here.
Can we please have Hemlata ma'am, Vaishali ma'am, and Vinita ma'am and Team OCS for a group photo? Hi everyone. We'll now begin the second panel on embracing technology as a part of CSR in the near future. Requesting everyone to be seated, please. Can we please have all the panelists and the moderator of the session to be seated on the stage? The moderator for this session is Professor Dr. Hebatala Adam. Dr. Hebatala Adam is an Associate Professor and Assistant Dean for Academic Affairs at Jindal School of International Affairs and the Executive Director of Jindal Center. Prior to this, she was an Assistant Professor of Economics at Ain Shams University, Cairo. Dr. Adam is currently heading the Jindal Center for the Global South, a research center affiliated to the School of International Affairs at JGU. This center aims to further top-level international research on Global South studies, development finance, and South-South cooperation, as well as become an intellectual platform that facilitates innovative solutions to the problems of the Global South. Dr. Adam has many publications in the areas of poverty, financial inclusion, fintech, Global South, international development, and development finance. Please welcome Dr. Hebatala. It is an honor to have Mr. Ramesh Kailasam as the panelist. Mr. Ramesh Kailasam is the CEO and the President of India Tech. At this organization, he is considered as the emerging voice of the Indian startups around key policy and advocacy issues that affects founders and investments. Mr. Ramesh has over 20 plus years of experience in government relations and is well respected for his inputs and insights in leadership building, market entry, research, competitiveness, strategy formulation and implementation. He has also worked with the government of Andhra Pradesh during his tenure. He has authored over 100 plus papers and policy recommendations that have been implemented by various governments across. He was also awarded the Young Achiever Award by ICAI under the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. Please welcome Mr. Ramesh Kailasam. The next speaker for the panel discussion is Ms. Dipakshi Mihandru. She is the Director of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Dell Technologies. She is a corporate affairs and advocacy professional with a decade and a half of experience across policy advocacy, government affairs, corporate social responsibility, and policy research. Ms. Dipakshi is a keen advocate for reforms in education, healthcare, and building a sustainable tomorrow. She joined Dell in 2016 as a part of the Global and Government Affairs team and has led engagements with various government departments at the center and in states. She represents the firm at various industry fora focused on education, manufacturing, and digital transformation, and leads education policy discussions to connect the dots of learning between different regions. Prior to joining Dell, she has worked with global consulting firms such as McKinsey & Company, Penn, Schoen, Berlin, and a founding member of 2 startups, one being an education venture. Please welcome Ms. Dipakshi Mihandru. The next speaker for the panel discussion is Ms. Ritu Haldar. She is the head partnerships at NASCOM Foundation. She has 18 plus years of hands-on experience working with diverse teams, stakeholders and individuals in the corporate sector. Her work ranges from consulting, capacity building, stakeholder engagement, employee management, partner management, project management in international and national organizations at the social arm of the IT BPM industry trade body. She has an extensive experience of working in the areas of diversity and inclusion, livelihoods and employability, and mental and public health. Please welcome Ms. Ritu Haldar. The next speaker is Mr. Sanjeev Kumar. He is the head of HSE and CSR at Semcorp, India's renewable energy arm, Semcorp Green Infrastructure Limited. He is an HSSE professional and proven track record of more than 21 years in the energy and manufacturing sectors in India and abroad. Prior to joining Semcorp, Mr. Sanjeev was associated with GE Renewable Energy as the regional senior EHS leader for South Asia and Asia Pacific region. Before he served as the head EHS at GMR Energy Limited, Mr. Sanjeev has an extensive experience collaborating with diverse teams in key policy areas such as education, skill development, public health, and sustainability and climate actions. Please welcome Mr. Sanjeev Kumar. We have Mr. Kumar Chandan as the next panelist. He is an astute sustainability, CSR and ESG professional with more than 9 years of experience with companies like DLF, Food Ladder, Australia, Norex, Flavors and DA. He is now working as the head CSR of Fourth Partner Energy Private Limited, Gurgaon, a renewable energy-based company working on wind energy and solar energy in countries like India, Bangladesh, Myanmar, Vietnam, Sri Lanka, Indonesia and Singapore. He is a member of Youth Inclusion Network France, board member of Indian NGOs like Center for Holistic Development, New Delhi, and an ambassador of the Sustainable Procurement Pledge, USA. He has worked in India, Australia and Bangladesh. Please welcome Mr. Kumar Chandan. We have Dr. Vikash Gautam as the next panelist. He is the Director of Economic Research at Koan Advisory Group, a research-based advocacy firm in Delhi. In a career spanning over 14 years, he has held research and teaching positions at several institutions such as the JNU, Institute for Studies in Industrial Development, Indian Institute of Management Shillong, Indian Institute of Capital Markets and Indira Gandhi Institute of Development Research. He has also been visiting several institutions such as Management Development Institute and National Institute of Public Finance and Policy. For the last 5.5 years, he has been working in the government and corporate policy areas. He has also advised several international and multilateral organizations such as the WTO and Institute of South Asian Studies on the issues of international relevance. Please welcome Dr. Vikash Gautam. We have Mr. Amit Kirti, who is a part of the inaugural session. He is the Executive Director of Digital and Analytics team at EY, as we all know. Please welcome Mr. Amit Kirti. Now, I would like to hand it over to Professor Hebatullah Adam to moderate the session.
Okay, thank you, Megha. Distinguished guests, colleagues, and dear students. First of all, I would like to welcome you all to the second panel discussion of JGU's B Conclave on SDGs. In this panel today, we are going to spotlight on the changing role and relevance of corporate social responsibility in developing countries and the importance of technologies in advancing CSR output. So therefore, we were lucky, and I would like to thank all the organizers that they have been able to have with us this beautiful gather today of experts in their field who have devoted themselves to social responsibility and inclusion and to sustainability, skill development, and social work. Okay, I hope my voice is is now good. So I would like to thank you all. This is the first point that I wanted to begin with. Now I would like to start with a general introductory question to all our panelists, asking them in what way you have been engaged in corporate social responsibility during your working years. So may I start first by Mr.
Thank you. Firstly, thank you for having us here, and great to meet the panel members. So CSR is something I think all of us, firmly believe in, and that's why I think one of the reasons that motivated us to be here. And so is the case with me. I think I've been involved with CSR very early in my life, not through, let's say, corporate per se, but even in my personal capacity. I started looking at how do I, kind of get involved with some of the orphanage, some of these schools, and can go there as a young professional and contribute in whichever form and shape I could, right? And then over a period of time, I think I got the opportunities to work with very good organizations where this was part of their core philosophy. And today, as an EY, our purpose, laid out purpose, is to build a better working world, which means that, we are doing a lot of things to drive this CSR and to create the impact on the people where it is needed the most. And therefore, I've got quite a few cases where I'm currently involved, either it is in terms of education for the underprivileged ones, or community service for some of the cases where, some of the government and infrastructure facilities are not existing. And I think we'll talk about some of the things later, but I think this is something that resonates a lot with me personally, because I think it's time as India grows to the next phase. All of us, I think, feel that sense of responsibility that, how each one of us can contribute back to the society from where we come, right? And I think there are enormous opportunities today that I see where we all can contribute in different form and shape. And that's what is an attempt that I'm trying to do at this point of time.
Yeah, thank you for having me here. I hope I'm audible. Okay. So my journey with CSR and philanthropies has been a bit on and off in a different way. I've worked as part of certain philanthropies, implementing and making changes to regulations and policies that led to basically a framework change in the manner in which such philanthropies are able to render their services, meet target audiences, meet national goals. Apart from that, of course, on a different range. So the beauty of engaging with CSR as a career standpoint also, it brings to the light the fact that you can be part of it, you can implement, but you can also bring change to bring a complete organizational shift and the manner in which they engage with CSR and philanthropies. So my experience of largely working with both national and international philanthropies has been that many of these require a phenomenal amount of policy change, which actually gets the nuts and bolts of it, gets the whole vehicle running. And sometimes you need a complete change in thought process, bring stakeholders along and so on. I run currently a not-for-profit organization called India Tech, which is in the startup ecosystem space. And we do work extensively both for profits and not for profits, largely in the area of how do you trigger wealth creation in India, how do you trigger livelihoods in India, how do you trigger inclusivity in India that can help the economy grow and give people a better quality of life, put that extra bucks into the people who are looking for work, connect the hinterlands into India, trigger village GDPs and so on. So the canvas is pretty phenomenal, and I've been engaged in bits and pieces of it over the last 20 years. So that's been my journey and experience.
Hi everybody, good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me here. In my last, I would say 15, 16 years of working, I have been engaged on the CSR front from various angles. That is, if I were to talk about the larger public affairs hat that I wear, at times it's very important for any organization, and not at times, it's perhaps one of the inherent duties of any organization to really demonstrate its character. And I have been part of creating those CSR strategies in my avatar as a consultant years ago for Fortune 500 companies that were there, that have been operating in the country. To me, and especially when I talk about the larger civic responsibility or the larger social responsibility, it's also about the value that I bring to the table when it comes to these strategies and that comes to these discussions is, how is it that the CSR programs really reflect the pulse of the nation? They really deliver some kind of impact. They can become more traceable, they can become more measurable, and more importantly, they are in tune with what the nation wants. Again, with a different hat here, I would also talk about the role the academic institutions have played in really bringing CSR and innovations to the fore. I worked fairly closely with IIT Delhi back in 2015-16 on focusing on central schemes to support people with disabilities through innovative, groundbreaking technologies, but also through reverse innovation. To the larger point, I would say, the will to create an impact at a larger scale has to be there. And perhaps, especially with the audience that is there in this room, it's important to see a part of this change that you want to create in the world, and the avenues would be no different. Whether you are founding member of an organization, whether you join a corporation, whether it is even in your capacity as students. And through my life's trajectory, I worked in all these capacities in the CSR front. Currently though, if I were to talk about why I'm here today, there are a lot of priorities that have been outlined at the India level. We have been tracking our sustainable development goals. From a technology standpoint, where technology can really create access, approachability, and affordability, where is it that we are trying to bridge these conversations in a larger social impact? That is the hat that I don when I talk about the government affairs and policy piece at Dell. More in the next round.
Great. Thank you very much to the organizers for today's session, for the student community that's out here to listen to us. Roughly, to elaborate on CSR, which is the opportunity for corporates to demonstrate social responsibility. And I think depending on whether they're large corporates or mid-sized or smaller, I think each one tries in their own way to demonstrate that responsibility. India as a country, we struggle with multiple challenges. Policy definitely in terms of aligning with CSR. Let's say the CSR focus of government and so on, how does the civil society align further with government? How does industry play a greater role and so on? So, it's a huge canvas and a lot of scope for various kinds of opportunities. Increasingly, we find more and more fellowship and leadership programs that are available. And so it's not only entry-level positions that are available in the development sector, but you also find a lot of mid and senior level positions that become available. And rightly so. At NASSCOM Foundation, NASSCOM being the industry body of the tech industry in India, the foundation is really part of that NASSCOM ecosystem and engages with CSR teams of various corporates, again, large, mid-sized, smaller members of NASSCOM. The way the pandemic and the last few years has changed that engagement is with the role of technology. One thing that the pandemic brought out clearly, it brought out many, many things, but one aspect that it brought out was technology as an enabler. And I think our entire effort in terms of designing programs that integrate technology to a greater extent to reach a wider audience or a larger beneficiary pool, I think a lot of that work has sort of been put into place. In addition to that, every time there's the conversation around the Sustainable Development Goals, I think India, we'll start visiting that in another year or so. And so the preparation for that, As a country, how do we fare on this measurement criteria? Do organizations like ourselves that are represented here add to any of those measurable indicators for a country at large? Those are, again, bigger, larger discussions. Personally, I've worked on both sides of the development spectrum. I've worked with funding organizations, I've worked with funded programs, and so I understand the entire space of the challenges in terms of implementing, in terms of designing solutions, and so on. So extremely happy to be on this panel today, and thank you so much, Dr. Heba, for providing us this opportunity. I'll take the rest later.
Excellent. First of all, thank you for inviting me here, and good afternoon to everyone. My role as part of engagement in CSR, it's more like, as part of my role, I do quite a lot of travel, and basically our operation sites are on the remote parts of the country. We operate in more than 8 states. If you look at all these 8 states, our operational sites are in very remote locations. Sometimes these villages are cut off from the mainstream cities and facilities, infrastructural facilities. So, as part of my engagement in CSR, since I act as a focal point for the company as well as for the community, as well as for the local stakeholders, so my engagement involves in developing CSR programs which addresses the key societal priorities. At the same time, we keep aligning with our SEMCORP group initiatives, community investment initiatives. So, like I said, some of these programs came out to be flagship program for us in terms of, I can say, local ecological restoration programs, rejuvenating the water bodies in the local communities. And when we do the rejuvenation, we take out the slit. Then this is fertile and organic manure. It acts as an organic manure, and this is taken by the local farmers for their soil fertility, improving the soil fertility, and that has really helped them in increasing the yield. So some of these programs were quite unique to us, and I have been part of those flagship program developments. Apart from development of programs, I also worked on to something like governance and integrity in CSR. So a site like us, the business like us, which is diversified, in the sense that the work is spread out across 7 to 8 states, how do I control the spend of money? How do I ensure that the money given to the program is wisely spent? So we had some kind of an internal mechanisms like geotagged photos, which when we taken, it clicks the latitude, longitude along with date time stamps. So that helps us to initiate that this program was spent in that program for that village, particular village. So that way we were able to put in the governance integrity systems into that. Finally, it's all about ensuring the prudence of partner selections and make sure that the effectiveness of the program is measured. So we had our own internal mechanisms put in to make sure that the partner selection is done on a risk profiling basis, right? So we carry out a risk profile over the partners to make sure that their risk profile is very low or low, and only those partners are engaged in our activities. Also, we have our internal, we developed our own internal monitoring mechanisms to make sure that the effectiveness is captured for each activities. And we have been trying to improve how to improve the monitoring of the effectiveness, how the KPIs can be designed, what would be the outcomes, how to redefine the outcomes for certain programs. So that way we have been, my role has been more of to that extent, and hopefully we expect that our activities, the flagship programs could be captured across by the other companies as well. So that's it from my end. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for having me. I will keep my talk in 3 parts. One is about my journey, second is about your journey, and third is about the journey of CSR. Coming to my journey, I did an MBA in sustainability, and last 1 decade I have been working on sustainability, CSR and ESG. Initially worked in other countries, and I was part of the implementation of the projects. Then I came to planning, and now I am strategizing the projects. So what I see is once you have worked on the ground, you understand what are the strategies that will work and which will not work. Also, you need to keep revisiting sites to be able to understand what is relevant today. Because I did MBA 10 years back, and things might have changed. I visited fields 7 years back, and things might have changed. So keep revisiting ground as well as the policies, the government policies, the international trends in sustainability CSR. Second is your journey. So how many of you think after the pandemic, things changed for education? The way courses were designed, the way professors teach you, has it changed? If you think yes, it has changed and technology has played a role, raise your hand. So I see most of us think that technology has played a role, especially after the pandemic, that the way teaching or education is being provided to students. Now coming to CSR, it started as, in India, it started as voluntary guidelines, national voluntary guidelines based on 10 principles of United Nations Global Compact. It was given to the PSUs, private sector undertakings, the companies owned by the government. Then it became MDG, Millennium Development Goals, which were 10 Millennium Development Goals. Then it became SDG, 17 SDGs, and now it has graduated to ESG. Now ESG is environmental, social, and governance. What is happening is, especially after the pandemic, the investor community, the big investors, the World Bank, International Monetary Fund, these big organizations have started focusing and giving more importance to ESG performance of a particular company. So what happened is the companies across the world, not only in India or not only in Europe, USA, UK, all companies have an opportunity to showcase their work towards ESG at an international platform. Now these platforms are multiple, like EcoVadis, GRI-based reporting, CDP, Dow Jones Sustainability Index, and others. So Indian companies also started following SDGs. Earlier it was like some technology starts in USA and it comes to India, it takes time, and by the time we come at par with those technologies, it becomes obsolete in the Western world. And we as Indian companies lag behind. But technology and this international level of reporting on ESG has enabled all companies, including Indian companies, to be at par with the international companies when it comes to ESG. So technology is really playing a critical role there. And so rest in the next session. Thank you.
Thank you. I feel bad about you guys sitting here just after lunch session, so some of you may be a little sleepy, so let's make it a little more behavioral. Just a couple of stats before I start. So if you look at any government portal, csr.gov or any other, so more than 50% of Indian companies do more than prescribed limit of CSR, that's 2% of net profits. So what does it suggest? It suggests it's a strategic tool, it's a tool to build reputation, at the same time it is some withdrawal from your books as well. Now, coming back to my or our story, the company I belong to, so we started some 9-10 years back, and we thought one way of giving back to the society and then growing in the process is to just find our space. So when we think about CSR, there are two ways. In general, one can think about One is you are producing something, and then there is a byproduct which has social or public good nature. The other can be you are in a multinodal framework, like the way we see it. There is government, there are regulators, there are corporations, households, consumers, and so on. So you connect somewhere in the middle, and then the opportunities are plenty to contribute. So we have gone the whole range, right from building toilets to maybe doing solar water pump testing and persuading farmers to adopt to more sustainable things. But I'll just talk briefly about two things. One where we worked with the government of Maharashtra, and this was for tribal welfare. So initial ask was just looking at government funds and tell how to improve the efficiency of these funds which are allocated. But at the same time, we told the government, okay, we can go and survey in 36 places that you pick, and we'll look at the rights they have, both including community rights and individual rights. We'll look at their livelihoods, cattle, and the way they connect to the entire ecosystem. So that was one part, and lots of these suggestions were implemented by the government. The other bit which we did was with government of Rajasthan, where we looked at just the role of culture in economy and looked at from a marketization perspective, how the artist community can benefit, what kind of livelihood opportunities they have, including the mobility opportunities, how do they contribute to even sophistication, how do they benefit from technology at all. So that's pretty much what we do. When we have something in our hand, we try to take that extra step and give it back to the society. Thank you.
Thank you all. It was really a great introduction, and it is, I think that our participants, they can see how this panel is moving to be more fascinating as we get to know more and more about our expert panelists. Moving to my second question, it will be to Mr. Amit Kirti. So as you know, social responsibilities have a significant impact on attaining business objectives of corporates. And as Executive Director, Digital Data and Analytics leader, in your opinion, what role can technology play in leveraging the relationship between social responsibility and business objectives in company, or we can say how technology can be a game player or game changer for CSR output? Mr. Amit.
Thank you. Very pertinent questions. I think first is that the first part of your question is that how does the corporate social responsibility ties back to the business objective of the organization? I think today most of the organizations by nature wants to create the right impact on the community, right? So I think they've seen that in the long term, whether from an employee or a customer or brand, any of the dimensions that the organization work on, community positive impact always kind of strengthens the opinion about that organization. So I think by far that fact is established that given a choice, all of them want to do a good job, right, on the corporate social responsibility side. Where is the struggle? I think the struggle is, and some of the panelists have highlighted it, right? The struggle is not only in the intent, but taking that intent to the execution, right? I think that's where this sector has faced a lot of challenges, and there are multiple reasons for it. For example, the last mile of execution for most of the community program, if you see, has challenges in terms of skills of the people, in terms of the infrastructure that is available, the basic infrastructure such as electricity, internet, and all of those, right? Similarly, language becomes another barrier for people to kind of communicate and be on the same page. So there are multiple such challenges which are there, like I talked about the last mile, and then there are also similar challenges just to make sure that there is information availability, visibility, and people are getting to see the impact of the activity that they are doing, right? So I think there have been a lot of investments which have been made, but if somebody were to come back and say, what is the outcome that we've been able to generate because of this, right? And has that outcome kind of exceeded the expectation or has been falling short of it? There are various debates that can happen. And I think therefore, the role of technology becomes very important today in terms of, like I said, right, that from an intent to execution, and as you get into the execution, I think there is a lot of big art of possible that technology can bring to the table, right? We've seen the COVID lockdowns, Ritu ma'am talked about it, how that kind of gave a different perspective to people, whether it was in education. We had virtual classrooms from, KG to class 12th and things were still moving, or, business relationships and meetings which we all did in corporates, over Google or over Microsoft softwares. And all of that made sure that we understood this point, these kind of disruption open the art of possible, right? And it showed how our digital technologies can actually create art of possible in difficult situations. And now when you go back and try and apply that concept into the challenges that we see in corporate social responsibility, especially on the execution side of it, there are a lot of art of possible, right? I mean, for example, today we have technologies such as natural language processing or natural language generation, which can actually remove the barriers of people to have the capability of writing in a particular language. They can use translators which are available on the go, on the cloud, and you can use some of those to translate these languages. Of course, there are limitations right now. There may be limited language. Those are available, but as we speak, those are proliferating. So, as we go into the future, it is just going to create a higher impact. Similarly, if you look at, another problem in this space of social and community impact is really the trust that people are able to put on the entire mechanism, the information that is available, the process that we all follow, because there are multiple stakeholders. On one side you have the regulators, on another side you have the auditors, then there is an organization, then you have the not-for-profit organization, then you have the beneficiaries or the community participant, and all of them have different set of constraints or challenges, and therefore the perspective they have on the common themes becomes a challenge. Now, today from a technology perspective, blockchain based architectures exist, which take away that trust problem on at least the critical side of data. Again, the challenge here would be that from a cost perspective, from a availability, education, awareness, I think this will still take time to adopt, but those art of possibles are definitely existing. Similarly, if you think about using the historical background of various projects, why did they fail, what stage, what kind of challenges came up, right? How do you take all that learning to the new projects? And today, you have statistics-based technology models on machine learning, which can go back into the similar problem, look at the historical data, and tell you in advance what are the likelihood of a project undercoming, a kind of an exposure to risk, which are the likelihood of risk, how probable they are, what are the kind of mechanism that have worked in the past, etc., right? And another large problem is when we get into the project execution is how do you get so many stakeholders on a common page and just make sure that each one of them understand the impact of their actions onto the larger objective or the larger scheme of things, right? So again, collaboration technologies which help you put all of that, detail plan, detail execution roadmap in one place and show the dependencies and interdependencies and how, one of the activity which may look very common or a very, very rudimentary to me might still have a big bearing on the downstream impact of the other stakeholders. I think some of those can be facilitated very, very quickly by technology. Of course, it's a journey, I think, and like I said in the beginning, the set of stakeholders are unique. There are a lot of challenges from their own awareness, their own skills perspective. But I think, the art of possible is here, and it has been proven time and again in various pilots, in various geographies where this has been successfully completed. So I think there is a lot of opportunity, and the good thing is that, the young generation which is so adaptive to technology today, whether you look at their games which are based on the metaverse kind of scenarios, or you look at their adoption of technologies, it's very high. So with this new generation coming and focusing on corporate social responsibility, on community service, I think we will be able to drive down a lot of technology to address some of these challenges.
Thank you so much, Mr. Amit. Now my next question is to Mr. Ramesh. And since you have a long experience in working with startups as a mentor and as also as you are giving them advices and guiding them, could you please explain to our audience how startups working on social impact are leveraging technology and how CSR can help them in this matter? Also, it is important from my point of view as a teacher to these students, so I would like that you please give them an advice on what if they would like to enter this space after graduation, so what they should do from now or start doing from now.
Thank you. I think it's a very important question. I would like to address it in 2-3 ways. First, by setting a backgrounder, and then also setting the context on how all of you who are potential job creators, or potential livelihood creators, or potential startup entrepreneurs can also look at CSR as a business model for-profit startups as well, because that's a project I'm working on right now. To start with, let's start with the problem statement. I write frequently in the media. I'm a columnist, and one of the columns I wrote recently made me think. It was the Prime Minister's statement. What did the Prime Minister say? The Prime Minister said that on the floor of the House, he said that during the pandemic, we have given rations, free rations to 800 million people. It's a great achievement. We should be proud of that 800 million people got food, which is a fundamental issue in many of the other countries. I mean, you see people, food wars, civil wars, people fighting on the streets, lining up for queues for food. We didn't see those because there was a system which fortunately took care of that, and 800 million people were fed. But what does that also set the alarm bells ringing is that we have 800 million people who are vulnerable, and 800 million people who need livelihoods, who need means to earn. And therefore comes the problem statement and the opportunity. So if you look at what was happening before, I mean, like, we on an average, and I'm going by approximation, don't pin me down to say there were so many babies born today, but on an average we have 1.922 crore children born every year, on an average. Take off the 600, 700,000 who died due to infant mortality and so on. On an average, we are still left with 1.8 crore people getting added to the population every year. And you are part of that addition, right? When you graduate out, you will go out looking for livelihoods. Are we having jobs for all of you? What's the answer? No. Okay. So, here is the numbers, right? I was looking at how many people are employed globally. And the number says 3.33 billion people are employed globally. What's the population of India? 1.3 billion, 1.4 billion, whatever you want to keep, rough and take. 3.33 is fully employed. Of the 3.33, 2 billion are on informal employment. So, how many jobs in the formal employment? 1.3 billion. This is the population of the country, right? This is the entire globe put together. So, out of the 2 crore people born every year, how many are the jobs getting created? I mean, we do have the tech sector, which is contributing to a large number because that's where people aspire to get into. And you have the SMEs, you have the manufacturing sector and so on. On an average, we have approximately 10 to 11 lakh jobs every year out of the 1.8 crores. So where do people go? They choose their livelihood. Some are farming. What was happening in the 60s, 70s and 80s, which is what kept us civil as a country, is if you don't have job, open a shop, right? You find shops in every nook and corner. It was honorable to open a shop than be jobless. And therefore, we are sitting on 7.5 crore shops in the country. And then added to that are 5.5 crore hawkers. Hawkers are people who just spread a towel or a cloth and sit on the street. Add the multiplier effect, 7.5 crore shops are not 7.5 crore people. Each shop has at least 2 people working or the family working, right? Jointly contributing to a livelihood of around 20-21 crores. Added to that are hawkers, some sit in the morning, some sit in the evening, around 10 crores. Then you've got the SMEs and the formal sector. which actually contribute to a smaller percentage but cater to the knowledge economy, which you are all part of. You look at the 1.8 crore that gets added every year into the schooling system, there are dropouts at various stages. People drop out up to class 10, people drop out. Class 10 is a famous dropout spot. You guys crossed it. Because most of the schemes of the government had a benchmark that if you have 10th pass, you will get a loan to start something, right? The Prime Minister's Rojgar Yojana and all that stuff. And then added to that are 11th dropouts, 12th dropouts, college dropouts, and college pass. So barely passed. You got some 40%, you're still a graduate. Will you get a job? Not necessarily, right? Because they're competing with the people who are having a 99.99 cutoff, right? Somewhere. So therefore, did the people stop aging? No. They became adults as well. Where are the jobs for them? There aren't. So we have to create work. Where can you use technology to create work? The fundamental flaw that governments and corporates ran into was to say, let me open a website, let me open an app, and let me connect. Frankly, if you ask me if I needed a job tomorrow and you told me to fill an app with 4 or 5 pages in it, I can't fill it up. I mean, I don't have the patience, nor do I have the wherewithal to do it. I'm sure many of us are in the same bucket. So how do you expect somebody in the hinterland to fill up a form? Illogical, right? So therefore, I mean, there are startups today coming in this space which are looking into this space. How are they working? They combine old tech and new tech. The old tech is, everybody knows to speak, right? And the fundamental flaw we all still continue to manage is that smartphone penetration is everywhere. Everybody knows to operate an app. Now, if you know to operate a PhonePe or a Paytm or whatever, doesn't mean you know to operate an app. You just know that I type this guy's number, press this button, put the amount, and it's gone. That doesn't mean I am an app compliant guy. So I can't be filling up my CV on an app. I can't be filling up my CV on a screen. So the best way out is speak out. So I came across this interesting startup, which, I mean, I'm just sharing it because these are all business ideas that can be capitalized using tech and leveraging CSR. That's the example I'm trying to give you. So what this startup did was, they used old tech. They tied up with government. They sent vans across hinterlands. It just tells you one thing, not Naukri ki talash. Naukri is job. It says Kaam ki talash. There is work, there is enough work for people in this country. There aren't enough jobs for people in this country. So I think the fundamental differentiator we need to look at in livelihoods is, there is work, but there aren't enough jobs. But work is livelihood. There are people who pride in doing work than livelihood as well. People would say, look, I mean, you talk to a driver, he would say, I'm not working for an Ola or Uber, it's my own car. I'm just moonlighting on them, right? So therefore, the thing is that there are people who, there's a section which prides in doing self-employment. There's a section which is looking for work. And a large section that looks for work is the majority in this country, which now no longer is in the mood belonging to the next generation, saying, Dad opened a shop, I'm not going to sit in the shop. I want to do a gig, right? But doesn't mean that they have hit the urban periphery. They're still in the hinterlands. So where do they get it? So here is where the startup story comes in, saying, what they did was, okay, you know to speak, all you need is a feature phone. You don't need a smartphone. You belong to this geography, I am operational in 21 languages. Pick up the phone, select your language, I'll ask you questions, you answer back. The speech to text conversion converts your voice into a CV. And then pushes the AI in the backend works to figure out where to do the matchmaking and get you a work. There are plenty of people looking for work, whether it's the fintech sector, whether it is, and these are work that you can do from home. Here comes the gender equation to it. 49% women population, 18% contribution to GDP. We are aspiring to become a 5 trillion, 10 trillion economy. We can't do that unless we have the whole population pulling the weight. So how do you reach out to women? How do you reach out to men? And the reason I said men and women here is here because many of us and this line is important to understand from a CSR context, enjoy varying degrees of freedom. And what does that varying degrees of freedom mean? Is that you're allowed to work, but you can't leave the house. You're allowed to work, you can leave the house, but not the lane. You are allowed to work, but outside the lane, max to within this 3-kilometer radius, like a Swiggy, Zomato guy, right? Or you can go beyond to 10 kilometers, or you may say, okay, within the state, or next district, or within the country, or outside the country. That's the varying degrees of freedom all of us enjoy. So where are you creating livelihoods there? Where are you creating this? Is you give work to where the person is. Have that choice of creating work which can be created and given to people depending on the various degrees of freedom they enjoy. What this technology does is therefore packages this, gives you out and does the matchmaking and gets you to have the work from people who are wanting to give you that kind of work. And here is where the corporates and the CSRs come in. Where do the startups come in? The startups are a huge consumer of this kind of gig economy work. So whether you take the urban company which is creating right from salon workers to what you call electricians, plumbers and so on, to even the tech sector which is now taking people on gig for coding, or for that matter the travel and hospitality sector which is looking at women working at home who can create travel packages, or for that matter you're looking at gig in the EV space, the EV in charging infrastructure space and so on. So there are some 13 or 14 aspirational jobs that exist. So what this does is does the matchmaking, connects it to the people, and the monetization happens through CSR, because you are doing work which is capable of white labeled, and CSR can actually contribute to that. And therefore here is a large chunk of CSR folks who are actually now pitching to fund these initiatives. The government is a partner in it. The startup is a partner in it. And here you have a for-profit startup being able to actually contribute in the CSR space, converting and creating impact on ground. So this is one such example which I thought I'll express across, and the startup is called Jeevitam. I would request all of you to search and look into it. It's doing a phenomenal job. Not much, I have written about it in a couple of my columns, especially around inclusivity, gender and livelihoods and so on. And therefore what can happen is the next big idea can come from one of you as to how do you want to work in a social impact space, still run a for-profit organization, because not-for-profit is not everybody's DNA. Everybody would love to have profits. So whether you want to have a for-profit organization, you can still work in the not-for-profit space and create impact on ground and monetize it using the CSR money. Use other corporates to be your consumers of the services that you give. And there are phenomenal models up there available for grabs. So I thought I'll leave that as a statement.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Ramesh. I request please all our attendees to pay fully attention to our discussion. And I know that we are focusing on technology today, but it doesn't mean that we keep our phones in our hands. So please pay attention. Now I would first, before moving to my second question, to my next question, to Mr. Dipakshi, I would like to thank Mr. Ramesh for highlighting that problem of vulnerable population in India, because this is what I was going to ask to Ms. Dipakshi in my next question. So Ms. Dipakshi, given your long experience in policy advocacy, government affairs, CSR, policy research, in your opinion, how can it be possible to bridge the gap between technology and policy making in order to improve the quality of life of vulnerable population in India?
Thank you, Dr. Adam. At the onset, I would say whenever we talk about CSR or whenever we talk about impact, these are segments that really require a multifaceted and a multi-stakeholder approach. One stakeholder in exclusion would never really be able to drive that change, and perhaps the central role of policy making is to drive that trust that these stakeholders can come together and function together. Now, if I were to talk about the role of technology and more importantly, the role of policy making in making CSR impactful, I would say there are three larger things. One is providing direction. Second is instilling trust in the process. And third is really creating that scale. And all these three elements or all these three paradigms would have a lot of nuances which have numerous, not just career opportunities, but also opportunities for making genuine impact. Let me start with the first one, that is really showcasing the direction. There is ample and more research on where evidence-based policies do make a dent. It is one thing to say that, okay, these are the 17 sustainable development goals that all nations need to follow. It is completely another to say that these are the goals, this is how badly we lag, these are the areas of priority, these are the areas of preferences. And research, and again, while we always talk about technology, I would not say always, we often talk about technology in the parlance of STEM. It's equally important to talk about technology in parlance of STEAM and really include the humanities, the questioning into what that direction is. So when we talk about public policy, or for that matter, policy-driven insights into where as a country, and not just us, majority of the developing nations, we need that investment, it becomes the job of the public sector to showcase that direction. But then in equal measure, it becomes the job of even the civil society, the corporates, to band together to see what can we do about that direction. And a case in point, and again, I would draw this fine distinction between when we talk about CSR, particularly right now in an Indian context, is one of the few countries that have a 2% rule that is in place. The way you can impact society goes beyond just that 2%. And like my esteemed panelist mentioned just some time ago, more than 50% of the companies actually go over and beyond that 2%, right? Now, if I were to talk about the direction, there are a lot of ways to go into that direction, or to make it transparent, to make it assessment worthy. One, the CSR clauses that are there in the country kind of point out 10, 12 directions that we as a developing nation need to focus on. It's education, it's healthcare, it's gender, it's research, it's the list kind of goes on. And then with the COVID pandemic coming in, there was significant focus that went into R&D, right? When we say that there are these 10, 12 segments of direction, it's equally important to say where do you need that intervention, and that is where research and policy plays a critical role. Today, and this is perhaps a very welcome move, we have had a planning commission ever since the country's initial years. But an initiative that the Central Policy Tank initiated in the last couple of years has been the Aspirational Districts Program. It has literally been also about, there is a parallel initiative about measuring states on these SDGs. Now, for bigger companies that perhaps have that wider reach, this becomes an immediate reference point in terms of where can I go and make an impact. Now, one part is the company angle to it, but I started my answer by saying that this is a multifaceted, this is a multi-stakeholder game. At the same point in time, it's not just the company that can go in and create those interventions. You need people who are experts in those interventions. And like Ramesh mentioned, what about you becoming that expert in that space that you feel that the country needs tomorrow? Where technology again comes in from these directional perspectives, it makes it more transparent. It makes it more measurable. If you can, and a case in point, we have a program that is around digital classrooms. We have been running that in India for the last 15 years as Dell Technologies. Had it not been for this direction in COVID, and this is an interesting anecdote that came out when COVID hit us, in the state of Maharashtra, where digital education has taken off really beautifully, thanks to a very forward-looking Ministry of Education and the bureaucrats in education, when the pandemic hit, they thought that they are well prepared to change and quickly shift gears into getting technology in education. But what happened, they never realized that with the lockdowns, entire investment, not entire, but a big chunk of investment in education in that state actually went into physical labs in schools. Now, with the lockdown, the schools were unapproachable. And as a result, even though there was big dollar that was spent into fortifying the state on digital education, the vulnerable groups could not get access to schools because this was all in form of physical labs. And that is where, because civil society came forward, they partnered along with research associations, they did a district level mapping to really say every district has a different requirement in terms of society, in terms of fortification from technology perspective, and they then reached out to corporate donors to see whether they can help. And today, while we did invest, and it will never be a one organization play. When you even talk about the role of technology here, today you can actually, just because there is more technology in the system, there's more data that you're collecting in the system, we are also mapping the learning outcomes at that district level, at a government level. So one is direction. The second very important area where policy would always play a role is in establishing trust. And today when we talk about it, for that matter, gearing back to the year 2013 when the CSR clauses were amended and the Companies Act initiated this entire 2%, I'll say it with a lot of pride that we are a very resourceful country. We are not short of ideas. But at times, even with these ideas and without, the intent can be a malfunction intent and the intent can be a strong intent. And in both the ways, we did see spring up of a lot of small organizations that did not really come in from CSR or did not really work at the civil society level, but wanted to raise money as the CSR organizations. Now, as taxpayer, as a company that is providing 2% of the profit after tax, that establishing that trust becomes really important, whether my money is going into the right direction. As a taxpayer, when the policies or the government level, at the union budget level, when there is money, when we talk about the civil society, these are all credible, reputable, impact-driven organizations. So today, in the last few years itself, there have been changes in the governance structure of CSR as well. And I would not just limit it to India. If I were to talk about, and here I talk for Dell Technologies, the company that I represent, globally, and again something that was mentioned in the initial part of the panel, there's a lot of focus on ESG. Now ESG, again, while we talk about environment, where it is about sustainability for us, where it is about design-led sustainability, design-led product changes that would create net zero carbon impact, whether it is about diversity and inclusion, ensuring that people feel heard in the organization, people feel included in the organization, irrespective of the race, the gender, the identity, the disabilities of physique or whatever, they feel welcome into the organization. India has taken perhaps one more leap beyond that, and that is the recent directive from SEBI, the Securities Exchange Board of India, where they mandate now the top 1,000 public companies to disclose their BRSR responsibilities, that is their business responsibilities and social responsibility. Now, again, of course, when we talk about CSR, it's an important part of character building, it's an important part of reputation building, but this also, in a way, opens this entire new gamut of how as a corporate or how as an organization of significance and what aspect of the initial part of definition you are playing a role. And that establishes that trust further as in larger environment where you want to go in and play. And the last part, and I'll just take about a minute to cover this, is about scale. We also have to realize that a lot of times there are projects that start as CSR projects, as pilots, but those fundings would dry out in the long term. If we don't really focus on the sustainability part of the CSR project, perhaps we are shortchanging ourselves for the ingenuity that we get to the table. And I would take an example of this one project, and perhaps this is, I would say this is one of the projects that is closest to my heart. Dell has a program called Digital Life Care. Have you heard about ABDB, the digital health mission of the government? Have the people here heard about it? Hi, hello. No, okay. So the government started with a national digital health mission called NDHM, which has recently become ABDB. Under Digital Health Mission, they of course cover a plethora of diseases. Of course, there's an insurance side and etc. of it as well. What we did as Dell is, as a team of technologists, we created a platform that can help the government map who are the population that is above 30 years of age, what are the screening parameters they have. In this process, how can you really fortify the role of auxiliary nursing staff on the ground, the ANMs, the ASHA workers. And over the last 5 years, we have already reached out to about 30 million people and supported the government in terms of mapping their non-communicable diseases, which have a plethora of non-communicable diseases like cancer, hypertension, diabetes. It started as a feel-good factor to really show that social innovation is there. Technology can make things and predict things, more importantly, from a data perspective. But today, when we talk about COVID, this actually became also a tool to map where is it that the instances of diseases were increasing after COVID, were not increasing after COVID. And today, as it stands, just because one platform with strong data analysis and big data functionalities, today it is being used by states to develop their mid-term healthcare policies, to see where the budgets should go. Now again, all I'm saying is the lens has to be larger, but that scale is equally important to really bring out the benefits of data, to bring out the benefits of the larger ecosystem. And whether you're a technologist, whether you are a humanities student, whether you are a lawyer, you need to ask the right questions in terms of these three parameters. Where is your work finally going to go and find a place? And from a corporate social responsibility, the canvas is just becoming larger by the day. It's just about making the world a better place to live in. And then it is also about that individual drive to make that difference. And that is where policy making can really instill that trust. I'll pause that here.
So thank you so much, Ms. Dipakshi. And now I would like to move to my next question to Ms. Ritu. So my question to Ms. Ritu is, as an expert in diversity, inclusion, and skill development and capacity building, in your opinion, now we need to give some advices to our students. In your opinion, what skills young people need for the future? And what are the key areas that our students need to strengthen to develop the needed skills for labor market, and as they are nearly about to graduate. So please share your experience and advices with them.
Great, thank you. So skills needed for the development sector, they're as good as skills needed for any other sector. In addition to that, what you need for working in a social enterprise or engaging on development programs is a huge percentage of empathy. And empathy not only for someone else, but to understand that position. If you're going to work for the marginalized communities or for underserved the underserved population, you have to fully understand their problems, their environment. If you have that passion in you that makes you want to do something for the lesser privileged, then all the other skills that you will hone will hold you strong. In addition to that, social entrepreneurs tend to be very close to the social cause that they've set out to either either with the idea of a startup or the pre-startup phase, or when they get into the startup at the startup phase. And being, having that mindset may not always be the best in terms of running an effective business. So having a ground-up business plan or understanding how a business works at large are also skills that are extremely important in this space. So while being passionate about the cause and the communities that you work in, all of the other skills in terms of the accounting, finance, administration, policy, governance, technology, whether you understand sciences, the sciences enough, physics, chemistry, maths, you name it. It's all the skills that you can get under your belt to work effectively in the development sector. So in many, many ways, the development sector functions exactly the same as any other sector. What you also need is critical thinking. And many of the panelists have referred to it, because you're working in an environment that's evolving. You're working with communities and people who are also evolving along with it. And so what might have seemed as critical needs at the beginning of a program may not be so critical once you started engaging on the program. And so, I know in classrooms, teachers will always say, thinking on your feet. Well, it is very true in the development sector as well, thinking on your feet. Trying to understand how policy, how regulation will force you to fine-tune your programs, to better meet the requirements of your beneficiaries. To also understand that as your beneficiaries are engaging in your program, their aspirations and expectations from you and of the engagement are also increasing. And so actually, we could go on with what are the skills required for a suitable career in the development sector. And I would say it's sector agnostic. You could really prepare for being a business administrator. If you are looking at, if you have an innovative idea, and if you think that idea has business sense, the kind that Ramesh was just referring to, at the end of it, you also need to be a successful entrepreneur. That requires everything in terms of business administration skills that would be required. So negotiation, presentation, analytical skills, research orientation, setting expectations, understanding your audiences. It's endless. And so, Dr. Adam, would you want me to continue, or would you want me to speak in particular around technology? Now, with the way that we see with programs that we have at the foundation that leverage a lot of technology into the engagement. Again, focus areas for NASSCOM Foundation, largely remain digital literacy. It's a space that we've been in for the last 20 years. And again, because of the association with the tech industry. We have our own digital literacy platform, DigiSakshar. And again, because beneficiary audiences have varying levels of literacy, DigiSakshar is offered in many languages, 6 to 8 languages. I think we're working on another 2 now. But there are also beneficiaries who don't have any level of literacy. And so there's a lot of video content on DigiSakshar for beneficiaries and programs, let's say, for women entrepreneurs, there's a program that we have. And so one focus area is digital literacy. The second focus area for the organization is skilling and employability. And again, skilling, because a lot of our skilling programs, because we cater more to the tech industry, it's again tech skilling. So emerging technologies, whether it is, you name them, the big data, data analytics, artificial intelligence, cloud computing, you name it. A lot of the emerging technology training, happens in tier 1 cities. And then again, when we refer to India as a 5 trillion economy and so on, that 5 trillion or even that 1 trillion doesn't reside in cities. It really resides in the rural areas of India. And so most of the programs at the foundation cater to engaging more with the rural audiences. Of course, because let's say our area of expertise has been in the emerging technology space, and so we are always driven back to tier 1 engagements. But I know that there's a conscious effort for us to increasingly take on more engagements with tier 2, tier 3, tier 4 cities. And that's how the other focus area that I mentioned about women entrepreneurship. The Women Entrepreneurship Program is a relatively recent focus area for the foundation. Again, because COVID brought out technology as the enabler, and we saw how women artisans, women entrepreneurs in rural areas were able to function effortlessly with leveraging technologies. So our women entrepreneurship program really focuses on women entrepreneurs, whether they are, and these, we don't create entrepreneurs, these are already the ones that exist, rural, micro, nano, you name them. And again, leveraging technology to upscale, whether it is financial inclusion, because a lot of the Prime Minister's schemes now require digital payments and so on, and so how can entrepreneurs, women entrepreneurs benefit from that sort of training? So a lot of digital literacy in that area. We've recently, actually at the start of this year, we have a huge project on digital literacy resource centers. So gone are the times when COVID forced us to work in the virtual mode, and infrastructure is back. And a lot of the rural areas need, infrastructure. So we work very closely with, various government ministry, Niti Aayog. Niti Aayog has a list of 112 aspirational districts. And while, working in all of those 112 districts is a challenge, because many of them are, there's political unrest and so on. But I think the analogy applies to all districts in India. And so really, we've set out to work, set up these resource centers. I think more than 100 we're going to set up this year. And these are essentially, once we set up these resource centers, we equip them with the software and the hardware and so on, and so that we can leverage our programs, whether it's digital literacy, financial inclusion, whether it is DigiSakshar, whether it is the other learning platform that NASSCOM offers. Future Skills Prime is a platform a learning platform that NASSCOM offers. So the foundation also has the advantage of the entire larger ecosystem that NASSCOM offers, that we can work around and work very efficiently, actually. So multiple things. Now, specifically to address Dr. Adams' question around inclusion and diversity. As a mandate, most of our programs are focused on women. And we've seen the shift in our very own programs prior to the pandemic. The composition of men in our digital literacy programs was at a whopping 68%. And post-pandemic, last year when we took when we measured again, I'm happy to report that most of our programs in digital literacy, financial inclusion, have 72% of women. And so we really take... But the diversity and inclusion piece really has to go beyond women. And so increasingly this year in programs, we ensure that there's a 1% of persons with disabilities. And again, disabilities are of varying categories. And so, there's an entire list of disabilities, depending on the type of training and the ones that we can accommodate, as well as there's a marked percentage of the LGBTIQ community. And so we ensure that all our programs cater to persons from these communities, just so that we can take the inclusion mandate a little beyond just the gender lens. And while the focus on women in a country like India remains extremely critical, I think the focus on other marginalized communities is equally important. And so I'm very proud of the work that I do at the foundation in terms of leveraging these programs and speaking about these to audiences, to you today, but also to the corporate world that I engage with a lot. And my job is not as difficult when I bring all of this to the table. Does that answer, Dr. Adam?
You have given very good advices to our students, and I hope that they will follow your valuable advice. And I would like to also to second your opinion that entrepreneurial skills in general, this is what is really needed now, especially after COVID-19, and we have all thanks that we have survived this pandemic. So we are valuing that our entrepreneurial skills, this is what we should work on. And like Mr. Ramesh has said, We should not just look to have a regular job in any firm, but to have now, please plan to have your own firms after graduation. My next question is to Mr. Sanjeev Kumar. So, Mr. Sanjeev, as since you are a health, safety, security, and environment professional with more than 20 years of experience in energy and manufacturing sectors in India and abroad, could you please highlight the key elements of implementing a successful initiative in health, safety, security, and environment in general and in India?
Thanks, madam. I'll talk in a general context. Yeah. There is no set rules as such which needs to be followed, but I would say that there are 5 elements that if we take care, I think it will set the things right. So, namely the foremost is to get the top management's engagement and commitment. Unless you have their blessings, nothing can be done. Now, when I say top management's commitment, it's like showing the visible leadership, demonstrating that I care about you, and doing the walk the talk. It's not that what we write it as a piece of paper saying that this is the policy, but it has to be preached, practiced at their workplaces. So, this means that there should be a defined set of accountabilities at all levels across the organization. And this has to be driven by the top management or that is their commitment to that. Now, well, a person the team has done well, okay? It's good that we need to reinforce we need to recognize the positive, if a person is doing a safe behavior, showing a safe behavior at work, it needs to be positively reinforced. So, one way to do is that recognize the person who is doing it, but at the same time, unless you don't take consequential management on the persons who are doing at-risk behaviors, taking the positive reinforcement will not help. So, the management should ensure that consequential management is enforced, right action is taken against the at-risk behaviors. So, that's the other key element that we need to note. Now, if I talk about the second element, that would be like involving safety as part of the design, planning mechanism itself. Say when you are planning for a critical job, so you need to start involving this, you need to look at the risk perception of the job itself. What hazards are there? How it can harm? What needs to be done to control this risk? So that concept has to be driven at the initial stage itself, not at the last moment. Let's say I want to do an work which involves working at height, open environment with no rails to protect. There is no platform to do the job. And when the work is happening at the top stress, and then you say, no, I just worked up, I see people are having a risk working at height and they might fall down and hurt and injured. No, not that way. When you are doing a design, when you're doing the planning of the work, right when the work stress is getting executed and fabricated at the place itself, why don't you think about having a platform, a rail, and then try to lift and place it? So that kind of risk perception should come in the planning stage itself. Sometimes the design engineers, they don't look at the safety perspective of the work. Sometimes they miss. What they do is they try to look at the cost. They try to look at what the requirement is about. And probably we cannot blame them as well, because the one that has given them the requirement to design may not thought about the safety perception to that. Maybe if we had given that, no, this safety feature has to be there. This risk has to be addressed while in the design stage itself. Probably they might have considered it. So it's something that we need to have a holistic view to the risk perception at the planning design stage itself. So that would be the second element which is more important. And third would be something I would talk about, operation integrity. So when I talk about integrity, it means that I need to identify what are my critical processes are. I need to have a system first of all. And then I need to address how to control the risk in that. Let's say one of the control measures could be like having a proper permit work system, or implementing a change management practices, or I'm doing commissioning a new unit. So think about pre-startup safety reviews. But these are the process that needs to continue and needs to be reviewed, updated. And something like I need to make sure that in case of something goes wrong, what is my emergency preparedness and what would my response to that. So that has to be put in place as part of the pre-startup safety review itself, or as part of my change management process, or part of my permit to work system. When I'm trying to give a permit to a person to do a job, I need to think, okay, this is the control measures. What happens if something goes wrong? So what are my emergency preparedness to that, response to that? So those key things has to be keyed in. That concept, that culture has to cultivate. So once that culture inculcates, I think the people will start thinking in that fashion. The fourth thing I would say is, more importantly, is about ensuring effective safety, consultation, participation, training and awareness. I made a word consultation and then participation. There is a meaning to that. Now, the management should make sure that the workforce is consulted. It has to be a two-way process. There should be a platform where the workforce who actually does the work knows better job than the management, how to get it done. And they know what's the risk involved in that. So they might have a proper means to ensure that the work is done safely. Unless you give ears to them, hear it out, you will not be able to know that. So there should be a proper consultation platform. And then equally, the workforce has to be participative in nature. It should not be like just sitting, hearing out, okay, have a tea, coffee, and then leave. That's not the point. They need to participate. And that participation will come once the management shows their commitment for safety. And they are listening to them. So they know the things have been addressed previously. Their concerns have been addressed previously. So if I raise it here, this will also taken care. So that way it's a two ways. So the consultation has to happen, the participation has to be there. And then I'll talk about the other two elements is training and awareness. Now we have a workforce. Things when you talk about technological advancements, there might be process change, there may be new machineries coming in. So things change. Now whether the skill set of the person is upgraded, upscaled, so that has to happen parallelly. And there might be a new machine has come, it might have a different risk, it might have different hazards to carry out the job. Whether those risks have been addressed to the operator. So there should be a proper training mechanism where the training needs to be analyzed. It could be an annual process where there should be a system that analyzes the training needs and makes sure those training required skill sets are ensured. So training and awareness is also goes hand and on, and that has to be taken care. And finally, the utmost I would say that whatever you do, unless you have a validation and verification process, whatever you try to put in will not sustain. You need to make it sustainable. So the process, there should be a process of audit mechanism where you need to have a critical, it should be like a critical audit. You should not take it as there is an observation that is coming an audit, I should not get it. No. Face the audit in your life and understand what's the feedback is from the auditors. And try to see how we can improve or error-proof our systems. How we can build in additional control measures to avoid those things. It's like the humans are bound to make error. That happens. So we need to design a system there are multiple layers of safety. So one layer fails, there is other 3 or 4 layers to take care of it. So you need to have multiple layers. So the audit process helps you to understand if there is any break in the layers, safety layers. So if there is, try to reinforce and strengthen it. So I would say, madam, these are the 5, mostly if you take care of this, I think the systems will get sustained. And as you continue to sustainably do this, the culture will set in. Once the culture is there, everything goes well. I mean, there is an improvement on the safety side. So we need to bring that safety culture into practice.
Sure, right. Thank you so much, Mr. Sanjeev. It was really enlightening words. You have introduced about this initiative to our students. I don't know if they have heard about it before, so thank you so much. Now moving to our next question to Mr. Kumar Chandan. Mr. Kumar, as you are a member of the Youth Inclusion Network, in your opinion, what are the types of CSR programs that are needed to be implemented in India to reduce poverty and fight exclusion?
Thank you for the question, Dr. Eba. I will start with an example. During one of our projects, we profiled more than 100 villages for their readiness to start buying renewable energy. Out of them, 62 villages qualified, and we set up microgrids of 35 to 50 kilowatts. Once the village started getting electricity, we started working with the community to build micro enterprises. These micro enterprises were built with the young people. Mostly the people who came forward were really young people, and some of the girls also were aspiring to start some work. As one of the panelists rightly said, there are boundaries, especially for the women. They do not want to go, or they are not allowed by their family to go out beyond their village. Some of them are not allowed to go beyond their district. But then luckily it was in their own village, and they came forward to start the enterprises. So we helped them with a business plan, connecting them with local market, and helping them with the technology as well as little investments for the businesses. So what we saw was a good number of young people started involved, some of them got jobs because there was a solar power plant, and there was some economic activity going on. And then we saw that a good number of people started thinking about starting their own businesses. So instead of asking for a job, they became job creators. And many girls came forward, started their own businesses. So for young people, if an enabling environment is created by the government, by the corporates, and that is where CSR comes into picture. If government is unable to implement certain projects in certain areas, and there is a gap in the need of the community, CSR comes forward to augment that gap. That work of the government. And then that's how young people can get involved in creating jobs, taking the opportunity which comes their way. Second is understanding if somebody wants to get into sustainability or CSR domain. Earlier it was like you just do an MSW and have a basic understanding of CSR and have passion and get into the work. But recently, as the landscape worldwide has changed, especially after the pandemic, more focus has shifted towards ESG reporting. So having skills on ESG reporting and having an understanding of how a sustainability report of a company looks like, what are the components, on which portals these or which websites are the experts for doing the reporting, like Dow Jones Sustainability Index, how GRI standards are there, CDP, and then EcoVadis. So having those skills can make young people really employable and start having good salaries. Not just entry-level salaries, but having preparedness to be able to report on sustainability and quantify the KPIs, key performance indicators of environment or social or governance issues. So that is the skill that can make young people ready for job market. And as I said in the previous example, you need to be able to create jobs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kumar. Now my next question is to Dr. Vikash Gautam. Dr. Gautam, considering challenges facing developing countries in accelerating SDGs, especially after COVID-19 pandemic, in your opinion, what can be the role of corporates, governments, and international organizations to speed up the progress in SDGs?
Pretty interesting question. Thank you. So before we attempt to find a solution and responsibilities of these very different stakeholders, I think it's very important to appreciate the kind of problem we are in and the kind of opportunities we have. So the way I see, we are all exposed to some sort of understanding on food security is a major problem, some self-sufficiency in health is a major issue, but the most important issue in tackling almost all of SDGs indicators is identification. How do you identify the most vulnerable group? And subsequently you connect to them. And that's where we have been talking about technology and so on. So we are all aware of a number of cases when there are a huge caravan of supplies, but yet they are stuck because they don't know where to reach and whom to give it to. So these are two very critical problems that we need to be mindful of going forward. But at the same time, there are some distributional implication of COVID as well, and which comes as some sort of an opportunity when we think of it, and technology, of course, is one of them. The other, I think, is changing global order as we think of it. So there have been several events which have come before pandemic, including the global export slowdown, emergence of different kinds of technologies, and then the major power blocks, US-China war, and so on. So there are a number of events which still continue. If we aggregate all these together, we see some sort of a changing global order, which means whichever part of value chain you are, there is some opportunity for you. Can you generate that kind of a capacity / resources and capture a larger share of the pie? Now, I believe there is no free lunch of whatever opportunity we want to tap in. And I think the most important problem, which is going to be like the cost of availing these opportunities, is inequality. So we have been debating around maybe starting from Piketty's thesis, talking about K-shaped inequality curve in India and maybe several other developing countries. So it's more like saying this pandemic aggravated the situation. That's the claim, and yet open for scrutiny. So there are some who are better off, are getting even more better off. Some who are extremely vulnerable are just put to dust. So that's also something we need to look at, and which I think is the larger cost of it. So with this background, I think I'll start from behind and talking about multilateral organizations as we think of them and what is the role they can play in this changing global order. So if you think about, let's say, organizations like those under UN, be it ESCAP or others, or you think about WTO and OECD, so what we have seen in recent past is digital exchange is becoming one of the key issues that is being talked at international fora. And those of you who read newspaper regularly would have seen something around OECD's proposal. So it's more like the tax evasion, the resources in government hands, which subsequently trickle down to consumers. That's something which we need to think through these multilateral organizations. But the problem is very behavioral in getting a consensus through. So these organizations mostly work on some sort of a funding, largely US, some of the European countries, and China. So they are very likely to take their side to a large extent. Just to prove this or drive this point home, I'll give you another example of, let's say, which is again something which of a hotbed for these multilateral organizations. So if you think about countries like Nepal, Bhutan, and so on, other developing countries, preferences under we call GSP, Generalized System of Preferences. Okay? So after they graduate, which is very likely to happen in next 10 years, still they get the preferences for 3 years or so. But then there is a provision of GSP plus. So if you do 27 conventions, which include human rights, labor rights, good governance, and so on, you are still eligible for availing those preferences. But think about it. While you are developing, it's very likely you sacrifice something for growth. And some of these are these qualitative sense of economic development. And again, as an example, think about land rights in India. Earlier, it used to be a fundamental right. Subsequently, it became constitutional right when the state thought, I need to grab land for development. And some people are compensated, some are delayed, and so on. We know the story, so I would leave it there. So the whole idea is these multilateral organizations, the toughest challenge is to negotiate the problems on face value. What these developing countries are going to face in next 10, 20, 30 years till the time they become self-reliant or find their own groove. So that's a very critical issue. Then I move to, I think, a government side where we can all connect much better. Here, I think we would have selective audience on multilateral organizations. So governments, it originates from their fundamental role, and I'm thinking of government as an economic agent. So governments need to maintain that minimum economic framework for everybody to operate efficiently or whichever way they want to in a cordial way. Plus, they need to take care of market failures. Okay? Now, government themselves are at times a party to market failure. For example, so this is more of behavioral stuff rather than you would find in textbook. So let's say government tenders you for something, maybe making a bridge, a flyover, or maybe some sort of a knowledge product or something, which is supposed to wrap up in 6 months. You wrapped it up in 4 months, but after 2 years, you have no clearance. So that's the major problem which government needs to tackle, which is the idea of time. Now, to give you a perspective, our GDP per capita is below what US had in 1970. Okay? So the urgency that we have to steadfast and maybe capture in this changing global order is really, really heightened. And with that, in that respect, the government needs to think through this time aspect, which is what typically they ignore. The other behavioral issue which I see there, it's more like, again, an example. So you imagine you buy a movie ticket. You go to the cinema hall, and it's very boring movie. Okay? But still you say, oh shit, I spent some 300-400 rupees buying this ticket, so I'll end up watching this entire movie. This is a typical case with, in parts, the structure with government. So they have, let's say, a capacity built up already. Okay? And when we talk about, on the other hand, changing global order, technological progress, so things are evolving very fast. Now, where is the match happening? I have a capacity which I want to build on and then deliver. So why don't your change also adopts to my way of doing things, and then I'll see what is to be done. So that's the other problem which governance mechanism in general has to take care of. I also borrowed some of the points from, excellent points from my fellow colleagues. So and then there is a government also, so innovation is not government's prerogative. But if you look at the journey of, let's say, 5G, blockchain, you see several roadblocks that are coming up from government side, be it in the name of cryptos or NFTs or maybe several other issues. So I would say government ideally should have little more positive stance. Positive, I don't mean they should blindly say everything is okay. But at least you got to test out things rather than upfront saying a blanket no or starting with a negative footing. So that's the other thing which I thought I would highlight. Now, corporations, when I talk about it, it gives a very interesting picture, and their fundamental role is production of something. And by doing so, they are also the first economic agent to take care of the risk part of our daily or economic lives. Okay? So that means they are also the first guys to think about innovation, R&D, and hence a better future we can have, and that whole sustainability idea. It need not be only blockchains and cryptos and so on. It can be any way of making our lives better, easier, as it is happening so far. Now, what they need to realize after this pandemic, that the tastes of consumers, typically, they have changed a lot. So everybody is after responsible consumption, what we call the word, which means even CSR to that extent is a very strategic move. Can you signal yourself as a responsible economic agent producing something so that you have a better leeway in consumer eyes? Then the last point, so pandemic also tells us, maybe there is no pandemic later, maybe there is another, we don't know. But what it tells that there are some sort of downside negative shocks that will come. Couple of them we have some insight about. For example, think about demographic change. Okay, many of the countries are aging. Maybe in another 50, 60, 70 years, we will also, as a country, age. Can we start building the capacity right from now, which is more like, let's say, we talked about women issues to a great extent, and one of the reasons which is attributed to low labor force participation is inadequacy of care facilities. They have to take care of elderlies and children. So is that one area we can think about as an opportunity and building a resilient future? So that's also which is largely, ideally, I think should be corporate driven. But when we connect all these three dots, they are all together. Corporates cannot sort of function separate of government and so on and so forth. So all this entire paradigm is there. Just two quick things when we talk about all these connected nodes or network. Lot of the problem that we see is not a pure play problem, part of it is a problem. And I would like to highlight two things. One is the play around counterfactuals, okay? So for example, if we are saying we are growing at X%, or one of my learned colleagues talked about 18% contribution of women in GDP. Can we think of a scenario where this contribution moves to, let's say, 20, 22 or 25%? In a very short period of time, and we did a thought-provoking exercise. Just a simple exercise, going to a survey and asking if you have digital exposure, let's say around 50% of urban women have digital exposure. What if it is 100%? What will the GDP figure look like? So these counterfactuals are something where governments as well as corporate guys, they need to do their all brainstorming exercise with. The other part of some of these problems is accounting standards, okay? So again, giving example of this women labor force participation. Where are the women? What Amartya Sen used to call missing women paradox in India. So even workforce-wise, where are these women? Let's say last 13 years it has been falling as for the current definition. But still you see many women moving from rural areas to urban areas, working in households, typically those elementary jobs I'm talking about. Their incomes have increased, but just because we have an accounting standard that does not include household work as formal employment, we see the numbers falling down. So that is also a part of the reason. And with this, I'm leading to the larger point that unless you know the right picture, the right data, the right information, how do you set a goal to achieve, like 5 trillion? Okay, seriously? Can't we do it stepwise? Maybe we approach some 2.75 to 3 trillion and then 3.5 or something. So that makes more sense. So the problem is, one, the information comes with a lag when we think about all this coordinated system or network of nodes. And the other is, at times, the goals do not talk to the reality or the expectations. And that's where all these nodes in this network, governments, corporates, including households, and multilateral organizations need to work in tandem. That's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Gautam. Now I have one final question to all our panelists. In your expert opinion, what does CSR require to be successful in India? So would you please give me like 1 or 2 suggestions each panelist? I just need 1 or 2 suggestions maximum from each panelist. Mr. Amit. What does CSR require to be successful in India? We are writing now prescription, and this is the output of this session today. So what is one of these suggestions?
Yeah, so my view would be that, I think from a policy framing perspective, we heard some of the esteemed panelists' view. I think there are opportunities. However, I still think that for a country like India, which has so much of diversity and so much of challenges at a grassroots level, I think implementation seems to be a bigger gap. And if that be so, I think if we start thinking about, how do we measure the outcome and work backwards from there, whether, I think initially it will show not such a good picture, but over a period of time, I think that will just start building the burning platform among all the set of stakeholders as to how do we improve that outcome. Because I think investments have come, some of the panelists talked about the investments that firms have made beyond the mandate, but yet I think when we look at the community at large, we do see that there is still so much needed to be done. And I think somewhere in the larger scheme of things, as these large-scale program, community-driven initiatives face a lot of challenges, the outcome somewhere gets lost, both in terms of tracking as well as in terms of touch and feel. So I think my priority would be how do we start looking at the outcomes and figuring out the value chain from there backwards, and then identify what are the interventions which are missing or what are the gaps that we need to bridge.
Well, I would say that the CSR world itself is going through a churn from 2 pointers. One is, of course, that you have one set of CSR folks who are still doing the goody-goody kind of work, which is to say, my job is to create awareness, sensitization, whether change happens or not is secondary, but my primary aim is to reach their minds, make them understand, make them aware. And then you've got this second bunch of cutthroat guys who are coming into CSR who say, for every penny I put there, I need to see an impact. I need to see measurables. I need to see change, which is visible. Now, both these have their own pros and cons. The first one, people can be kind of fleecing them for life. The second one will make life miserable because everything cannot be on impact. And therefore, there needs to be a balanced approach. And the reason I'm bringing this is because people who are contributing to CSR understand one fundamental thing is there's something called a company CSR, which can be a standalone thing that you're doing. And then there are CSRs participating in solving a larger problem where either HNIs are putting money or companies are putting money or philanthropies are putting money to solve a larger problem. And in that, again, you're getting 2 categories of people. One who says that, okay, so long as people realize this is good enough for me, or the second category says, so long as people get it and solve it and finish it off and their problem is solved, and I've seen that happen with the money I put on the table, that's fine. You will come across this paradox in this space, and more increasingly so. And the third layer is, of course, the governments now across the world beginning to be more paranoid and clear, saying, why is this guy putting money in this? What is the ulterior motive? Where is geopolitics playing in this, right? So, what is the surrogate message going into this? So, you have all kinds of things which have muddied this place right now. And therefore, the approach is obviously the commonsensical, balanced approach to say, okay, I need to create awareness. I also need to create impact. And I should stay away from geopolitics because I shouldn't be seen as running agendas and so on. So, I mean, largely I would leave that as the learning on the table that I've seen.
Professor Adam, I think the way I would also put it is 2 primary things. One, CSR is not, like I mentioned earlier, it's not a one stakeholder role. It has to involve a community. It takes a village to really reach the last mile. And for that, perhaps one very important skill is to build a persuasive narrative. One cannot discount the value of generating buy-in at different levels, and that is one very important skill to have today. And the second is while we talk about, and I would just bring out the complexity of the Pareto here, is especially with the population that is really vulnerable, many CSR programs truly don't even reach them. And if today we do not reach them, perhaps the divide is just going to become so wide that we would end up alienating a chunk of population. And while this 20% might require 80 times the effort that the remainder 80% would, we cannot afford to lose that vulnerable segment behind. And again, different actors and the persuasive narratives would come into picture so that nobody gets left behind. I'll leave it at that.
So my take is on greater collaboration. So I think funding mechanisms, whether it is CSR, whether these are grants, whether it is philanthropy, whether it's government, I think sort of need to rally together. Because I think we're all moving towards the same objective. And so I find that greater collaboration across funding mechanisms definitely is one way to go. And I think a little more transparent communication. I think the measurement of our CSR programs, I think we need to be a little more honest with ourselves and say, are we measuring in appropriate context? So I think we talk about impact and we talk about the larger aspects of CSR engagements, but I think measurement and a lot of CSR program teams are aware of how successful their programs are in terms of making that behavioral difference or creating any impact, if at all. And so I think a little more transparency in terms of our communication when we talk about our various engagements around CSR. That would help greatly. I think government with its these directives around funding and around, let's say, the compliance of it will drive a little more transparency, will force organizations and teams to rally around audits and not think that this is a nuisance and so on. I think it's just, we're accountable for public money. And I think, that requires greater transparency. I'll just leave it at that.
I would say seek technological support. That could also help. In the sense, like when I said about a program that we are doing on a rejuvenation of water bodies, we did make use of satellite and geotech support to understand whether the water body gets the rain for every frequently, or it is just let's say if it rains for the last 3 years, how much water it has gained and how much water has gone out. So those kind of some technical support data we have got from that, and that has helped us in planning which are the water bodies we need to take. Whether this water body feeds to the downstream river, so if that's the case, we need to do it. So those kind of ideas we get it. So what I'm trying to say is, if your programs is able to make high impact, definitely the company or the group would be motivated to do more. So that way the success would always come. So low input, high impact will definitely drive success in the CSR programs. And of course, you need to have some technological supports to make sure that you are able to measure the impact. So that's my point.
Thank you. I think having CSR as part of your ESG strategy of the core business of the company, that is important. I'll give an example. My present company, Fourth Partner Energy, we are into the business of providing renewable energy. Now, our CSR strategy is designed based on how best we can provide local jobs to local people, how best we can design our own projects so that it does not harm the environment, it does not harm the indigenous people staying there. So right from the inception of the project itself, CSR sustainability strategy needs to be in place, And based on that ESG strategy, CSR plan should be designed. In my company, we have SPVs, special purpose vehicles, companies registered for running a particular site. So we do not fall into ambit of any CSR because none of the companies are making that kind of profit. Still, we have a sustainability budget, which is part of the project cost itself to support CSR interventions. So that is a holistic approach that should be taken up while designing your business strategy itself for CSR. Second input from my side would be having a bottom-up approach. We certainly need to have a well-defined CSR strategy, but we must leave flexibility for each community. For example, a community staying in tribal area of Maharashtra would have completely different requirements than a community staying in Gurgaon or somewhere in Haryana. So we must, though we must have a stringent policy in place, we should also leave space for fluctuation at the ground level. So these are my two inputs. Thank you.
So the way CSR laws are in this country, I think they are wonderful. And one of the key take there is it has to be in program or project mode. Okay. So then I fail to understand why the PM Relief Fund still exists there. So it started around pandemic, fine. We need something to fall back to when there is a disaster. Now that is continuing. So ideally, if we believe there are economic shocks or any other kind of shocks that will keep on coming, you should have public finance instruments to take care of them, rather than something of a CSR nature, which is just the relationship between corporates and giving back to society. So I think that definition we need to follow very strongly and not try to make it too political. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now we'll open the floor to questions from our students here. So please, we are gonna take questions from students and participants. As you know, we are very time sensitive here, so we are just gonna limit questions to 3-4 questions. So please, first of all, introduce yourself and mention which panelist you are asking your question to, and then say your question. So let's start.
Hi, my name is Ritik, and my question is to all panelists. So one aspect that was spoken about was the importance of scale. So my question is, in the implementation of these technologies at scale, what are the sort of challenges that these initiatives face?
About skills?
Yeah, about scale.
Scales, okay.
The importance of scale and the challenges of implementation of these technologies at scale.
Okay.
Thank you, Ritik. Since I mentioned about scale, I'll go first and then I'll just pass the mic around. I think one big challenge is we are a very diverse country. We always talk about continents as diverse. We perhaps as a country are very diverse with languages, with beliefs, with cultures. That is one, which kind of makes it difficult to have a common ground to bring different communities or even create any measure that is there. That is one. Second, I would believe, and at least I would say empirically, when we talk about the challenges of scale, is funds dry out initially. So you need, from a CSR strategy perspective, it is important to conquer in small pieces, consolidate and build on top of that rather than spreading yourself too thin. The minute you are able to get that initial momentum going, typically funds flow in. I will leave it at 2 and I will pass it around to the other panelists.
So, anyone would like to answer the question?
So the only thing I can tell you about scale, usually if you try and do the maths of it, and you try and work out what's the total cost of, let's say, a project or a program value, and you say, what are the number of beneficiaries that you will impact by virtue of this program. And you get a cost per beneficiary. Now, many times you might think that scale gets you effective cost. And I'll tell you, well, in the case of the Women Entrepreneurship Program, it does not. So as you go more rural, the cost per beneficiary goes higher, just because the lacking infrastructure, the ability to connect on the internet and so on, all of it. So essentially, the lacking infrastructure results. That could be one case. But we see that, even with our skilling programs for emerging technologies, again, comes back to the infrastructure. And, and when you try look at it across countries, and you say, is it only so in India? And, so Dipakshi was right in saying that, we're very diverse as a country. And so the moment you go a few kilometers, it's a different set of expectations from the beneficiaries and so on. And so scale comes with that challenge. But that's where I find that the collaboration of it will probably even address, the issue around scale. Anybody else? Yeah.
So let me answer in a perspective of a company. Now, when you talk about scaling, the business, the CSR funds is basically derived out of the profit of the business. So the profit of the business is ups and downs. Okay, 1 year loss could also have an impact for the next 2-3 years on the CSR funds. Now, so the idea is to develop your CSR programs in such a way that when you have funds, you scale it up. When you have bottlenecks in the funds, you can scale it down. So you don't have to throw the program and go into another new one. Since I have a low budget this year, so I don't have to go and do some other programs. You can still carry out the same programs, but you try to scale your the impact beneficiaries, right, based on your fund availability. So that way you can overcome the scaling aspect as well, challenges as well.
On scaling up, I have something to say. See, the problem is the nature of projects in CSR. Projects are designed for 1 to 3 years, mostly. Now, you can relate it with students learning the table. 12, 12 का table, 13 का table. जब याद करते हैं, then we don't know इसका use क्या है, और काम आएगा भी नहीं आएगा. But then you definitely need to learn it, because long term में जब calculation fast करना पड़ेगा, less than 30 seconds में एक calculation करना पड़ेगा, ये table काम आएगा. So similar is for CSR. If there is a vision for long-term outcomes, for example, if I want to create world-class, really good schools for underprivileged students, so I start investing bit by bit, small amounts through 10 years and see no impact. As a company, I've invested for 10 years on those 100 schools and seen no impact. Suddenly from the 11th year, when my students pass out, I start seeing the impact. So instead of having projects for 1 to 3 years, having projects for long term would really help in mitigating the challenge of scale, I think. Thanks.
Is it audible? Yeah. So I think all the points actually give the answer for the scale bit, but I think there are two fundamental drivers and takeaways from the scale part of it. Scale is fundamental because you are living in a country. I gave the stats on how badly we need scale to fix problems. But at the same time, if you look at the answers, you will get different answers from who you are asking that question to. If I'm a corporate which is looking at the 2% set aside business, I can't be talking scale unless I know what is the money I have to put on the table. If I'm running a sustained program like a philanthropy, I know what the scale I should be reaching out to. If I'm creating a livelihood program, I know that if I have to scale, then what do I need to plan? Because scaling requires three things. From a technology standpoint, I need to upscale, upgrade, increase my server space in the cloud, whatever it is. There is an infrastructural cost element to it for the delivery partner or the startup concerned. If I'm looking at it from a delivery standpoint, whether I should grow my team or should I work on a gig model where I engage with partners on ground and we all earn as we grow, where everybody has a pie. And that's another model to scale, which is less risky, of course. I mean, we earn, you all earn together and so on. And then, of course, the third aspect that comes in is how many people put money into it to make it happen. For example, I often come across this question where somebody says, I want to do $100 million project and this will solve this problem. But the challenge is that if I come to you, you might say, oh, I've got 2 million. Looks like I'm too small for this guy to talk to. And therefore people stay away. But I mean, today's age is the age of crowdsourcing. So therefore, we use the term called Yatha Shakti, which means that you put according to what you can contribute. And this crowdsourcing model also helps in CSR to actually achieve larger programs. So as I said, the scale bit is critical, but you will get different answers. So that's the takeaway for you.
Thank you so much. I think you have got all answers now. So who is next? Any other questions?
Hello, I'm Lakshay. I'm pursuing BA Economics. Firstly, I'd like to thank all the panelists for the beautiful discussion. There's definitely a lot to take away from it. Now, coming to my question, it's a known fact that a lot of funds are employed in the field of corporate social responsibility, and especially in the technology involved in CSR, given the 2% rule. But at the same time, it's also a fact that sometimes CSR projects fail, and companies fail to comply with CSR norms. So given that, can you please comment on the viability and efficiency on the use of technology in CSR projects?
Yeah, I can attempt to, but
Go ahead, please.
Yeah. So I think brilliant question, right? I mean, there are a lot of places where we've seen success, and there are also places where there are opportunities still exist to improve the results, right? And I think you're asking whether or not, or to what extent technology could have, or created an impact. I think some of the panelists have talked about it earlier. CSR is not, let's say, a particular standard sector one fit approach for all, right? I think the type of problem that you are trying to solve will define what are the success factors, and therefore, to me, it would be difficult to say that whether a technology can solve 60% or 70%, because some of them have a very long-term impact, in terms of creating awareness, let's say, right? Just creating an awareness in pregnant women about the importance of nutrition could be a very important goal, right, from a humanity parameters perspective. But that would require, depending upon the context of those women, right, whether they really adopt to technology or not, whether they need some family member or a senior lady from the family to counsel, because they assume that is the right advocate for them to accept a point of view, right? So I think, the extent of success that technology can ensure would be attributable to the parameters about what is the context of that objective and that, operating environment. Having said so, I think there are still great opportunities, because as a country, we are a little behind the curve when it comes to technology adoption in social sector. And I think many of the esteemed panelists have talked about transparency, trust, right, collaboration, stakeholder alignment, because it's a multi-stakeholder, then importance of creating a kind of a technology backbone which can take away the gap in skills, by, let's say, automating or, let's say, transforming some of the ways people give input. So I think technology can add a lot of value and take away or assure a lot of success from those parameters, but with a pinch of salt that, it will eventually depend upon the context of that objective and the context of that operating environment.
I'll just add to that, and I had two parts to the answer. One was culture, and I believe the way Amit has explained it, I can't match that. The second part is, since you focused on the viability of technology, at times it's important to develop proofs of concept. And I hail from a technology company. I'm not a technologist, and one of the mentors, when I was talking even about a program that we wanted to launch initially, was, can you create a proof of concept, get initial buy-in from people, and then really launch it into a larger scale? I think the same is true with any tech-enabled project as well. Rather than starting with a massive scale and then figuring out it's boomeranging, it's important to start small, figure out what are the issues, address those issues on the way, and then you scale, and that is perhaps the way viability also gets addressed in the scale. And of course, all of this is against the cultural context, because tech is just so much. It's mainly about people, it's mainly about processes, it's mainly about the thought processes as well.
Again, I'll reference the, the skilling and employability program. And so, as a deliverable of the program, we set our standard at 70% placements for all beneficiaries that come out of any particular skilling program. While we work with beneficiaries to really ensure that it's almost 100%, but for the duration of the engagement, we need to set ourselves a certain benchmark, and so we leave it at 70. Sometimes it's a challenge, to even meet the 70 threshold. And again, I think one of the panelists referenced, the freedom, the degrees of freedom. Let's say that people enjoy, well, in our environment, in any environment. And so a lot of times we have, job offers, placement letters for the beneficiaries, and they turn around and say no, because somebody in the home is taking that decision of whether he or she will work, or whether they'll work in a certain place, and so on. So again, trying to say, how do you really say that a program didn't meet its deliverables? You set out these standards that you will sort of threshold requirements, but then, and of course, we work with all beneficiaries beyond the scope of the program to ensure placements, just because we work with a larger ecosystem, like I said, NASCOM, and there's always requirement from some tech company or the other for skilled professionals, and so therefore, I'm always very proud that we actually place 100% of our beneficiaries, but may not be in that duration of that particular program. So on client deliverables, it might look like a 60% sometimes and not the 70. I don't know if that answers your question at all. Thanks.
Okay, one more question. Yes. You can use that mic also. Is this one on the table? Okay, later on, I have given him first the talk. He will be first given the quiz question.
So, firstly, thank you everyone for the insights. I had a question on Paris Agreement. So, as we know, state is obligated to...
Raise your voice, please.
As we know that the state is obligated to complete their Paris Agreement goals by 2030, but I want to ask, where is the corporate sector? What is it doing, and how efficiently it wants to really achieve those goals? So, yeah, that's my question.
Again, I would say at a corporate level, and a very, very valid question, most of the leading 500,000, 1,500 companies world over, they already have their 2030 net zero goals in place. And this is across industries. It is not just from a technology perspective, it is your fast fashion, it is shipping, it's petroleum of all things, right? So I would say from a corporate perspective, the global plans, and I think that is where the catch is, at a global level, there is a lot of demonstrated resolve to meet these 2030 goals. And they are also traceable, there are audits year on year on where we are. Perhaps I think where the question larger lies is, and something that is interesting is if you're talking about a scale at which we want to reach those goals, can you really reach those goals without impacting lives in India and China, going by the percentage of folk that we are here in these countries. But despite that, one irony I also see here, and I would open it up to everybody else here to also critique it, is there are a lot of sustainable developments that perhaps happen in Europe, but by the time they come to India, there is a long lag. So perhaps I would say, and since you specifically called out the corporates, from a corporate hat, I would say there are those plans in place that corporates are, many corporates are working year on year on year. But at the same point in time, not every country is at the same parameter, if that answers what you're asking.
Here corporates are working towards the 2030 goal, but that goal was decided by the government. Now, government of India is definitely supporting corporates to meet that goal. How they are supporting is, earlier you could sell energy. If you have a power plant in Karnataka, you can sell renewable energy to other corporates only in Karnataka. So and you can collaborate with DISCOMs. So that facility is being provided by the government. They are allowing the renewable energy companies to use the DISCOMs to provide electricity to other corporates. Otherwise, the cost of projects would be very high. So that is one enabling environment that government is providing. Now recently, in last few months, government also allowed that energy produced in Karnataka could be sold in Uttar Pradesh. It could be sold in Maharashtra, anywhere. So government is definitely supporting corporates to meet the targets that government has set. Now coming to the question, how efficient we are, that data would come after an evaluation of the overall sector that government would be able to do. That any corporate at an individual level would not be able to do those calculations. So that data on efficiency is yet to be seen after the evaluations are done.
So some political economy bit of it, if I can add, just a minute. Okay, so right when this conversation was happening, and my luck, I was around some government offices, and the same discussion was going on, what will we do by 2030, and we are so far away, and especially on energy sector. So it's like central government has made a commitment, state governments go back to central government. You made this commitment without asking us to compensate us. So is local government bodies. Now what they do, they deploy resources, and there also there is a bit of problem. There are some special units from where you can't do much. You can't hit the target in all the zones and units, okay? While some others, they'll meet the target, they would be suppressed a little more. So on aggregate, there is a nicer picture which is likely to come out, given everybody is compensated to work towards 2030. Let's see.
Okay, last question here.
Good afternoon. Stimulating discussion. So my key takeaway and my question about that is, what are the sort of contingencies or fail-safes that are put into place, say if implemented CSR strategy fails or causes negative externalities? So how do you combat those?
Introduce yourself.
Yeah, my name is Vaidik, second year BA Economics student.
All right, so why go far? Take COVID for an example. All right, and so in the middle of CSR engagement, you had the pandemic, you had the lockdown. And so on multiple programs, we had to redesign, rethink of how we were going to, repurpose, let's say, funds to make it, pertinent to the time, at the same time not compromise on what the engagement had set out to be. In the case of skilling, I think we repurposed the amounts to creating these digital labs. And I know that we identify. So in the case of one program, I can't talk in general terms and I'll have to talk about specific. In the case of one skilling program, we identified 9 women engineering colleges across India. And we set up these digital computer labs all throughout the lockdown. And so the implementing partner that we worked with, by the time lockdown was over and we were revisiting, how to go further with the engagement, beneficiaries had been mobilized and so on. So actually, it's worked out for us so effectively because these are government colleges across, well, right from, so again, for emerging tech, the southern states seem to have really a focus, but because we were forced to look at other colleges, engineering colleges across India, so right up to Rajasthan, we've identified. In the north, it's a little more. Let's say the density of women in let's say engineering colleges is a little. It's not as dense as you might find it in the south. And so it was a challenge, but we've identified. And now next in turn, I know that this year we have agreements with almost 18 more similar institutes. We're also looking at the northeast states, the northeastern states, and to engage a little more with them. But fortunately, unfortunately, all of this takes time. So actually, COVID provided us the time to look at what, let's say the ways in which CSR could engage further beyond just the mandate of, let's say, just any skilling program. I'll stop there, I'll let someone else answer.
See, the other thing you have to look at is when you conceive a program, CSR program, you are planning for success, right? So you will always have a markers to that, either in terms of outcomes or impact that needed, or what timeline it needs to be done. Now, any companies will have a review mechanism as part of their governance process. So every 3 months once, they'll start reviewing the program. It's not just I given a money, I'm engaged a program NGO partner for doing this, so I'll just wait for his utilization fund certificate end of the year. Not like that. So we'll have a review mechanisms every 3 months. We'll have checks and balance, what happened, where the progress is. So that will help us to review the condition and step in whatever actions need to be taken up. So that's how you define the success of the program. Hope that answers your question.
Yes, okay, thank you. So now we have one final question from a female voice here. Yeah, so please give her the mic, please. So introduce yourself first and then ask that question.
So good evening, everyone. My name is Mahek Gupta. I'm a third-year student at Environmental Studies School. And so my question is, it's generally believed, and there's a general consensus where we believe that technology is one of the prime drivers of creating and bringing change in the society. But what I feel is that to a certain extent it does, for sure. But what I feel is that there should certainly be a threshold limit in terms of incorporating technology to drive change. I feel that it should be more socially driven compared to more technology driven. So what are your thoughts on that?
I think there are no two ways about it, that any program of social change needs to be socially driven first. Where I perhaps slightly differ with your view, Mahek, is I feel technology at best is just an enabler. It will not really have, it needs to know what you want to do. And that is the way you would be able to program technology in different aspects. Where I would say, and you bring out a very important conundrum, while thinking about a project, can it just be technology that is going to drive a change? Perhaps not, but then that question mark or that challenge is really at the design thinking level while you were conceiving the program. So I would leave it as technology is just an enabler. It's one of the 4 pillars that are going to drive any change.
Yeah, I just want to add one more thing is it again depends on which kind of things you're looking at for technology. There are some which are fully technology driven, and there are most which would require technology as an added layer to do the handshake or connect the dots. So if you look at the livelihood example I gave, the technology is the connecting part, but then the actual engagement on ground comes from people doing the matchmaking, offering work, all of it. I would also bring another aspect to it just because, let's look at again, last week I was going through a news article about a village in Chhattisgarh. The village has no work, but they are running a fantastic creator economy. Everybody in the village gets up in the morning and starts to do some skit. They videograph it and then they put it on YouTube, put it on all the short video platforms, and they're making money. The entire village economy is running on that now, right? So, there are possibilities where the entire thing can be technology dependent and intervention can be technology dependent. I came across a platform which is again a startup called Pluck. Pluck stands for People Like Us Create. It trains people on how to hold a phone and shoot and tell a story. Storytelling is becoming another form of livelihood. So there are certain interventions which will obviously be fully technology dependent because the consumer of that is also needing a technological device to view it. But then there are other technology interventions where technology will play the overarching thread or the connecting role, but the large groundwork has to be groundswell, and it has to come from communities, it has to come from participatory kind of models, collaborative models, and so on.
Okay, so I don't know, do we have more time? Ma'am, we have 8 minutes. So is it only one last question?
Check. Great. My name is Prashant, and I am a third-year BBA student, BBA Honours. Now, first off, I would genuinely like to thank each and everyone present here, because this has been a beautiful day. So many insights and so much of learning, right? Now, keeping all those insights and learnings in mind, right? I have two very simple and straightforward questions. First is, what does a typical team working in a CSR of a company look like? What are the different types of roles? And second, I have fair reason to believe that most of the students here, including me, are either legal or business students. So how do we, as students, really penetrate into the CSR space of these corporates and companies, and how do we really excel in that? That's it.
First question, how does the CSR team look like? So there would be, at the top of it, there will be one director who is dedicated to CSR in the board of the company. He has at least one director or a senior level executive, and that senior level executive has a manager and implementing team, else a set of NGO or implementation partners. So that's how the team looks like. Now, how the students from environmental science, management, and other streams can get involved is CSR. Earlier CSR was you do an MSW, get experience, and get started, wait for a long time, and then reach a respectable level. But things have changed, thankfully. After pandemic has not given only negative things. There are certain positive things also which came after pandemic. It has opened the eyes of the world that there are certain things are the necessities. So the world and corporates, everyone has started focusing on more on necessities than on superficial things. So that is a positive outcome of the pandemic. Now, coming back to what students can, how they can get into this workforce is trying to become a certified ESG reporting professional. So, Institute of Company Secretaries, India, ICSI, the same institute which offers CA degree, CS degree. So that institute is offering a course on a 6 months diploma course, which is online on ESG reporting. there is another institute called IICA, Indian Institute of Corporate Affairs. They also provide courses which are online, offline, evening classes to certify you as a trained ESG or sustainability professionals. Second is getting the skills required for ESG reporting, skills pertaining to GRI reports. So go through sustainability report of a domain, choose a domain of companies like FMCG, IT, or renewable energy, or whichever domain you are interested in. Try to figure out which are the top 10 companies in that domain. Go through their sustainability report, and then try to learn how to prepare a GRI report. If there are trainings on GRI reporting as well. Then understand the concepts of reporting on EcoVadis, that is another platform, CDP. There are other platforms like Dow Jones Sustainability Index, Science-Based Technology Intervention Initiative. So these concepts you understand and get a certification from one of these certification bodies, and you are graduates or postgraduates, then you are good to go and get started with the career in ESG or CSR.
What sort of internships or co-curriculars would be necessary?
See, what happens is if you have some understanding of ESG reporting or social work, so to get an internship where you get exposed to the work of, get exposed to a team that is working on sustainability reporting, that would be best. Second would be get involved with a team which is into implementing some of the projects. To start with, that's how you get started, unless you understand the ground realities. Reporting is good, it has come up, but unless you understand the ground realities, those reportings may not be as effective. So I still feel that ground realities, getting to the ground, meeting people, implementing the projects, doing surveys, providing skill development interventions on your own will give you the highest level of exposure. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
I just want to add it to the first one.
Yeah.
See, he explained the presence of board of directors, then there is a CSR committee, and there is a subcommittee which involves the other departments, other functions, or other stakeholders. So if you are asking for a career, probably I'm giving another option as well. So you could be in another department, another function, but you can still contribute to the CSR for that company through these subcommittees as well. Okay, there is another option available. So just I wanted to let you know.
Yeah, I'm very tempted to add now. In India, I think there are more than 3 million NGOs. Okay, and there are at least more than 500 schools and universities that offer education in the social sector. All right, so you can take your pick from there. Essentially, you need to start working in that, in however small the organization is, to start understanding everything that these gentlemen have been saying. Work teaches you many things. While classroom learning is great, but you have to get down and get your hands dirty for you to really understand what you're trying to carve out as a lifelong career. And at this point, don't let the lifelong sort of set you back. And all of us have done it. All of us have done it in various points of our own professional careers. You're free to make a shift, but go in to a profession thinking, this is the one that I'm going to be in forever. And you'll always make the right. And the moment you know, so that's where the empathy, the passion of what you want to do. Essentially all of you have to identify what is it that really moves you? What do you feel so strongly about? And if you can identify what you're passionate about, I tell you, surviving in any job is just cakewalk, or anything you get engaged with. So just focus on what is it that you enjoy as a person. What brings you happiness? No, what brings you money or no money? Sometimes money is also happiness. But start with the kind of subjects that you read, the kinds of interactions that you have that really make you happy and that you can go back to. Because if you're going to do this for, I don't know, 30 or 40 years of your life, you might as well have something that you smile about. Because otherwise, I don't think you'll last. And so just start from there. Start small. I don't know if that helps.
Very much helps.
I would like to add a success story with the word passion. Somebody, Mr. Nair, really young boy, joined Tata Group as a entry-level executive. He was passionate about saving the lives of dogs. He started putting a bright collar on stray dogs. And guess what? He got selected. He wrote a letter to Mr. Ratan Tata, got into his core team, and now he is, I think, year after year, he is launching companies in which he is on the board. So look at his career graph. It just shot up because of the passion that he had.
I think he's just 24 years old. Or
Yeah, quite young guy.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much. That was our last question. And now we'll start the second part of this panel, the announcement of the poster competition winners. So I ask, please, Megha.
Before announcing, I would like to thank all the panelists. It was such a wonderful session on how digital tech can create the art of possible in CSR, tech skilling and employability in corporates, digital literacy, and the allocation of budget to support CSR projects. A huge round of applause for all the panelists. We are also delighted to announce that simultaneous to this conclave, we held a poster making competition on the themes countering challenges through innovative solutions in CSR implementation and combating climate change through technology. Students from all the schools of JGU, Law, International Affairs, Banking and Finance, Environmental Studies, Government and Public Policy, Psychology and others participated. It was an honor to have these posters judged by industry specialist Mr. Amit Kirti and the Dean and Professor of Jindal School of Environment and Sustainability, Mr. Maharaja K. Pandit. A huge round of applause for the generous help. We've just received the decision on the winners of the competition and we're excited to announce the names. So the third prize of Amazon voucher worth 10,000 rupees goes to Oyon Banerjee. Please come forward. Requesting Professor Hebatala Adam and Ms. Dipakshi Mehandru to present the award to the winner. We can also have Mr. Amit Kirti and ma'am, please, Vaishali ma'am, Hemlata ma'am, and Vinita ma'am. Oyon, would you like to say a few words?
Yeah, sure. So basically, like one of the key things of my poster that I tried to point out was about the animal agriculture industry. So animal agriculture is one of the leading causes of climate change, And an Oxford study done on 40,000 farms around the world in 119 countries said that going vegan is the single biggest way to cut down your personal carbon footprint. It's like by 73% you can cut down your personal carbon footprint just by changing your diet, what you eat. So investing on technologies that for mock meat and all of those kind of technologies would be a great idea. And that's my message. Thank you.
The second prize of Amazon voucher worth 10,000 rupees goes to Shazia Siddiqui. Please come forward. Shazia, are you around? Oh. She's coming. Requesting Professor Hebatala Adam and Mr. Ramesh Kailasam along with Team OCS to present the award to the winner.
Good evening, everybody. Through my poster, my topic was the effective solutions that we can implement through CSR. And through my poster, I tried to showcase that in the post-pandemic era, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, we face a large variety of issues. And beyond that, we have to focus more on education, poverty, and health of people. And we can effectively do that through CSR implementation by focusing on equity, sustainability, and focusing on long-term goals rather than short-term goals, and implementing in social welfare schemes. That's what I tried to showcase through my poster. Thank you.
The much-awaited announcement of the first prize winner. The first prize of Amazon voucher worth 20,000 rupees goes to Pranavi Bila. Requesting Professor Heba and Ms. Ritu Haldar to please present the award. Vaishali ma'am, Hemlata ma'am, Anita.
My name is Pranavi. I am a second year student after this. I'm a second year student at JSLH. So the poster it's a lot. That's what that's the message I was trying to bring across when I was talking about CSR. The law in itself has been around for a while, but the amendments have what made it slightly more waterproof. Like, there is less room for it to maneuver around and reallocate the money lawfully in creative ways and keep it inside the company. The poster basically talks about how there are ways under Schedule 7 how you can invest in CSR, but the underlying theme of it was the parallel lines you can see running from the top of the page to the bottom. It means that every dime that is spent in CSR will affect more people than it is meant for. And therefore, the most important amendment of the CSR was the impact survey, which also has been mentioned briefly in some corner of the poster. The impact survey is what NGOs and other organizations do for MNCs, and they are the ones who primarily make sure that the money that is being invested is actually being utilized. And that's, I think, a very important part. Thank you.
Now, I would request Professor Hebatala Adam to felicitate the panelists. Thanks, Kushan. Can we have a group photo, please? Now, I would like to invite Mayank Khemka from the Office of Academic Governance to deliver the vote of thanks. Over to you, Mayank.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for participating in our first biannual CSR Conclave on SDGs. It's indeed great to see so many people enthusiastic about giving back to the society. First, I would like to thank Professor of Eminence, Dr. Sanjeev P. Sahani and Professor Padmanabha Ramanujam for making this event happen today and for sharing their valuable insights. I would also like to thank Mr. Amit Kirti and Mr. Subrajati Bhowmik for delivering the special address and the inaugural address and for participating in the panels. I would also like to thank all the panelists today, Ms. Anju Kadyan, Professor Dr. Upasna Mahanta, Ms. Roma Bilwani, Mr. Ranjeeb Shama, Ms. Kushma Dir, Ms. Neha Simlai, Mr. Ramesh Kesaman, Ms. Dipakshi, Ms. Ritu Haldar, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar, Mr. Kumar Chandan and Dr. Vikas Gautam. Thank you for taking time out of your busy schedule and making the journey to our campus today for this conclave. I'm sure that all our students, faculty and members of the administration will carry their learnings of today throughout their life. May we have a huge round of applause for the panelists today and the speakers today, please. You can have the best and the most experienced speakers on stage, but that's still not enough to have an engaging discussion. On that note, I would also like to thank our moderators today, Professor Dr. Stephen P. Marks and Professor Dr. Hibatullah Adam for facilitating such insightful conversations today. So thank you so much. We also had a poster making competition today and the winners were just announced. This was done so that we can also get the perspective of our students on stage because it's the youth which is going to carry these conversations forward tomorrow. We can do as much as we want today, but if we really want to see CSRs and SDGs taken to the next level in India and the world, we need the help of our students. So thank you everyone who participated in the poster making competition. And a big thank you to Professor Dr. Maharaj K. Pandit and Mr. Amit Kirti for judging the poster competition. This event would not have been successful or even possible without the hard work of the members of Office of Career Services, the events team, the AV support, and our student volunteers. So a big thank you for all of you for all your hard work and making this event happen today. And last but not the least, a thank you for all to our students for attending this event today. Today is a regular Thursday and everyone has classes. But thank you so much for coming to this event and participating so enthusiastically today. We try to hold as many as these events so that our students get the best of the exposure from our industry leaders. We look forward to hosting more discussion spaces like this in the future. Thank you everyone.
Thank you, Mayank. With that gratitude being expressed, we have now come to the end of the conclave. Thank you all for your participation here, and I do hope you had a productive and a fulfilling session today. Thank you all. You may now proceed to T3 Faculty Conference Room for high tea and snacks. Thank you once again for coming. It was a lovely day and session.
To all the students, there's a QRT team available outside. Please make sure that you scan the code while you are taking the exit, and please make it less chaotic. Wait for your turn and show some patience.
Students are requested to be seated.
Yeah. Guys, please be seated. Let the guests leave the panel. Thank you so much. Conference room.